Alright, hello everyone, welcome back to the show. I'm your charming, self-proclaimed, yet still humble host, Mukluk. Today, we are back in the wonderful world of Guild Wars 2, for a time at least. Earlier today, there was a broadcast on the Guild Wars 2 Twitch channel where they were showcasing some information on the new elite specializations for Guild Wars 2 that are coming in the... What's the new expansion called? Visions of Eternity. Hiccup, excuse me. And we are going to be watching that. I haven't seen it yet. I had to do some stuff I already had 9 hours of streaming planned today. I couldn't expand upon that, so I had to get some stuff done. So we are going to be doing a late night viewing of that broadcast. I've heard that the audio on it is impeccable, and they've proved a lot from some of their previous ones. So looking forward to that. And yeah, that's it. We're gonna go over it. We're going to watch it, make it into like a YouTube video, and then going to, in the later part of the stream, for those fancy joining us, going to continue our playthrough that we just started of Diplomacy is Not an Option. It was the best. Yeah, give me something to look forward to here. Let's see. Charmon invaded YouTube chat, getting a broom. Getting a broom. Yeah, did Charmon get banned on Twitch or something? What's he doing in the YouTube chat? What's going on over there? Mutiny Monday after? We'll see. We'll see. Mike, are you planning a bow build? Yeah, my build for when Ranger gets bow is to find a new main character. I'm thinking of maybe trying the Ritualist on Necro. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I'm so excited to get a third bow, let me tell you. Very creative stuff. This is so weird. Every time I come to this guild hall, I can't harvest here for like a minute. Does anyone else have this guild hall as one of their guilds, and does anyone else have this problem? This is daily, every day. I don't know why it does this. I get here, and there. Okay, now I can. It's every single day this happens. I don't know why. It's only this one. It's interesting, I would say, though you might not be as disappointed. I know I'm not as sad about Bo anymore. Well, you know what? I would be happy to have something to be happy about with the Ranger stuff, so I guess I'll get more information soon. Muck, I have the same problem when I try to harvest the Flax Farm and Draconis Mons. It's so weird. It's very strange. Windbow idea was pretty cool. It makes me want to try Dagger Ranger. Well, Dagger what? Unless it makes it so you can't weapon swap like Blade Sworn. And I guess in that case, then Dagger would be the end of it. Galeshot looks quite cool. No spoils, Ranger somehow delivered. I'll be the judge of that! If it sucks, I can't wait to say that it blows. It'll be very low-hanging fruit. Feels like amazing World v World Zerg build. That's literally already longbow. How did Luminary do? I don't know. I'll see it soon. I'm just going to spend a few minutes doing this. The audience, the viewer count always changes very rapidly. I tried to say erratically and rapidly, and I was like, erratically. Very rapidly during the first few minutes, so I'm just letting people show up and get in their seats and stuff like that while I pick up all this money on the ground. Has it started, or is it still the intro? It has started, Frost. What's up? Erotically? No, that's something you said, Michael, not me. Who plays longbow in World v World Zerg? Me, when I want to get more damage done than everybody else. Arrow cart build. Barrage every 3 seconds. Or I should say there's a break of barrage for 3 seconds before the next barrage starts. Constant hammering. And it has 1500 range and no line of sight requirements. Can hit people on walls, behind walls, really far away. It's amazing. Every time I've run it with like a group, I usually end up at the top of the meters for all the fights. That's a meme build, not a proper Zerg build. It's not a meme build. It's just, if the Zerg's doing... It depends what's going on. If you're fighting at walls and stuff, it's going to, you know, do the weight of 10 people. But yeah, if you're running around in, you know, like an open field or something, it would get, you know, less mileage. It depends on the situation. But that's what build templates are for. You just change to the build when it's relevant. I love Hammer Untamed build because I'm so tanky in Zergs. Om nom feed me your boons. Om nom feed me your boons. Both reacts would be cool with a new spec if they buff power damage with shortbow. Well, that's the thing, is shortbow's power, or sorry, shortbow is Condi and longbow's power. So it's like, how do you do a spec where you're not just sucking at both of them? Isn't shortbow Condi? Yeah, shortbow 1 is bleed, 2 is poison, 3 is an evade, 4 is an immobilize, and 5 is a daze or stun, depending on where the target's facing. Let's see. Galeshot kind of frees you to bring a bow in the build. You have 3 weapon sets, basically. I'll see. I'll find out more information soon enough. Alright, Okay, cool. Alright, now just the other characters here. Aircoat Ranger is fun, but Pugzergs tend to be very dynamic, so it's not very practical in some cases. I usually didn't join random Pugzergs, so I don't know how those go. Noob question, how can you keep 100% alacrity on Healed Druid? Can you always get CA before Alac runs out with Harriers and Monk runs? Short answer, Ether, yes. If you're with a group of people, and occasionally, you know, they are taking damage, and your regen ticks and stuff on them provide healing, and every time you provide healing, you get Astral Power. Yes, as long as people in the group are taking even the smallest amounts of damage, it is pretty easy to go back into Astral form before the alacrity runs out. Yeah. You're going blind into the VOD? Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I streamed this morning until 2 p.m., and then I ran some errands and got some YouTube work done, and going to be watching the broadcast in a few minutes for the first time. I honestly hope. I mean, like, obviously I'm not hoping for a build I'm gonna hate. It's just right now, based on what I know so far, I feel like I got I feel like my main class got the short stick. Mug, during the Elite Spec video, every time you hear crescendo, you must take a drink. Is this one of those situations where if I do that, it's gonna kill me? What's the name of the region coming on the screen? That's an add-on called Regions of Tyria. If you do exclamation ROT in the chat, it will pop up a guide, if you want it. Started the stream with serious audio issues. Yeah, Noxxi told me all about it. I'm kind of blown away. Because a lot of them used to be streamers before they worked at ArenaNet. So it's pretty crazy that the live streams always have these, like, first-time streamer issues. Like, they could literally just test it in the office before they go live. But, you know, what do I know? Love A-Net, but them and Tech Issues are an iconic duo. No Roy today? Roy was the one that was most recently a streamer, and the last time I think the time before last that he led one of these things, he accidentally muted the whole VOD. So later when I watched it, you know, later on, I had to watch Lorenity watch it on her VOD, because they had muted their VOD on the main channel. So, I mean, Roy was also... It's like, every time I go live, I have a checklist I go down, and make sure I'm not muted is literally on the checklist. I check that it's like, you know, I made that mistake once, like 2,000 days ago, never again. Errands, you left the house. Yeah, I have to do that from time to time. I have actually got, God, probably gonna have to take my car to the shop. I very rarely drive our second vehicle. We've got, you know, 2 cars in our household. And back when I worked in tech support, I was in that car like an hour a day. However, lately I use it like, you know, once a month ever since my commute was just go to downstairs to the office. And last time I drove it, it was like, like it's just bouncing up and down. I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? I went to like an AutoZone and they did the thing where they like scan the code in the car and they're like, yeah, it says one of your cylinders is messed up. And I'm like, great, that's gonna be cheap, I'm sure. So I need to drop it off at a shop so they can do a diagnosis and see how much that's gonna cost. So that's gonna be tomorrow. Heresy? No, Heresy was the morning stream. What claims to have left the house during the day, possibly not vampire? Yeah, adjust the lore. Let's see. Hey, Mike, I desperately need your opinions on Galeshot. I haven't seen it yet. We'll see it soon. Mike, did you get to the point vids for the Wing 8 CMs? No. I did get to the points for the Wing 8, not the CMs. I think from Harvest Temple onward, I didn't make any CM guides for 10-man content, because it was just really, really freaking tough. Everybody teasing Muck on Galeshot. Dude, you know, like, guys, I want to be wrong on this. I want it to make me go, oh, I'm gonna get me some of that. Right? I want to be excited for it. But so far, just based on what I know, I'm just like, dang, Ranger doesn't get anything this expansion. Because the things I've seen from the trailer for Galeshot are a shot that looks like Rapid Fire, that's Longbow 2, a shot that looks like Shortbow 3, where you jump backward and shoot forward, and a shot that's a big one in a line, which is the Untamed Longbow Ambush. All three are buttons on our bow we already have. I hope I'm wrong! Also, the special effects of the bow are freaking over the top, and it looks like the kind of thing that people are going to complain about, just like this. You know, so it looks like very just, So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Okay. On that note, let's start setting this up here. Boop. And let me move this over here. And minimize that. I was reading the Goblin Slayer manga earlier. I need to catch up still. All right. All right. Think we're good. And let me pause the alerts here. All right. Galeshot is the best looking of the three. We shall see. All right. Here we go, chat. I am going to go into YouTube mode here. And because I'm going to turn this into a video later on. So you can say hi to your mom if you want. All right. Hello, Guild Wars 2 gamers, Mukluk here, and today is Friday, July 25th, and we've got a bit of Guild Wars 2 news of sorts. Some of you may have already watched this, but for those who haven't, or they wanted my take on it or something like that, Guild Wars 2 main channel did a broadcast today on their main Twitch channel, I should say, where they were showcasing these three specs that you've got right here. Excuse me, I just finished dinner. That is the Troubadour, or the Bard, the Luminary, and the Galeshot. So these three specs, they're going to showcase some information about how they work, hopefully get us hype, stuff like that, and show you more of like what we're getting in the upcoming Visions of Eternity expansion. If you've been under a rock and haven't seen the recent news videos, this week, you know, Wednesday we got a blog post, Friday we're getting this preview, next week, Wednesday blog post on 3 more classes, Friday the preview of those classes, and then third week in a row, Wednesday, the most unloved 3 classes get their blog post, and then that Friday, the most unloved 3 classes get their preview. So, we are going to watch this. I am usually someone who watches stuff in 2x speed. I'm going to do 1.5. I'm going to meet you guys in the middle, because some of you can't handle that. You're weak. And some of you watch this in 2x speed, so if you're watching me in the future on 2x speed while I watch this in increased speed, buckle up. Now, I have been told by many that the audio on this recording is immaculate. So, prepare your ears for some very juicy goodness. One great thing about watching this in the future, I can fast forward through the 15 minutes of their setup sequence. So, here we go. Jump ahead.
I guess 3 Elite Specialization preview streams for Visions of Eternity. I am Cal Cohen, joined by Taylor Brooks.
Hello.
Nicknames that no one really cares about.
Why is he inside a beach ball?
But they're on screen if you choose to read them. How's it going, Taylor? You excited?
Going pretty well. You know, have 3.
Jeez. Wow, y'all weren't kidding. Okay, so I was warned ahead of time, so I was like keeping it on the low end. But yeah, so like he talks first, and I'm guessing a lot of people crank up their volume because they're like, wow, he's really quiet. And then he talks and blows you out of your chair. All right. Okay.
Super cool. Elite Spec off, everyone. Super excited to, display what we've been working on the past bit of time.
Not your audio, that's for sure.
I do.
For anyone, a bit of history. The last time we had Elite Specialization previews was for End of Dragon.
Volume! Loud! Turn off your mic! Taylor, too dank! Ah!
sat on a stream coughing and drinking water for like 2 hours as I was talking about Elite Specializations. and hopefully we can get some good water screenshots in this stream as well. But we are going to kick things off today with the Troubador, Luminary, and the Galeshot. Obviously, you know, we had a little teaser video earlier.
I want to be very clear. As soon as they fix the audio issue, which I'm told happens a little bit into this stream, I'm going to crank it up so we can all hear it better.
This week we had a bit of an intro blog that went over some of the high-level ideas, high-level mechanics, some of the lore as well. Today we're going to be covering everything about all the specs. You're going to see all the skills. You're going to see all the traits. You're going to have developers explain some of the thought processes behind those skills and traits. And, you know, we're going to do this the next few weeks until we've covered all 9 elite specs, setting up for the beta event where you guys are going to be able to get your hands on these. All 9 specs will be playable for about a week, and make sure there's plenty of time to check everything out, try everything out. Because I guess the big thing to keep in mind here, and even as we're talking and showing stuff on stream, is that these are still getting ready for beta. There's a lot of balance work that's still being done internally ahead of the beta, so some numbers might look a little weird, a little too low, a little too high. That's totally expected at this point. Even for the beta, we're not going to land perfectly. We've obviously seen some pretty crazy numbers on betas for some of the weapons in the past, elite specs in the past. The big goal is that we're going to get everything in a playable state, get players get all your hands on it, give us a ton of feedback, and we're going to
look at that AAA background. Yeah,
important pieces
the fog,
launch expansion.
That blur.
Anything you want to add, Taylor, before we just hop right in?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. As with all the betas, like we said, all the art, audio.
Do you get louder?
Still up in flux. All the numbers you see here are probably the numbers that make it. So when the beta happens, so everything you see here, just focusing on the effects. And we got a lot of cool art still, again.
The chat!
Taylor's loud. Let me see if I can turn Taylor down a little bit real quick.
I'm going to be yapping a lot, so.
Okay, let's just do some quick audio checks, because we did an audio check, but
No, you didn't!
I guess the best one.
What do you mean you did an audio check?
Yeah, that's a good audio level.
There's no way I believe you did an audio check. Unless some guy just was like, yeah, it's fine.
See if anyone...
Yeah, I can do some improv speaking. I'm totally good at that.
Okay.
Is this better, guys? Please say yes. If it's fan favorite, wanted to fully see. And this kind of archetype has had.
Kicking things off with the.
Okay, I was skipping ahead, hoping that they fixed it, but even by 14 minutes, it's not.
Almost said the wrong word.
Okay, what is this? All right, so this is the Troubador. Apparently, we're on a mesmer now.
We're starting with the Troubador.
The Troubador.
What do we have going on here, Taylor?
So the Troubador is going to be the elite spec for Mesmer in Visions of Eternity.
Dude, the rain in game is louder than CMC.
And this kind of archetype has had a long history in this game. You know, starting even from when Mesmer was initially revealed and asked for a
Dude, he just opened the volume settings. He could have turned the background sound
long
off.
time. So it's kind of like one of the reasons we wanted to go with it is it's fan favorite. Wanted to fully see it realized in game. And now talking about the Troubador, what's going to do, it is going to be a more support-focused archetype. But
Hold on. Wait till Trig starts explaining stuff and then need to restart. Wait, do they when they fix the audio, do they restart like talking? Hang on.
All right, we have a lot more talking to go, so I'm glad that's fixed.
Okay, we are so back. You want to get that spiel again, Taylor? Tell me about tell me about the Troubadour.
The Troubadour. Let's see. Talked about how its gameplay loop's going to be a bit longer and have a more sustained presence in normal Mesmer. And then Chronomancer was kind of the de facto support. We're going to be kind of shifting where some things live onto the Troubadour. We'll get into that a bit more later, so that Chronomancer can kind of regain its old identity, and Troubadour can kind of step in. So a lot of the ways it supports allies are more intentional and can hopefully lead to better gameplay.
What was Chrono's old
but then
identity?
The first thing, you know, we can zoom in.
Chrono
think,
jail?
You know, looking at the UI is the first thing you'll notice. You know, talked about notes. They're going to fill up at the bottom bar there. Again, there are no clones. Some of the reasons, we had multiple reasons for doing this. The first one was just that we wanted kind of people to focus more on keeping their
Turn them up.
in
It's
that
max.
gameplay loop, interacting with Crescendo, rather than having to worry about the clones being killed. And managing them, stuff like that. Also, in some game modes like Worldly World, when it gets larger scale, we want support Mesmer to definitely function, and we saw that when you're playing a Chronomancer that has clones, a lot of the time you can't depend on getting a high shatter count. So we want to make sure that this spec feels good to play and you're not fighting your mechanic, and it just does what you want. But going from the notes, like I said, they fuel the instruments. It's going to be a bit different from normal shatters. Normal shatters, they basically scale however many like clones you have. Like you do a mind rack with like all 3 clones, it's going to do a lot more damage than 1. Instruments are going to be a bit different. When you play an instrument, it's going to be an initial effect, and this initial effect is constant. It's going to be the same whether you have 0 notes.
So real quick, I'm noticing right now what he's using is Staff 2, which teleports you backward and then like leaves a clone, but he's just doing it, it seems, to just fill up the music notes, I believe.
Or 3 notes. And what's got to be different is that
reverberating loot. Perform with your loot, sending out damaging sound waves. The loot will then hold on a sec. What quality is this? Defaulted to 720p is the source?
when you use
They didn't even stream at 1080p? You have like 200 deployed. I'm sorry.
those bonuses.
Perform with your loot, sending out damaging sound waves. The loot will then consume all notes to continue playing in the background. The loot's duration is extended for each note consumed. Damage, damage, damage. Each lute playing is 4% heal increase to others, plus 4% damage, plus 4% condi damage, and plus 5% to all stats. They actually made a separate boon? I did not even boon, buff. I'm shocked by this. Because this is a not boon buff, it can't be corrupted. It can't be removed. It stacks with everything. And they just, not too long ago, removed Warrior Banners and Ranger Spirits from the game. And now they're adding something like that back in. Now, is that self-only or for the whole party, that buff?
This is like I talked about, and the duration in which it does that is scaling based on the notes. So you want to build up notes so that your loot is there for longer. And basically, more nodes will have better bonuses so that you have bigger windows to do things like strike the crescendo or use some of the utilities that we'll get into.
Yeah, so
Self-only?
notably, it still counts to 3. They're just in groups of 2 notes. So you get 3, still have a total of 3 here.
Right.
But there are 6 things that are filled. You know.
I believe the notes are actually on a scale and do play a little tune. If those who are musically inclined want to look into that, then that would be pretty cool. But, you know,
Okay.
the note, it's three notes, like 3 clones. We wanted that kind of be similar to.
Okay, right now, the fact that they're having to explain, they're like, yeah, we did a picture that has 6 pips and it's actually 4 notes, but we want this to represent 3 notes. Are right there already? Change it. Like, if this is going to confuse people and they need to hear this explanation beforehand, just change it. Just take one of those middle ones out so that there's 3 separate distinct things. Just...
Normal Mesmer.
All right, should we look at some skills?
Yes, we can look at the
All right,
skills.
I'm just going to start pressing buttons. Let's press
Yeah,
the first
talking
one.
about
What's
the
going
loot.
on here?
First one, you're gonna whip out the loot and do 3 waves. All the instruments are kind of replacements, like normal shatters. Like, so this one's gonna be the mind rack. It's gonna be the more damaging one.
Hang on a sec.
You know, when you do it,
let me
if
go
you have
back
no
to
target,
this.
these waves will just go out in front of you. But you can use the target to kind of lock onto them. So this is just your damaging skill, your mind rack equivalent. That you can see here that there are some baseline bonuses for that loot. We'll get into more. A lot of them are gonna come from traits. So pretty simple skill. It's gonna be the one you're pressing often. And then we can move on to the flute.
Let's say
I
the
am
CMC.
going to be doing a lot of cheating on this stream, so no.
Okay, second skill. Flustering Flute. Plays an enchanting tune with the flute, confusing enemies in front of you. Enemies in the center of the music will be dazed. The flute will then consume all notes to continue playing in the background. The flute's duration is extended for each note consumed. Does damage, does confusion. Flute playing is plus 5% to all stats, 4% increase healing to others, plus 4% damage, plus 4% condi damage. Chaos Aura, center daze for 1 second. Okay.
No cooldowns are active, but you can see on skill facts and build tips that there are real cooldowns on these skills. But yeah, tell me about the flute.
The flute, that's going to be kind of your cry of frustration equivalent. You're going to fluster your enemies with a note from your flute. It's going to do a wave in front of you, confusing people. And it's also going to have a sweet spot in the middle, where it's like, you know, middle of the hitbox, if you hit them, you're also going to get a short daze, kind of interrupt. We wanted to give the skill a bit more utility. A lot of the time, the cry of frustration equivalents aren't useful in a lot of the builds. So I wanted to give it something a little extra that, you know, even supports want to use it, even, you know, power DPS wants to use it. So it should be a pretty good skill. And then we can move on to the drum, the deafening drum.
They did get a drum. I talked about the possibility. Okay, because I pulled inspiration from Black Desert Online, I said they're going to get a string instrument, a flute, and a bongo drum. And then when we saw the lute and the harp, I was like, oh, no bongo drum. And now we're back to the drum. Slam the drum to release a percussive shockwave, disabling enemies. The strength of the disable increases the closer an enemy is. The drum will then consume notes to continue playing, blah, blah, blah. Drum playing, 5% increase to all stats, 4% increase healing to others, 4% damage, 4% condi damage. Okay, so each of these musical buffs seem to all be the same thing. 5% to all stats, 4% more healing, damage, and condi damage. Medium range stun, 2 seconds. Long range daze, 1 second. Close range stun, 2 seconds. Oh, wait, sorry. It's a close range stun, then medium range daze, then long range daze. So the closer you are to the target, the nastier the CC is.
The diversion, the CC skill, you're going to slam the drum, do a wave out, and the wave will have kind of scaling effects based on how close the enemy was from you. So you want to be pretty close.
The drum looks like a tambourine almost.
At the close range, you're going to stun them, and a bit farther out, it's going to lessen into a daze, and at the last range, that daze is going to taper
Hey, Fandrel, thank you for the raid, dude. We're watching the broadcast from earlier.
off into just a lesser duration.
I'm sure you already saw this.
The CC skill, you're going to get value out of this kit that, you know, all Mesmers have, and then we can move on to the harp.
Strum the harp, rejuvenating allies in a burst of healing. The tune reverberates, creating a healing area for a short duration, then consumes all notes to blah, 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 same thing as the others. Does a heal, pulse healing, harp playing, and distortion.
So the harp is going to be, the harmonious harp is going to be your healing skill. The first thing you can notice is that it does not just give distortion baseline. I think Cal has,
I have some traits on.
Cal has a trait on, we'll get to that, but this skill baseline doesn't provide distortion. We wanted this spec to, instead of having a high cooldown invuln like a lot of Mesmer specs have, we wanted to do it lower cooldown, more sustain that you see from a lot of supports. So it's going to, you know, when you use it, do a burst healing, and then over time just do
400 heal per second for 4 seconds. is pretty bad. I'm kind of hoping that this character doesn't have gear on right now, because he's on a test character, and he's done streams like this where the test character had no equipment before. I was kind of expecting it to be like overload water for Tempest, so that even if you're not in great healing gear, it is a decent heal. This would be like, if you're a DPS, hitting this button feels like it would be like not even worth it. Okay, continue.
Some more pulse healing. This is going to, again, low cooldown, healing your allies, what you want to do on more traditional healing support. And so
There's
all
one
of
more
those
skill
skills...
here.
Yes.
Or are you going to say something else?
Notice...
You going to say something else?
No. You'll notice that these all are the instruments, and then the fifth skill, the F5, is a bit different. This is the crescendo that we've been talking about. So when you use the crescendo, you're going to kind of have a warm-up where you're going to conduct all your instruments to kind of strike a chord at once and release a wave of energy. It's going to deal damage to enemies and also grant your allies barrier. And the effect of this will scale based on how many instruments you have. So it's going to get, right now, 25% better for all of the effects based on how many instruments. So if you have all 4 instruments up, it can potentially get double the effect of this. And it's going to get additional effects based on traits. You can see that it's going to also get Might and Fury based on a trait per...
Strike up the band and unleash a wave of sonic magic. Instruments playing in the background contribute to the amplitude, increasing strength of the wave. Does damage, gives barrier. I don't know if it's for you or for all allies also. Might per instrument and fury per instrument.
Instrument up. And, you know, ends up being a pretty flexible skill. That's kind of like your bigger payoff. But yeah, that kind of comprises the core of the profession loop. Again, building up the notes, using your instruments. I think you can probably aim to have 2 or 3 instruments up with like a correct rotation. You know, 4 if you're really going for it, to get some powerful tide swinging effects out of these skills.
Maybe I just mash all my buttons with 0 notes so that I can crescendo. Yeah. Probably not ideal, but it is an option available to you.
Yeah, you can, you know, use all your instruments at once to get that strong value immediately, but then you do lose out on having those instruments be up for the longer period of time. As we're going to see from the traits, there are bonuses that just come with these instruments being behind you.
Might be Soldier's Gear. I think he has more than base Mesmer HP. Maybe.
So we can go into the utilities next, before we go into the traits. So the utility type for this...
Tale of the Second Scion. Okay, so their new line of skills are called Tails. Muck, did you see the drums have 500 base CC? Okay, so here's the thing. It said that the drums did like 200 CC. It did a 2-second stun, and then it did a 2-second daze, and then it does a 1-second daze, right? Now the question is do they overlap, or is it like circle and then donut, right? Because if it's circle, donut, then you just get hit with one of those effects. But if it is like big circle and then medium circle on top of it and then little circle on top of it, then that would mean if you're in the center, you get hit with all 3. I highly doubt it's like that. They haven't really done a skill like that before. So I don't think it's 500 CC. I think it's like 500 is if you add everything on the tooltip, and there's a few other skills in the game that have that set up. Yeah.
Elite spec will be Tails.
Okay, Tail. Deliver the story of Olreen and the Dragon Cycle, rejuvenating nearby allies. I haven't told you guys about Olreen! We're like, yeah, we know. Reciting the tale with 2 or more instruments playing will increase the healing received by allies for a short duration. Plus 33% healing effectiveness.
They're going to be kind of vocal things, just like shouts, where you're going to like say a message when you use them. And these tales are all based on the Legends of Tyria. They're specifically focused more on like lore and heroes you've known from Guild Wars 2, rather than like, you know, Revenant has like Guild Wars 1 things. But this game, you know, it's been around for a long time, so we're going to talk about the heroes that you all know and have played with as your adventures through the game.
So Joko, right?
So as I said, they're kind of like vocal skills, just like shouts. When you use them, there's going to be an additional effect. So, you know, you can hover over the Tale of the Soul Keeper. This one's based around
Rouse Soul Keeper, the Metal Legion song for Almora. Rouse allies with the Legend of Almora, granting offensive boons. I mean, that's kind of a spoiler, isn't it? Might, Fury, and Alacrity. Reciting this tale with the lute playing grants you notes. Wait, what? Wait, reciting this with the lute playing grants you 2 notes. Interesting. Okay.
Or a Soul Keeper. It's going to grant offensive boons to your allies. And then you can see each of them have a performance bonus, which is kind of the little hook. And basically, all the utility skills correspond to an instrument, and they get stronger while that instrument is playing. So Almora is corresponding to the lute. So if you use it while the lute is playing, it'll grant some extra notes to yourself, so you can get some other instruments playing. And then we can go to the other ones. You know, next we have the Honorable Rogue, which is...
Tale of the Honorable Rogue. Quote the escapades of Dougal Keen, causing nearby allies to become extraordinarily nimble and liberating them from movement impairing conditions. Real quick, I've talked on stream and on my YouTube videos a few times about some stuff I liked from the novels. one of the novels, which was not Sea of Sorrows. What was it called? Ghost of Ascalon. That was it. Ghost of Ascalon. Dougal Keane was like the closest thing to the main character, but he was in the main group in that book. Now he's just hanging around in Lion's Arch all day and eating. He's been in the last few important meetings, but he's just been eating snacks. Quote, the escapades of Dougal Keane causing nearby allies to become extraordinarily nimble and liberating them from movement impairing conditions. Give swiftness, remove cripple, chill, and immobilize. Gain 50 endurance. Reciting this tale with the drums playing grants allies a super speed for 4 seconds.
It's going to be Dougal Keane, the protagonist from the well-known, amazing
and it has two charges.
That I'm sure everyone is aware of. He's a super cool character. But this one, he is a thief, a rogue. You know, his daring adventure is going to make everyone faster, remove conditions, and also grant endurance. And he corresponds to the drum, so if that's playing, you can also give some super speed to your allies.
I'm kind of imagining the concept of this. Like, someone's like, help, I'm caught in a net. And he'd be like, you know, Dougal never got caught in a net. Bop, 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 bop. And you're just like, ugh. And then just with a groan, they get out of the net just from sheer force of will, not wanting to hear about Dougal again.
And then the last one, or not the last one, the next supportive one is going to be
Tale of the Valiant Marshal. Orate the heroism of Traherne. Oh my god, more spoilers. Calling nearby allies to action. Actually, I guess it doesn't say that he's dead, because Dougal's not dead. Orate the heroism of Traherne, calling nearby allies to action. Break their stuns and brace them for battle. Reciting this tale with the harp playing will further bolster allies, 2200 barrier, and a stun break. Again, it's just like, in the moment that I need a stun break, there's no time to tell me a story. So it's just like, I'm like, oh god, I'm stunned. This next blow is going to kill me. And they're like, yeah, Traherne wouldn't have gotten stunned. You're like, ah.
the Tale of the Valiant Marshal. It is going to be
recognize this character.
Your defensive shout based on Traherne, another amazing character. It's going to give your allies protection, resistance, break, stun, you know, pretty powerful defensive effects, and it's got the harp playing as well. It's also going to give your allies barrier. And then the last skill is actually going to be an offensive ability. It's going to be the Tale of the Torch.
Scarlet? Really? She made the cut? Recall the cruelty of Scarlet Briar as you revile your target with a battery of insults, damaging their ego. What? 4x damage, weakness, vulnerability, 3... Wait, okay. The first hit does damage and weakness. The second hit does vulnerability and damage. The third hit does boon removal and damage. And then the fourth hit dazes you. Reciting this tale with the flute playing will inflict your target with additional torment and defiance break per hit. Defiance break and torment. So I'm just, vicious mockery, yeah. So it's like you're fighting someone in combat, and you're like, yo, you ever heard the tale of Scarlet Briar? And they're like, what? You're like her, you're a bitch. And they're like, oh. They just get hit with all this shit. And you're just like Moon Knight, random BS go. Just tons of stuff.
Mastermind with another person that, you know, we talked about this in the blog, Scarlet Briar. This is going to be a more targeted shout. You're going to almost mock your enemies viciously, one might say. Kind of targeting on them, summoning those laughing clockwork knight heads on your enemy. And it's going to pulse 4 times. The first pulse will leave them weakened, then you'll leave them vulnerable, then it will strip boons, and the last one will daze them. And it corresponds to the flute, so when you have that active, it's going to apply additional torment per pulse and also do some extra defiance damage.
Oh yeah, I see it. There's like little clockwork knights on their shoulders. It's just like, you're a bitch, you're a bitch. And they're just like whispering in your ear.
For, you know, PD situations.
You suck. You're a short mother mucker.
Yeah,
Nobody likes you.
Hoping you're hearing them as Cal's playing, but when you play these tales, like I said, they have spoken lines. Each of them have about 4 that'll play in order. So as you fight with them and use them, they'll like kind of, you'll hear a poem that your character will say. And I'm sure, you know, it'll be on the wiki that everyone correlates, but you know.
Honestly, I'm more excited about this Scarlet Briar button than everything else they've shown up to this point.
Pretty cool narrative work from the team. And, you know, nice little story to get to hear about these characters that you've, you know, played through in the game. We can also go to the heal. You know, Aurene, we showed that one off. It's going to be a chunky heal for you and your allies when you use it, and its performance bonus, it's going to, instead of corresponding to a specific instrument, it's just going to care about how many instruments you have up. And so when you use it, if you have 2 or more instruments, you're going to apply this Scion's Reprieve buff to your allies. That's going to increase the incoming healing that they get from all sources, including the heal. So, you know, definitely want to make sure you have 2 instruments up before you use the skill to get like pretty good value. And then we can move to the elite skill, which I'm sure a lot of people have heard about already. This is the Tale
of the August Queen. Retail how Queen Jenna protected her city in their time of need, granting allies distortion and chaos aura. I'm really worried about this one. Granting allies distortion. Once upon a time, okay, for those that don't know, distortion is near invulnerability. And 2 seconds of it is insane. That's like 2 seconds of aegising everything. And there was a time period where Mesmers could do distortion on the whole group. And it was deemed too powerful, and they removed it from the game. Like, you could do Veil Guardian, and anytime he was about to do a green explosion, just distort it. Just the whole group distortion. No healing is needed. It was deemed too powerful. This is bonkers. I am very surprised they're bringing this back because of how problematic they said it was. So 2 seconds distortion, immune to conditions and damage, Chaos Aura, performance, command every instrument to begin playing in the background. Duration is determined by the number of instruments you currently have playing. Duration determined by the number of instruments. Duration per instrument, 3 seconds. Okay. Again, conceptually, this is stupid. Like, you're about to get hit with a life-killing, like a life-ending blow, and then the bard in the back is just like, I'm gonna tell you about the time when Lake Dark was sieging Divinity's Reach, and Queen Jenna did some stuff that was super sus, and she just made a big shield. She said no, and no one got hurt. You just gotta say no. And everyone's like, no. And then they distort, and they're like, oh god.
The August Queen, based around Queen Jenna's protection of, Divinity's Reach in the living world. In its effects base, it's going to give distortion and chaos aura to allies.
One guy's out of range and dies, and Bard's just like, he didn't think about Jenna.
And distortion share to allies has a storied history in our game, and we are aware of its potential. But we also think that distortion share is probably a peak power fantasy for support Mesmer. And we definitely wanted to try it again in the spec that's focused around it. And we're hoping that putting it on an elite skill, where it has an adjustable duration, adjustable cooldown, and some additional effects we can also weigh against its power, will leave it in a state that it is, possible to be in our game.
So by having it on an elite skill with a longer cooldown, like, for example, the greens on Veil Guardian, I believe they happen every 20 seconds. So this is a 75-second cooldown, less than that with Alacrity. At best, you could do this, like, on 1 out of every 3 or 4 greens. So it wouldn't just completely trivialize the mechanic unless you just had a whole bunch of bards.
We don't want this to be how it is before, where it's very oppressive, but we do think that, trying it out and giving it an opportunity to be in the game and kind of elevate support Mesmer and what it's doing is just pretty interesting to us. So,
how likely do you think it will continue to give AoE distortion by launch?
We will see in the beta. Maybe it does the classic, goes to blur and then blur is too strong, but this is all, betas are meant for testing, and again, this is something that we really want to do the super cool thing, and so we're going to try the super cool thing, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out.
I think there's definitely going to be a lot of things like that we'll see throughout a lot of these elite specializations. There are I guess, some aggressive ideas or some very wild ideas, you might say, and not all of them are going to work, but we think that's what betas are for, trying out cool stuff. And
I'm wondering how many legendary challenge mode raids could be beaten by 10 bards just cycling a group distortion for the bad mechanics. As long as they can meet the DPS requirements, that's going to make it super chill.
And sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't. And we're going to fix the things that don't work. So if AoE distortion on the elite skill here is going to break the game, it will likely go away.
Yep, and we can also see that it has a performance bonus of its own that's also, I think, pretty strong. When you use this skill, you're going to bring up all your instruments for a duration. Baseline pretty short, just 3 seconds, but that duration is going to scale based on how many instruments you had before. So if you use it when you have no instruments up, they'll all come up for 3 seconds, but say you had 2 instruments up and then you use it, they'll all come up for 9 seconds. So giving you value when you use it, even if you had a lot of instruments up. This is another way to use it to get like a quick crescendo, get all your instruments up for, those buffs that they give, to kind of also balance out that, distortion can be powerful, but this can also be another powerful effect that you can use for a different reason.
Perfect for me, who just wants to press all my shatters and then press the elite, get maximum duration.
So those cover all the utilities, so we can now move into the traits. I'm sure everyone's just so excited to see.
All right, and I'll do one last hover over of everything before we swap to the next spec, so I'll let you guys know when to get your print screen buttons ready for all those screenshots if you haven't been keeping up already. Let's put some random traits on so it doesn't do the flashing thing that everyone really loved the last time we did elite spec previews. All right, where should we start? Minor traits?
Yep, minor traits. So I mean, the very first one is just going to be the basic minor trait that just gives you access to everything, doesn't really do anything.
I was going to say, okay, so build up notes instead of summoning illusions. Shatters are replaced by instrument skills, which consume notes to continue playing. Gain access to tails.
As it just explains what the Troubadour wants to do, but then we can move to the Master Minor, which is going to be Harmonize.
Master Minor. Gain bonus outgoing healing and damage per instrument playing, 4%.
This is going to be pretty simple. You're kind of already saw in the tooltip. It's going to cause your instruments to give increased outgoing damage and healing. It's going to be the first kind of minor bonus for just having those instruments up. You just get stronger. Then we can move to the Grandmaster Minor, Symphonic Resonance.
Grandmaster Minor. Crescendo grants affected allies might 2 might per instrument and fury per instrument.
This, again, you saw from a tooltip. Crescendo grants affected allies boons per instrument playing. Just can, again, scale the might and fury based on how many instruments, kind of just playing into what you want to do with Crescendo. Then both the Adept and the Master tier kind of themes to them. They're going to have 2 instrument traits and then 1 kind of generic value trait. So we can see that if we go into the Adept tier, the first one is going to be Mayhem. Your Flute, all the...
Flute now applies Torment. While the flute is playing, heal yourself when you apply Confusion or Torment.
Instrument traits will have 2 effects. The first one will kind of augment what the initial effect when you play the instrument does, and then another one will give you an additional bonus for having that instrument playing behind you. So we see Mayhem, and it causes your flute to additionally apply Torment, make the condition burst just a bit better, and then while the flute is playing behind yourself, you'll heal yourself when you apply Condition or Torment. This trait is aimed more towards like open world gameplay if you want to be more of a condition duelist in competitive modes, just giving you a bit more sustain and damage for playing a more condition, Torment, Confusion, Bard, or Troubadour.
He said Bard. They admit it. They admit it!
Then we get into the middle trait, where we have...
Also, it's kind of funny that just by that one trait, you could have a build based on being in blob fights at World v World and just playing a flute so badly that the enemy team is dying. You're just, like, seriously running around them and just shrieking into this pipe over and over and over, and they're like, stop! Just dropping.
Hold the note. Crescendo extends the duration of boons nearby allies. Boon extension is another core Mesmer fantasy that we have before on Signet of Inspiration, but now we're having it on the trait. We have to choose between some of the other effects. Again, powerful, making Crescendo even more powerful. I would say these specs did have in development names that, even as developers, we have to work to say the correct terms. Then we get to the bottom trait where we have Syncopate. This is going to be the drum trait.
Deafening Drum releases an additional quick wave after a delay. While your drum is playing, deal damage to enemies you disable.
You're gonna, when you play the drum after a delay, it'll release a quick wave where you'll also do a shorter days, just additional CC on top of your skill, and give you a passive that when the drum is playing, you'll deal additional damage to enemies you disable. And so this is kind of an effect that we see on traits like Bunker Down or Lightning Rod from other from other specializations in the game. This, Mesmer has no shortage of CC skills, so just gives them some extra value here. So this can be a DPS trait or also just generic support trait for more CC. Moving on to the Master tier, we have the first one is the Loot trait, Shredding.
Loot's damage is increased per wave. Deal increased strike damage while you have the loot playing.
This
25% increased damage per wave. Loot playing damage increases by 20%.
More damage. It'll cause your loot to deal more damage per wave. So the first wave will deal normal damage, second wave will deal 25% more damage, and then the last wave will deal 50% more damage. So making sure you really want to hit those, especially at the later ones that come out. And as well as passive, it's just going to give you a pretty good big damage increase while the loot is playing. So this will be a DPS spec. We'll want this trait compared to the others in this tier. It's going to be pretty important to keep your loot playing as it's a pretty big damage modifier. Then we can move to Raconteur. This is, again, the generic trait.
Tails grant a note and recharge their corresponding instrument. Recharge time reduced by 3 seconds, and lesser recharge time reduced by 1 second. Heal and Elite Tails recharge all instruments for a lesser amount. Okay, so the lesser amount is 1 second. The dedicated ones are 3 seconds, and it grants 1 note.
It's going to be, the trait that affects your elite specs utilities. This one will augment the tails. When you use a tail, it'll grant you a note, and then also recharge the corresponding instrument. So, like, if you use the Almora, it'll recharge the loot. If you use the Dougal one, it'll recharge the drum. And it'll also give you a lesser recharge for the heal and elite. Since they don't have a really specific instrument, it's going to recharge all of them, but just for a lesser amount. Then, lastly, we can move on to Love Song. This trait is going to affect the harp. Kind of did what you saw before, where it causes the harp to get you distortion. So,
playing the harp grants you distortion. Periodically grant boons to nearby allies as the harp plays. 2 seconds alacrity, 3 second regen. Interval 3 seconds.
The Troubadour doesn't have distortion baseline.
And again, that might be without concentration. I don't know.
That want it to kind of price into it a little. And then PvE is also where you're going to be applying some alacrity and regen in all game modes. Or regen in all game modes. PvE will also give alacrity, kind of getting those important boons out while also getting some sustained healing.
So, is there going to be quickness in this build somewhere? We've seen alacrity now.
Then we can move on to the Grandmaster traits.
You want to start in the middle though, the Grandmasters, right?
Yes.
Okay.
When call in a response, when you use an instrument above the note threshold, create an after image that plays that instrument after a delay. So you have to be at max notes.
First one, just call and response, we already talked about in the blog post. When you use an instrument at the note threshold, you're going to create an after image that will play the same instrument after a delay. After image here basically means phantasm that's not a phantasm. It'll appear in the world, but it won't be targetable, and it won't give you a note when it goes away. We didn't want you to get a free note when you're already requiring notes for this. That's why we kind of created this new type of illusion. But as you can see with what Cal's doing, as you get those notes and you play the loot, it'll spawn and then play the loot again. So it can double the CC from your drum, it can double the healing from your harp. It can also just get you more damage. So pretty versatile trait. We can move on to the bottom trait, Altered Chord. This trait's going to focus around Crescendo. It's going to have 2 effects.
Crescendo prompts your last played instrument to take the spotlight, augmenting Crescendo's effects. Playing an instrument recharges Crescendo. Altered Chord, plus 25% damage. Confusion, 3-second daze, healing. Oh, okay, the first one is Lute is 25% more damage. The Flute is Confusion. The Drum has a Disable. And the Harp gets more healing. Recharge time reduced by 2 seconds.
The first one is just whenever you use an instrument, it's going to reduce the cooldown of Crescendo a bit. And then it's going to have an additional effect that cares about the instrument you played right before you press Crescendo. So Crescendo's effects are going to be augmented based on the instrument you played last. So kind of the gameplay around this trait is you want to be using your instruments as much as possible to get more Crescendos out, but it also wants you to make sure that you know when you're about to Crescendo so you can keep an instrument to get the right bonus. Again, giving you kind of varied utility from this. You know, you can get more healing, more CC, just depends on how you want to play. And lastly, we can go to the top Grandmaster, which is Fortissimo.
After using Crescendo, gain a note every interval for a duration. Gain increased attributes for each instrument that you have playing. So you gain 5% increase to all stats per instrument that you have out. And there's 4 instruments, so you get up to 20% from that. This lasts 5 seconds, and you gain a note every second for 5 seconds, allowing you basically to machine gun out more skills.
This one's kind of going to try and alter how you use Crescendo in general. The first effect it has is going to give you an attribute bonus for having your instruments up in the stacks. So if you have 2 instruments, it'll be 10%. If you have all 4, 20%. That's a pretty big number. And it's going to cause Crescendo when you use it to give you a note per second for a duration. So right now it'll give you 6 notes pretty rapidly. So instead of, normally you want to use Crescendo as your finisher, you want to use it as your opener here. So you're going to Crescendo, then it's going to give you a lot of notes. You're going to get your instruments. So this gives you a lot of note generation. So you can have, have the possibility of having 3 or 4 instruments up for a high duration to get value out of that attribute increase.
Definitely set up the elite pretty well as well.
Yes. I think that covers it for the traits. I mentioned before talking about, Troubadour and Chronomancer, fitting them into supports, but kind of readjusting where things live. I think while we're doing traits can show off, like an example of that is Bountiful Disillusionment. Before stability was put on the distortion slot, and it was pretty powerful, especially with Chronomancer's ability to double that and things being instant cast. So we're shifting around the bonuses back a little, putting regen back on that F4 slot and changing the F5 slot to be stability. To kind of give Troubadour better access to that and have specific things that the Troubadour can be better at than Chronomancer, and in turn, hopefully going back in Chronomancer and strengthening up its identity that we had to, think about. We had to remove a bit of it when we added support things because it was just very powerful, especially with C-splits. The goal is that we can put more things in Troubadour's kit so that Chronomancer can be what it wants to be again.
And the goal is that Chrono will still be viable as a support build, right?
Yes, very much so.
Won't be able to do all the things that it is able to do.
Yeah.
They're just half-gutting it. Okay.
That kind of covers it for
anything else?
Honestly, their description of this reminds me a lot from back when I played World of Warcraft, during the early days when Alliance had the Paladins and Horde had the Shamans, and the opposite was not true. The Alliance did not have access to Shamans, Horde did not have access to Paladins. So anytime they buffed or nerfed Paladins and Shamans, because they would always have to be compared against each other, and they each had their own things, but they were constantly on a scale against one another for balancing. And then finally, when they just gave in and gave Horde Paladins and gave Alliance Shamans, then they got the freedom to make each of them be their own thing and not constantly be on a scale weighing against the other one.
I think hover over all those traits, make sure people got screenshots.
Get ready for your screenshots. We'll do all the traits, and then all the skills. Surely Taylor will fill the air as I hover over these things with his new and improved microphone.
No, I just need more water.
Probably need more water.
Yep. Crescendo using the skill. But I think all the instruments, kind of the concept of being, a one-person band. You're a mesmer taking your illusions to have all your instruments playing behind you instead of like leading other people, so you can be your own concert and be your own conductor. That's kind of the initial idea that went behind all of these skills.
You're almost done. Could probably go way faster. The chat is all on top of these screenshots.
Yeah.
Just give them like 1 pixel and go back in the pod. Earn a Valiant Marshal. Was the last one?
And again, gonna plug the book Ghosts of Ascalon, Dougal Keen. If you don't know who that is,
I already plugged it, dude. It's fine.
Very good book. Release. I have my own copy. Cal has his own copy. Because we're just such lore heads.
Taylor's definitely more of a lore head than I am, but do my best. All right, I think that's everything. So we can move on. I'm going to switch back to this screen while I get set up on the next character. We'll be showing off Luminary next.
Guardian mains, get hype.
Let's see here.
Prepare your lamps.
Statements. Yeah, obviously you guys saw the video of Luminary. We have kind of the what do we call it? We call it like a brazier. There's been so many words that we've called like this power source of the Luminary internally.
Don't get hyped. Don't get hyped.
I just want to make sure I get the right one. But we kind of have this like Guardian elite spec, for lack of a better terminology, because we're gonna see a lot of things that really play into like that Guardian protective like playstyle. We've kind of seen a lot of different shifts with like the Willbender being a lot more mobility, and then like Dragon Hunter being more that ranged character, Firebrand obviously being like the super powerful support kit. They're all like kind of adjacent to what Guardian typically is and thematically is, but the Luminary kind of leans a lot heavier into just normal Guardian themes. Well,
real quick, since we're kind of leaving the Bard section, now I'm not a Mesmer main. I occasionally dip into Mesmer and try it out. Do a guide, or it's like, okay, hey, they just made support Mirage possible. Here's my experience with it after a day, stuff like that. I visit my Mesmer on occasion. It's not my main thing, so it's entirely possible. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Looking at the Bard, based on just what I've seen so far, the AoE distortion and decent access to AoE stability, based on that trait that they showed, as an Alack provider, I'm sure it's going to be totally fine as an Alack providing heal support. I didn't really see anything else there to make me think, oh, this is so much better than like Chrono, stuff like that. I didn't really see anything else there that I'm like, oh my god, this is unique, stuff like that. It's just like, it just seems to be the theme, Like, the theme is definitely, unique for people that are, like, really into music and stuff like that. But beyond that, it doesn't, to me, at a glance, look like it has a lot to really set itself apart from the others. Like, the fact that they're gutting Chrono to make Troubadour be more Chrono is kind of odd to me. But I guess we'll see how much they change about Chrono to really see how this is going to land on the scale by comparison.
really elevating them, because we saw in the video, we had like the Radiant Shroud set up over here so we can come back. Radiant Shroud giving access to like these weapons.
But like, for example, Chrono has like Well of Precognition. This is like, it's just ample sources of Aegis and stability. It can be, quick heal or Alack heal by changing one trait, unless they change that, stuff like that. So it's like, if we compare what we saw with Bard right now to what we know Chrono can do right now, the Troubadour had a little bit of barrier, I guess, and then the distortion thing.
Of light and flame to the Luminary is kind of this, just like, really Guardian, for lack of a better word. But we can see here that this wasn't quite clear in the blog post, and some people were kind of confused, it seemed like. We do still have the core virtues here available to Luminary, and that was a pretty deliberate decision as we were thinking about, like, well, we knew we want to do the Shroud pretty early and have, like, access to the different weapons. There's the question of whether or not we should do, like, Luminary-specific virtues as well, because we obviously have, like, Dragon Hunter gets its own virtues, Willbender gets its own flavor of the virtues, Firebrand replaces virtues with tomes. But the core virtues are actually play pretty well into what the spec is trying to do. We have like a lot of that protective, defensive, supporty Guardian here, on top of like the more bruisery, aggressive versions of Guardian. And, like...
hang on a sec. Hey, IP. IP is thinking about trying Guild Wars 2. Is there anything I should know? Real quick, IP, that right there is a guide for new players. If you're just starting out, strongly recommend checking that out. And feel free to ask us questions if you get stuck.
Virtue of Resolve, Virtue of Courage, these are just like really skills that fit really well into this style of play, and there's some additional virtue hooks that we'll see once we get into the traits, but it's going to play really well with the virtues trait line. And so we felt pretty good about just having the core virtues alongside the new flashing mechanic of the Radiant Shroud. And this is something that we covered.
Okay, F4 is into Radiant Shroud. The recharge time for the skill is reduced for each unused Radiant weapon in Shroud by 5 seconds.
Pretty in detail.
20-second cooldown if you, baseline. 20-second cooldown baseline.
The blog, but I'm just going to reiterate for everyone. The Radiant Shroud, the idea here is that it's like a different take on, say, Death Shroud or, Shadow Shroud. It's kind of closer to like Photon Forge, which a lot of people realized where they're...
I was expecting a Shroud per virtue. A Shroud per virtue? You're out your blue mind.
There's not like a gating resource. Holosmith obviously has heat. The difference here is that the usage of the Shroud skills is what's going to be affecting the cooldown. So anytime it's available, you can just go into Radiant Shroud. Let me just show that off real quick. You can see like the power source kind of gets consumed to apply like the Radiant Aura here and really...
Oh gosh. Catalyst enjoyers, rejoice! The teeny tiny bar that's barely visible is back!
Source the power of all of these weapons is kind of the idea. So that'll go away when you're in Shroud, it'll come back.
Yay!
But when we go into Shroud, we can see that the base cooldown here, if we don't do anything, it's going to be 5 seconds. And that's also going to be true of the first weapon that you use. The base cooldown is still going to be 5 seconds, and then it's going to go up by 5 seconds each time you use an additional weapon skill. The way it's explained is slightly different because it actually reduces the cooldown, but fundamentally, the cooldown is lower the fewer weapons you use. And most Shrouds, have that 10-second cooldown, so if you go and use a couple of weapons, you'll have access to more of that normal Shroud cooldown, but there's more space to have a really big burst of power, because we see here going in, and we'll cover all these skills again, but come in and use the hammer. That's going to be your main damage-focused weapon. Then like the staff can be a little bit more supportive. It's going to create a symbol on the ground, have some healing attached to it as well. So a lot of these things do have like some situational value. Some of them are going to be the ones you just always want to press. You always go in, use that button, get that value. These skills do still have cooldowns, so you can't just, go in, press the shield block, leave, come back in 5 seconds, press the shield block again. But you kind of have a decision point every time that you go into Shroud of how long do I want to stay in here, how many weapons do I want to utilize, and then that's going to affect like the next time you can go back in. So there's definitely a case where you just want to pop in, use the hammer, maximize your damage, leave, and then come back 5 seconds later. Maybe you want to use the block is a situation that came up, so you want to have better access to that. But fundamentally, it's a resourceless Shroud that the resource is, I guess, the skills themselves, because the more you use the skills, the more the...
Chimera says, this is probably the most negative chat I've seen on this. Everyone else seems pretty hyped. I haven't really seen enough to be negative. So we just saw the Troubadour thing, right? The Troubadour thing, I'm comparing it to what's already in the game. The Chronomancer, the Mirage, and the Virtuoso. Now, the Troubadour is more of a support, so Virtuoso is out of the conversation. Virtuoso doesn't really support. There is support Mirage, and there is multiple support builds for Chrono. And if we're comparing what the Troubadour has been showcased against Chrono already in the game, it's a worse Chrono with distortion. But they said we're going to nerf Chrono to make Bard look better. And so it's like, okay, that's kind of odd, but all right. So really, it seems like it's just the theme. If you want to support and have magic clocks floating around you, okay. But if you want to support and have instruments floating around you, okay. So it just seems like a themed thing. Other than that, it's not really that different. The Guardian one, we're just starting watching the Guardian one, so I don't really have anything negative to say about this yet, other than the jab I made about the visibility of this little bar here. I mean, come on, that was a fair jab. I was jabbing about this tiny little bar here. The visibility is low. It's hard to see. Like for Druid, the Astral Power bar covers this whole section here above the Endurance. They should just do that. They should just have this over here so that you can see it right here. It's just easier to see, that's all.
The cooldown increases.
I don't think that was that bad of a jab.
One extra thing here we're going to see is that there's a few extra buffs getting applied from the minor traits, so we can cover those real quick. The first one is a buff that we're calling the Luminary's Blessing. This is just a small strike damage reduction that's going to be applied to you and nearby allies every time you equip a Radiant weapon, so not the flip skills, but any of the base skills. And then there's also going to be this passive attached to each weapon from the Radiant Armaments Grandmaster Minor that, in this case, we see with the hammer, it's going to be more focused on damage, so you get a buff that says increased strike damage to crowd-controlled foes, immobilized foes. And that's going to persist for a bit of time after you exit Shroud. So when you go in and you're going to be using multiple weapons, if I'm more of a damage-focused build, I'm going to make sure that I want to end on the hammer, because that's going to give me that lingering bonus that is the increased damage.
Playing on Steam Deck, the tiny bar is invisible. Oh, good God, I didn't even think about that. Oh, wow. Did they not say Luminary UI is still a work in progress? Well, I mean, all of them. All of them are still a work in progress. They said at the beginning that this is a beta, so all of the classes are going to get tweaks and stuff like that. I will say that Catalyst went all the way to live with that same little bar. So they have a history of leaving that stuff in, but I hope that it gets updated and gains more visibility. Sure.
The auto attack is going to be a similar, it's just going to be like kind of a burst of energy around you. The
Glaring Burst. Create a burst of energy, the effect of which changes based on the radiant weapon you have equipped. Okay, so I think is that sword is vulnerability, shield is resolution. Is that, I can't tell what the third one is. One of them just says damage increased by 50%. And the staff is regen. That's the third one's hammer? Okay, hammer.
The interesting thing here is that it's going to be a different effect based off which weapon you have equipped. So if you have the sword, you're going to get a little vulnerability on top. Hammer's going to be the most damage. Shield's going to get some resolution. Staff, you're going to get some regen. And potentially a little bit of like a small heal attached to the more defensive ones. And then the bit of damage attached to the more aggressive ones. So we can go into these a little bit more in depth now, starting off with the dazzling hammer.
I guess one thought I have about the I'm still thinking about that comment that said the chat is so negative. I think when Teapot and Lorenity watched it, because you pointed that you specifically mentioned them, that they were watching it while it was live and everyone was seeing it for the first time. I think we've got a lot of people in here right now that have already seen this whole thing. They've already formed an opinion, and now they're here to watch us and see what our opinion is and to see if it matches their opinion. So there's probably going to be some people in here that are just like wanting to see if we hate it the way they hate it, because we're watching it hours after the fact.
Is, again, your most offensive slot. You see kind of starting with the overhead slam. All of these start with what we vaguely call an equip skill. where I perform an attack while equipping the weapon, and that's going to flip the slot over into the follow-up skill, Shining Spin, which is just going to be an A.
So Shining Spin does damage, dealing damage, does increased damage to foes that are disabled, 20% increase.
Damage skill that deals increased damage against disabled
180 to 180 size radius, so very tight radius.
Common theme, we'll see that in a couple other places as well, where this spec's really going to be looking for those moments of opportunity where you're going to land an immobilize or land a crowd control.
Symbol of Blaze. Oh no, he did.
Really
Okay, Symbol of Blaze. Teleport to your target. Oh, that's just a sword. Never mind.
Next up, we have the Luminous.
Okay, Luminous Staff. Slam your Radiant Staff into the ground, granting boons to allies and creating a symbol. There's Prot. Luminary's Blessing. Reduced incoming strike damage. Heal when this expires. Resolution. Does damage 4 times. It doesn't say the amount of healing anywhere on the tooltip. Boon radius 300. Okay. All right.
Staff. It's going to be that staff. It's going to give you a
combo field light.
Passives again once we get into the trade. So this is going to be an outgoing healing buff. The idea is you slam the staff into the ground. It's going to create a resolution symbol.
To be fair, about 30% of Twitch chat during the live stream was them yelling 720p. I haven't looked at the recording of the. I haven't looked at the Twitch chat here since the first 15 minutes when everyone was screeching about the audio. But yeah, look, I love these guys. The production of this could have been a lot better.
And it's also going to grant protection to your allies when you use the skill initially. It's going to give some prot. The resolution symbol is going to go out, and that's going to flip over into Restorative Glow. There's going to be a AoE heal, AoE condition removal, and it's also going to give a bit of that strike damage redirection that we've seen in a few places before. It's going to be a little bit smaller, 10% redirected from your allies to yourself. This one has kind of a safety valve built into it, where anytime that you take damage, while this effect is active, if you fall underneath 50% health, it's going to remove itself from you, so you won't.
Oh, that's so good. So there was, once upon a time, there was a version of the Scrapper, I believe it was Bulwark Gyro, where when you use it, a percentage of damage the group takes would go to you. And, you know, then also it did like the barrier thing. But when you used it, if someone else stood in something that was like a red circle that they needed to get out of, and they didn't get out of it, they would kill them and you. So, like, it's like if you were on Bone Skinner, which, and then like you move out of a red circle and you have that gyro active and someone else would stand in a red circle, it would kill them and you. And the fact that he said that this sponges damage from your team, but it has a safety net where if you go below half health, it disables it, like the feature turns off. That's really nice. Like, the healer's like, look, I want to help you. I ain't dying for you, stupidity. Like, that's really good that that's there. I like that.
Yourself by applying this buff to your allies in like a worldly world environment, but it's just gonna be like that extra layer of damage reduction to your allies. Next up, we can take a look at the sword. Let's get some close-ups on these weapons actually real quick, because these look super cool. Our team really crushed it. I mean, they crushed it with like all the specs, but I'm just really a big fan of like the art that came together for the Luminary. See the hammer there, the staff here. This looks super sweet. We'll see a lot more of these models on some of the other skills as well.
Chat, just throwing it out there. When we first saw the trailer for this, I totally thought that the
really a big fan
the
of, like,
staff
the art
art.
came together for
Hang on a
Luminary.
second.
See the hammer there.
I thought that was a great axe. I misread it so much. I was like, oh my god, they're finally adding a type of a two-hand axe into the game. It's going to this guy. No, it's a stick.
Staff here. This looks super sweet. We'll see a lot more of these models on some of the other skills as well. Stay tuned. Next up, we're going to look at the sword. We start with Gleaming Blade. There's going to be a bit of a...
Leap to the target and slash, inflicting cripple and vulnerability. Luminary's Blessing, reduced incoming strike damage. Heal when this expires. Cripple, vuln, combo finisher leap. 450 range.
Ability, we leap in, do initial slash, do some cripple, do some vulnerability. That's going to follow up into Lucent Thrust, just a quick sword stab. That's going to immobilize movement impaired foes. So a pretty natural combo. You leap in, apply cripple, and then you potentially land and immobilize, which can then play into like your hammer CC, hammer damage. You do equip both the sword and the shield anytime you use either of the sword or the shield. Just because it looks way cooler. Like, it just looks way cooler to have a sword and a shield equipped than to just have a sword or just have a shield. But you will only get the passive of the skill you actually use. So if you ever get the sword passive, which is going to be an increased movement speed. So this is, again, that more mobility-focused slot. You can leap in, leap away, and then get a little extra burst of speed to chase down your enemy or run away from your enemy. And then last up, we're going to take a look at the Radiant.
Radiant Bulwark. Block attacks. Grant Aegis to nearby allies on activation. 30-second cooldown. Aegis for the whole group. 4-second duration. That's enough to get the job done. And a 2-second long block. Not bad.
Bulwark. There's just going to be a channel block. Nothing too crazy, but it's also going to give an AoE Aegis to nearby allies anytime that use that skill. So a little bit more of that situational, shareable Aegis to just be that powerful defensive moment. And that's going to follow up into the Brilliant Slam. There's just going to be a quick shield bash. That's going to daze. Pretty short duration daze. It's going to be more of that interrupt value, which is another layer of crowd control to potentially set up your...
So it's basically Engineer Shield 5. You hit the button, you start blocking, you press the button again, and you do an attack with the shield.
Hammer skills are your future skills.
Not identical, but extremely similar.
So that's the Shroud mechanic. And I think I covered all the things that I wanted to cover, so we can hop into the utility skills next. And I'll come back and do another pass on all of these tooltips at the end as well. So starting things off with the Resolute Stance, kind of a...
Stances. I'm getting stances. Resolute Stance, enter a stance that heals when you remove conditions from yourself, then heal nearby allies and remove conditions from them. Oh, it's like when you're on the airplane and the little masks come down. You take care of yourself, then help others. 7k healing, big number. Healing per condition removed, 348. So it removes 3 conditions. And for 5 seconds, you heal yourself when you remove conditions. You know what this is? This is Bear Stance on Soul Beast with Stance Sharing trait baked in by default. But yeah, 30-second cooldown. Some heal skills have a 20-second cooldown these days. Some have 30 and some are in between. But this one is 30 based on what we're seeing.
A common theme, but not a theme that is true of all the stances, is that a lot of the stances are a bit more unique in what the stance effect is. Here you see that Resolute Stance is when you remove conditions from yourself, you get a little bit of extra healing. And the idea is that all these stances have some sort of AoE component attached to them as well. So when I activate this, it's going to do an AoE heal and AoE condition removal. And the effect that happens in an area, whether it's an offensive or a defensive...
Did they show Ellie yet? That's not even this week.
One will see a couple different flavors, but this is going to be playing into that stance effect, because I'm going to apply the stance to myself that says heal when I remove conditions from myself, and then do a pulse of AoE healing and condition removal, which will then trigger the stance, assuming you have conditions on you. So as you get like kind of one trigger for free, and then the rest of your kit is going to allow you to get additional triggers. Obviously, there's a lot of condi removal in the rest of Guardian's kits, other skills, other traits that can give you a lot more healing pulses if that's something that you're interested in. You can really kind of level up your healing skill through that. Next up, we have Stalwarts.
Let's see. Stalwart Stance. Break stun for nearby allies and enter a defensive stance, taking reduced damage. It doesn't even say stun break on the tooltip. Minus 33% to incoming condi damage and incoming damage. I wonder if that stacks with protection. And resolution. And it also has Aegis. Wait, what? Dude, this tooltip's a mess. See, it doesn't have any mention at the beginning about, like, you know, blocking an attack. It says it breaks stun, but then it doesn't say it's a stun break, but it gives a block.
Stance. This one's a little bit more straightforward because we kind of put one of the more powerful...
And then he says it's straightforward. He's insulting me.
AoE components on it. There's going to be an AoE stun break for yourself and allies. Also going
Okay, stun break for yourself and allies.
to grant AoE Aegis again, so another really powerful button.
AoE Aegis.
Especially for support, but, you know, personal stun break, personal Aegis, and then that personal damage reduction. Just a pretty potent defensive tool. And, as mentioned, you know, this one doesn't have quite as much flavor, but it's just that solid stalwart.
So, big damage reduction on itself, AoE stun break, AoE Aegis, 30-second cooldown. Pretty good button.
Defensive tool that is also pretty valuable to support builds. I'm actually going to skip over this one real quick. We'll come back to it. That's one of the more offensive focused. Let's cover the 2 defensive focused ones first.
Valorous Stance. Enter a stance that causes you to heal allies when you grant them boons. Then, grant boons to nearby allies. Healing 37. Very small amount. But it also gives stability and prot to allies. 4 seconds of 5 stacks of stability is pretty crazy good. 30-second cooldown.
Next up, we have Valorous Stance. The stance here is that you heal allies when you grant them boons. So this is pretty similar to like altruistic healing, but instead of every time you apply a boon to anyone, you heal yourself. It's anytime you apply a boon to someone, you heal them. So it obviously doesn't include yourself. The number hasn't been balanced yet, so the 37
Another
probably a little bit on the low end. But
very similar.
We do want this to be like a pretty powerful effect. Obviously, it gives stability and protection. These powerful defensive tools. Sorry, I got distracted by something else. But we see protection, stability, and then that's going to be healing these allies as well. I'm going to deal some damage to this. We see a bunch of heal pulses coming out, and then, I mean, you guys know how good altruistic healing is with like Empower, right? So you can now use Valorous Stance, use Empower. That's especially a lot of AoE healing.
So I like how he lowered the health of the golem to 1. He goes, I'm going to show you how good the healing on this is, and he hit the button and kept talking, and the golem didn't get healed at all. I'm sure there was just a mistake somewhere in the code he punched in, the dev code, but he didn't heal it for even 1.
In addition to a little bit of stability, a little bit of protection. This one's not a stun break because we feel like it has the potential to be strong enough. Like, assuming the healing number is right, this skill will be powerful enough that it doesn't need to be the stun break. And, you know, maybe you just want to play it alongside Stand Your Ground as well, get even more stability. There's potentially a lot of stability access with this spec that we'll see as we get into the traits as well. but just really leaning into like those powerful defensive boons that Guardian is so well known for. Next up, we have Effulgent Stance.
Effulgent Stance. Grant barrier and light aura to nearby allies, then enter a stance that charges up a burst of light when striking or struck by enemies. The burst of light dazes enemies if fully charged. Huh? Okay, hold on. All right, barrier to allies. 4,000 barrier. That's a nice barrier application too. Light aura to allies. Okay. Then enter a stance that charges up a burst of light when striking or struck. It dazes enemies if fully charged. Gain stacks when striking or being struck by an enemy. When this ends, damage nearby enemies based on the number of stacks. Okay, so for 4 seconds, you're just getting up as many hits in or taking as many hits as possible, and then you do some kind of big boom at the end. Maximum strength daze is 2 seconds. It's a 2-second daze with 4 seconds shipping? I don't know. Man, I would have thought it would be a much larger CC at the end with those hoops to jump through.
This one's kind of a mix where it has some defense and some offense. So the first thing we're seeing here is that it's going to give some AoE barrier, AoE light aura. And then it's going to give us a buff that is basically a charge up counter for this explosion that happens at the end. So we see the kind of this swirling aura. And this is going to
It's Scion from League of Legends.
stack up anytime an enemy strikes you or anytime you strike an enemy. And that's going to increase the damage of this final explosion. And if you reach the stack cap, so it's like there's a maximum of 10 stacks. If you hit 10 enemies or get hit 10 times or a combination of any of those things, this big explosion at the end is also going to do some daze. Probably not super likely in a 1v1 situation. Guardian does have a lot of multi-hit skills, so it is definitely possible.
Oh, so the daze only happens if you have 10 stacks. If you don't have 10 stacks, it just does less damage, it sounds like?
But more expected that you're going to get that maximum value in like these situations where you are able to beat multiple enemies. But the baseline of the skill of that AoE barrier, AoE light aura, which will be relevant once we get into the trait line as well. Potentially really fun and powerful skill.
One thing to remember that was at the start of the feed was all recharges on skills were set to 0. That would change playstyle. Oh yeah, I mean that's why we were reading. I think most of these utilities have 30 second cooldown.
We have the Piercing Stance. This one.
Piercing Stance. Enter a stance that causes you to deal more damage to crowd-controlled and immobilized enemies, then strike nearby enemies to daze them. 20 second cooldown. Does some damage. Damage increase 15%. Increase strike damage to crowd-controlled or immobilized enemies. 1.5 second daze. 248 radius.
It's going to be, again, a bit more offensive and a bit more crowd control focused. So we're going to see it's just a quick AoE daze, kind of lash out with this burst of weaponry. And the stance itself is going to be another damage bonus against crowd controlled or immobilized enemies. So we see, short duration daze, not going to give you as much opportunity to unleash like a huge burst of damage. Maybe your next skill is going to line up with this 1.5 second daze. Then obviously it's going to give you bonus damage off of any of the other crowd control you're going to be inflicting with the skills. And as usual, skills with or enemies with Defiance bars are always going to be susceptible to this, or always reward you with this bonus damage. Last up, we have Daring Advance. This is, I like to call this one kind of a loose
Daring Advance, the elite stance. Leap to an area, tethering nearby enemies and empowering allies. Tethered enemies are stunned if they move beyond the range threshold. It's like Magus Chains? Does damage. Range threshold is 300. Yo, they gotta stay in hugging range. Might, Fury, Luminary's Blessing, reduce incoming strike damage, heal when this expires, 6 seconds. 2 seconds stunned if they get too far away. 5 seconds they have to stay close to you, or else they get hit with a 2-second stun. It's a it's a light field and a leap finisher. So I'm wondering, does it do light field then leap into it, or does it leap into the area and then do a light field after the explosion at the end? Because it might be, for example, Blast Gyro is a fire field and a blast finisher, and it combos off of itself. This, depending on the order of the events, might combo off of itself or it might not.
Rotation of the stance skill type because it's more of a mobility skill. We're going to leap to an area, and it's not going to give you, in particular, a buff, but it's going to create this area of power that is arguably the stance, where this is going to be applying Might, Fury. It's going to be pulsing Luminary's Blessing as well, so we're going to see, like, make sure I'm not going to die when I do this, but we can see, like, as this buff gets reapplied, you're getting that healing pulse because it's anytime that it expires in any way, whether it is by timeout or by refresh. That's also relevant for the Shroud, because if you are using those skills back to back to back, you will get that refresh on Luminary's Blessing, which will trigger the healing. So this is a pretty powerful, like, area.
Someone said, how's the lamp involved at all? I think the main thing is just all the conjured weapons are like coming out of flames that are from the lamp.
A lot of defense and offense attached to here. We're also going to see that if we leap in and we strike enemies, it's going to do a tether on these enemies. That it's a little different from like the DH tether or the Spellbreaker tether. This one is going to be just a stun if you get too far away, but the range threshold is a little bit shorter. So
Okay, so like the Spellbreaker tether, if you get too far away, you get pulled into the warrior. This one doesn't pull you, but it stuns you.
The idea is that, you know, stun is a little bit harder to avoid, but it's not quite as powerful as getting pulled back, and it will, again, set up some of your skills that care about striking crowd-controlled bows. And I'm just going to use the skill a few times because the art is fantastic. I love this area. It's like the arena of
I like
weapons.
it too. Looks good.
You are free. It's not a ring of warding naturally. If you have the tether attached, you can just walk out of it. You might get stunned, but it looks very cool, very threatening. And it's also a light field, which is cool because you can get some light aura. We also have the light field on the staff skill, radiant staff skill. Light aura will be relevant as we talk about the traits here in just a second, but I'm going to take a quick break for water. And we see some nice temporary icons, blast from the past. These are not quite...
Okay, so there's some placeholder icons on that bottom row there.
For anyone who remembers back in the day.
So every single trait icon down there is a placeholder.
All right, let's talk about some traits. So as with all the elite specs, this is just kind of the minor trait that explains the progression mechanics and all those things.
Okay, so it just says harness light and flame to bolster yourself and allies or disrupt your enemies. Gain access to radiant shroud and stance skills.
But starting with the trait that actually do things, we kind of...
All right, Luminary's Blessing. Let's see, Light's Gift. Gain Vitality. Grant Luminary's Blessing to allies when you equip a radiant weapon. Gives you 180 Vitality, and the Blessing reduces incoming strike damage by 10%. Heal when this expires. That's crazy. Okay, so real quick, Protection. Reduces incoming damage by 33%, I think. Some classes have traits that make this even higher, but we are used to, at pretty much all times when we're in PvE in group situation, taking 2/3 of the damage that the game, you know, throws at us, right? The game throws 1,000 damage at you, you're taking 666 because of prot most of the time you're in a group. This is 10% damage reduction. So instead of taking, you know, 33%, you'd be taking 43% less. Unless it's multiplicative. I'm not sure if it's multiplicative or if it's additive. But the point is, like, every additional damage reduction that you are getting stacked on you, like Dwarf Stance from Revenant, for example, is very noticeable because, you know, after prot, you're just, you know, shredding that incoming damage even more. So that little 10% there is actually quite nice. It's one of the reasons the take 10% less damage food buff is so popular for the same reason. That's actually a really good passive.
Seeing both of these already from using the Shroud skills. Light's Gift is going to be a little bit of extra vitality buff, and then this...
Like, I as a support enjoyer, I'm more excited seeing that passive than any of the weapons they just showed. Not that they were bad, but I'm just like, wow, that's nice.
It's going to be the source of Luminary's Blessing. Every time you equip a radiant weapon, it will do this to allies in the area. This duration is going to be a little bit shorter in competitive modes. Here we see, you know, some of these tuning paths. Right now it's 6 seconds. It's going to be about 3 seconds in competitive modes. But again, the idea is you get this kind of short duration of strike damage reduction, and then when that ends, it's going to give you a little bit of healing. That's obviously true for all of the allies that you affect with it as well. And then we see the bonuses.
Okay, Radiant Armaments. Gain a bonus based on your equipped Radiant weapon. The bonus lingers for a period of time after exiting Shroud. Hammer deals increased strike damage to controlled and immobilized foes. Sorry, I'm trying to... I think that's staff? Plus 15% healing increase to others. That has to be staff. Sword, plus 33% to movement speed. Okay, usually movement speed effects do not stack. It just uses the best one you've got. So if you've got swiftness... This is the equivalent of swiftness. So if you've already got swiftness, it does nothing. But if you don't have it, it's basically swiftness that cannot be removed or corrupted or boon ripped. So that has strengths in some, you know, if you're in PvP, no one can remove that from you until it runs out on its own. But if you have super speed, it just overwrites it. You know, you're not going to get super speed plus this. Radiant Armament Shield reduces incoming strike damage from nearby enemies. It doesn't say by how much. Is that the same tooltip as the last one they showed? No, that's different. Okay, so tooltip incomplete. The shield one doesn't say how much it reduces the strike damage by.
Here from Radiant Armaments, every time you, or while you have an equipped Radiant weapon, you're gonna get a weapon. You're gonna get a passive bonus based off which weapon you equip that will linger for a little bit of time after exiting Shroud. So we see again here the hammer, bonus damage against crowd controlled and immobilized foes. Staff giving you that increased outgoing healing. Sword with the increased movement speed, and shield giving you that incoming strike damage reduction against nearby enemies. Moving into the adept traits, we have Shimmering Stances. You're going to have a stance trait for the spec.
Stances grant protection to affected allies and blind affected enemies.
So we see some stances that affect allies, some that affect enemies. So stances that affect allies will also get protection bonus here, and stances that affect enemies will inflict blind. Some of the stances do both, so you will get kind of both these bonuses attached to those stances. Pretty powerful trait, assuming you have like a decent number of stances on your bar. Next up.
Gain light aura when you use a healing skill. Light aura for seconds, minus 10% increase condition damage. Let's see. Bish says, I don't get the healing stuff when it barely heals. Does the AA and Shroud heal? It has a few combinations of utilities on the bar that can do healing, as well as whenever you use the staff, when you hit F4 and you go into, what is it called? A Luminary Shroud, and then you use the staff, that does healing. And then keep in mind, you also still have access to your 2 weapons from, base Guardian. So, like, you could have the support staff on your bar from that as well, and so on and so on.
We have Shining Restoration. This is kind of the first of the middle row of traits that are going to be Light Aura adjacent. And so here, this one's pretty straightforward. When you use a healing skill, you get an extra Light Aura. Light Aura in itself, increased Condi damage reduction. Not the most exciting, but not too weak, and we're going to see a lot of Light Aura synergy as we move down the trait line.
Persistent Blessing. Refresh the duration of your Luminary's Blessing and trigger its healing when you exit Shroud.
Next up, we have Persistent Blessing. This is going to give you a quick refresh of Luminary's Blessing when you exit Shroud. So, go in, use all the weapons that you want to, and then as you're exiting Shroud, you're just going to get a nice little refresh on that duration of that damage reduction and get an extra healing trigger as well. So more of a defensive trait if you don't have a bunch of stances equipped for Shimmery stances. Next up, we have Steadfast Recovery. This is a personal sustain trait. It's going to give you a pulsing health regen if you have protection or resolution. Starts off with a smaller number than other things that we've seen, like Rugged Growth, for example.
Harbinger and Soul Beast both have something similar to this.
Because it is going to count twice if you have both of these.
If you have
so protection,
well.
I get this 120 heal pulse, I have these scales with healing power and all that jazz. But if I have prot and resolution, then I'm going to get twice as much healing every pulse. Obviously vulnerable to wound removal, but if you are maintaining protection and resolution, you can potentially get a lot of sustain from this trait.
Purging Light, remove Condis from nearby allies when you grant yourself Light Aura. And we've already seen a few skills in this guy's kit that can grant Light Aura.
Next up, you have Purging Light. Every time that you apply a Light Aura to yourself, you're going to do an AoE condition removal for you and your allies. We're still trying to find the right balance on this one. If one is enough with kind of the amount of Light Aura that's added to this spec. Obviously, Core Guardian has a lot of Light Aura sources as well. But now we're adding like more Light Fields, more Elite Finishers, a lot of extra triggers of Light Aura. So this might not be strong enough at 1. It could be 2, or maybe it could be 2 for yourself, 1 for allies. There's a lot of knobs here that we can balance this trait with. But the idea is grant Light Aura, remove conditions from allies. And last up, we have kind of more of a damage-focused trait here. This is going to be Empowered Armaments. So every time that you equip a Radiant weapon, it's going to give you kind of this duration stacking damage buff that we've seen on a number of specs.
So, gain increased strike damage when you equip a Radiant weapon. For 6 seconds, it gives you 15% more damage. The max duration of this buff is 20 seconds. So if you just cycled through 4 of the Radiant weapons and then put the whole kit away, you would have 20 seconds of this buff. But for every Radiant weapon you cycle through, you increase the cooldown of it. So I don't know if you could have this out 100% of the time. Maybe Snowcrow's nerds could, and I say that in a fond way, could find some way of doing it. Maybe with Alacrity or something.
Every time that you use a Radiant weapon, you'll get additional duration of this. So this is another incentive to use more weapons each time that you go into Shroud. Obviously, Hammer is going to be the main damage focus. Staff is going to give you that symbol, which will be relevant for symbol traits, and also be a reasonable amount of damage once we get the number right. And Sword's obviously going to have a decent amount of damage attached to it as well. So there is already some incentives to use more weapons, but here's another incentive to use more weapons, is to get more damage. I'm going to start in the center. That seems to be a trend for the stream, starting with the middle.
Sovereign of Light. Your Light Aura detonates, damaging nearby foes and healing nearby allies. Again, reminded of Scion. Let's see, does damage, does healing, does resolution, 5 targets, 300 radius. Gain Light Aura when entering Radiant Shroud. Luminary skills detonate Light Aura, damaging enemies and healing allies.
Grandmaster Major trait. This is the Sovereign of Light. It's kind of a play on the King of Fire's trait that Berserker has in name and in functionality. So we're going to see another Light Aura trigger here that if I have this trait equipped, when I enter Shroud, I'm going to get a Light Aura. And then all of your Luminary skills, so that will be Radiant Shroud skills and Stance skills, will detonate that Light Aura, and that's going to do some AoE damage, it's going to do AoE healing, and it's going to give some AoE resolution as well. We can see we pop in, use a Hammer skill, we're going to get a little bit of a Light Aura explosion there. And, it's going to be hopefully a reasonable amount of damage, reasonable amount of healing. Resolution, pretty relevant for all the Guardian traits that love resolution. So an interesting trait if you really want to lean into like that, kind of like a middle ground bruisery playstyle. We're going to have some damage, some defense, and some support. Potentially an interesting trait selection. If you're going to be more of that boon support, then Illuminating Inspiration is going to be the trait.
Alacrity. Grant boons to nearby allies when you use a Virtue skill. Reduce the recharge of Virtue skills when you equip a Radiant weapon. Baseline Alacrity application is 5.5 seconds. So we're looking at the possibility of heal Alack Luminary and DPS Alack Luminary.
You want to take, here we see grant boost nearby allies when you use a virtue skill, and then reduce the recharge of your virtue skills when you equip a radiant weapon. So this obviously is going to be all of your virtue skills granting alacrity in PvE, and it's going to be something a little bit different in competitive modes. But then you can go into Shroud and use some radiant weapons, get some cooldown reduction, and that's going to then give you access to like more boons. And you know, reducing the recharge time of your virtues is even better when you have other traits that care about virtues, say from the virtue trait line, potentially a really strong trait for like those supportive guardians that, you know, that's more indomitable courage procs, more absolute resolve procs, more of the just all the boons, all the triggers from virtue traits if you have this trait equipped, and utilize all of the skills in your shroud. And last up, we have kind of the flip of the alternative to recharging your virtues by using your weapon skills. Now you're going to recharge your weapon skills by using your virtues, and this one's intended to be a bit more.
Just like, hey, is it bedtime? You're just visiting. Okay.
Offensive focused. I mean, obviously recharging staff is going to be good for support builds, but you're going to lose access to some of those boons and some of those.
So Master at Arms reads, using a virtue skill recharges radiant weapon skills, Justice recharges hammer, Resolve recharges staff, Courage recharges sword and shield by 100%.
Extra virtue triggers. This is intended to be more like a bursty trait where using virtues are going to give you a full recharge of the radiant weapon skill. So here we see that if you use Justice, that's going to fully recharge your hammer. So I can go in, use hammer, use Justice, use hammer again, and that's not going to. The cooldown is still going to be based off each unique weapon that you use. So if I go in and I use hammer twice, or even 3 times if I use, say, renewed focus and recharge my Justice and then do it all again, that's still only going to count as one weapon used for the sake of the cooldown reduction. But you can see that we can get some pretty bursty moments if we go in, use all these skills, recharge them all with the virtues, and then, you know, we can do it all again with renewed focus if we really want to. So you are the Master at Arms. You get to use all the weapons really as much as you want. Well, not as much as you want, but significantly more than builds with different traits. And, you know, pretty fun to play with, and potentially very powerful DPS trait. So I think I got through everything, so we're just going to do some hovering of things for just a minute here. We'll go over all the traits again, and then over all of the skills again. What do you think about Luminary, Taylor?
You know, while you're doing that, you know, question, what roles do you think, you know, the spec will see in the game? Like, how would it play in PvE or maybe Worldly World?
Yeah, so it's definitely going to have access to, you know, alacrity, so we do expect especially a DPS alac build to be relevant for PvE, obviously the pure damage build for sure. I think we definitely want to see like some more of a supportive role as well. It might not quite reach the level of like a pure healer, but we see like all the boon access that it has access to, a lot of stability, a lot of protection, a lot of these like core defensive boons. So it might not be like as much of a pure healer. Obviously, you can still spec into like as much of a healer as you want with your other traits and your weapon selections and your skill selections. It might not reach the level of some other support builds, but it is going to be like a decent middle ground of like great boon access, good damage, more that like bruisery playstyle, and then a lot of powerful defensive boons.
Dude, if you just had one of these in your group that's just like pure DPS, but they still provide that whole group takes 10% less damage thing, assuming that was whole group and not just self only, that would be amazing.
Yeah, I think people have been asking for a long time. A lot of Guardian specs take Guardian a different way, but I think kind of a more traditional, you know, stalwart figure with a sword and the shield hasn't really been represented as much as people would like for Guardian. So I think, you know, the spec trying to...
Where are you watching this VOD? It's from their Twitch channel. I'll drop a link in the chat if you want to see it.
Step in those shoes, correct?
Definitely. You enter Shroud a bunch of times because keep expiring.
All right, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. He's just hovering over icons so people can take screenshots.
Decided to show it.
All right, I'm gonna,
you know, background of blog post, part of Ranger Archer character post spec, so Ranger is kind of that for them. But with marksmanship, new weapon called the Cyclone Bow. So if you
okay, so we're talking about Ranger now.
The Galeshot, it is kind of an archer spec. You're going to get access to this new weapon called the Cyclone Bow. I think talk about design goals. Part of Ranger's identity is definitely being a bow user. With marksmanship, I think a lot of people when they first start playing the game, some people like to gravitate towards the archer characters, and so Ranger is kind of that for them. But then when they got to elite specs, there wasn't really one that elevated that fantasy. So that's what the Galeshot's trying to do, is kind of be that signpost spec for if you really like playing archers in games. There's a lot of archers in our game, but Galeshot is like the one that's highly focused on that fantasy. So, you know, part of the Tyrian Alliance, you know, the Tengu are teaching Rangers how to control wind magic.
Okay, so I just want to point something out. And again, this isn't like a huge complaint. I think this is like fair. Do you see right here? Look at the size of that. This is clearly something new for Galeshot. I'm guessing these are the feather ammunition, and I'm guessing F5 goes into the Galeshot thing, right? Look at the size of this compared to that teeny tiny little bar that the Luminary had, right? I'm just saying I would like to see something like this for Luminary. That's it. Just something that size where I'm not, you know, like that.
It can be even better with their bow. So you're going to see a lot of mix of like the archery, the wind magic, and some bird aesthetics, because that's always fun. So that's kind of like the initial idea and why we decided to go with the Galeshot. So yeah, now we're in game. We're gonna talk about what it is. I think when you first look at the UI, you can see a new F5 skill where you go into the bow and see you have these feathers that are your arrows. These are kind of going to be your resource for the spec. Continuing with the UI, when Cal will use the skill, you see it takes an arrow. And you have a meter where you can see the time until your next arrow. So you're not guessing. You have the recharge there. Another thing you can notice is that Cal doesn't have no recharge on, but the bow doesn't have a recharge. The bow is something that you can always have the option to go into. This is something that we felt was important with the Archer Fantasy, is the ability to always have something to do at range. So the auto attack also doesn't cost any of the arrows. So wherever you are, you're able to auto attack with the bow. Obviously, this is very strong. Competitive mode is going to keep that number probably low, but in like instant PvE fights, the boss jumps away, you always have the option to swap to your bow. And that's something that's just one thing the spec brings that's kind of different from if we just made, a normal weapon that's gated by weapon swap, is that, you could have a longbow, but even there are times where you swap to your other weapon set that you don't have anything to do at range, so that's kind of a gap that the spec is hoping to fill.
It's okay, because you should just swap your short bow from your longbow, and then make sure you have bear pets as well. That's the key.
And then,
I get the joke. Right now, he is bear, bow, in this moment.
So going on to kind of like the mechanics of the bow is that as you see Cal use skills, he'll get this buff on his bar.
Are you watching 2x? I'm watching it 50% faster right now.
That's called Wind Force. Wind Force is kind of, you build stacks of it up to your payoff. If you hit 5 Wind Force, you'll unlock what we call the finale skill Hawkeye. That's intended to do a lot of damage and
shoot a wind arrow. Hawkeye, release a hail of arrows toward your target and enemies nearby them. Does damage AoE and 3 seconds of super speed, 1500 range. So it's got longbow range.
hope for you to cycle through your skills. It plays a lot like a
So you're watching with quickness? Yes. Yeah, you're seeing it with quickness right now.
kit, and we've seen through a lot of gameplay, especially like Engineer and sometimes Firebrand, with these like no cooldown ability of damage and a hope for you to cycle through your skills. It plays a lot like a kit, and we've seen through a lot of gameplay, especially like Engineer and sometimes Firebrand with these.
It's very similar to some of the untamed ambushes.
The optimal play style is to go in, press the good button, then leave. We wanted the Cyclone bow to have more interactive play than that, so that's what Hawkeye's intended for. You want to like wait for your cooldowns, wait to have enough arrows to go into this kit to get that big payoff, but you always have the option to go into the kit if you need to use that evade backwards, or you just want to auto attack some. Maybe you have enough arrows that you can do a few blusters before you go back to your weapon. So it's trying to aim to be fluid and always have options to support this range play style no matter what's happening around you.
All right.
So
Talk through the skills.
Talk about the actual skills.
What is Bluster that you just mentioned?
Bluster is the 2 skill. This is kind of your bread and butter skill. Has a really low cooldown, costs 1 arrow, so you're going to be weaving it in a lot.
Feather. Cost 1 feather.
Just quick charge up, then quick burst. Pretty simple. Nothing too
Wait, it even says on the tooltip it costs an arrow. Okay, make up your mind. Which is it?
crazy about it. Then we go to the 3 skill. This is going to be Fleeting Zephyr, your defensive.
Jump back, release a blast of wind that destroys incoming projectiles. It's literally shortbow 3. Okay. Shortbow 3, for those who don't play Ranger, shortbow 3 is you jump back, you fire a shot forward, and you evade while jumping back. This is the exact same thing. You jump backward, fire a shot forward, you're evading during the jump back, but it also destroys projectiles, which doesn't really matter because you're evading backward anyway.
Wanted to make sure the weapon has at least like 1 defensive in its kit. So you're going to do a leap back and evade. That's always useful, but you're also going to release a gust of wind, and that wind is going to be a pretty big projectile destruction. Part of being good at range is being able to trade in range. So if there's another person that's shooting at you with a projectile, you have the ability to use that to stop a pretty big important incoming attack, and also use it to protect your allies if you see a lot of projectiles incoming.
So CMC just did a command to make one of the golems fire at him, and he kept trying to destroy the projectiles, but he kept missing the timing, and he got hit by all of them.
The next skill is going to be Quarry's Peril. This is going to be a ground target. You shoot arrows up, and then after a delay, they rain down, and it's going to immobilize people.
Okay, so it's caffeine-free barrage.
It's going to do some okay damage, but hoping the immobilize is the main aspect, so kind of lead it into your other skills.
Okay.
You can Quarry's
With
Peril to hit them with a
immobilize.
Bluster, or when we get into the 5 skill, also use that.
Arrow cost
and just some
2.
ranged poke that is not affected by projectile denial, because that's like a big part of Worthy World that we know, so we want to make sure that you have ways to interact that aren't just through normal projectiles.
Did he say if Alacrity helps the recharge time of arrows? Like, I know Alacrity doesn't help thieves that much because it doesn't make their initiative charge faster. Have they mentioned if Alacrity affects, like, feather charge time or arrow charge time? They're not being consistent with that. It bugs me. Supersonic arrow. Supercharge an arrow with wind magic and then launch it at incredible speed. The skill grants additional wind force.
And then we can get on to the 5 skill, which is like kind of another capstone skill. Supersonic Arrow. It's going to be very strong. It's going to take a lot of arrows, but hopefully worth the payoff. You're going to stand still in channel and then shoot a really fast arrow. I think I set this projectile to some insane number. It's almost instant, basically. It's going to do pretty heavy damage, CC, unblockable pierce. It's a very good skill and one that if you're fighting a Galeshot, you want to definitely see coming and evade. There's also something that you can line up with Corey's Peril and then use the Supersonic Arrow. And part of the payoff for being such a high arrow cost is that it's also going to give you 2 of those Wind Force. So you can get to your Hawkeye even faster if you choose to use it. Then, you know,
So the projectile speed is almost instant. So the tell on it in PvP would be when he leaps in the air and does that, you know, big charge up thing. So if you see the guy leap in the air, you dodge roll.
just talk about Hawkeye. It's, you know, intended to be a pretty high damaging skill to pay off for using all these weapons or all these skills while you're in the kit. And its functionality is basically you're going to use it on a target, it's going to lock onto that target, and then shoot 5 arrows at them, and then it's going to look at if there's any nearby enemies to them and shoot 3 arrows to them. So it's potentially a lot of arrows if you have a lot of people near them, kind of like a cleave arrow ability. So it's kind of like the core gameplay loop: go in, use your arrows, come out, and you know, as we talked about in the blog post, mobility and you know, swiftness, being mobile and controlling the battlefield is also part of the spec, and that's going to come through more of the utility.
So go into stealth before using it? I mean, you could. Just with the Jaguar pet now, you know, these days, it can just hit F2 and go invisible.
So we can get into those. The utilities are going to be squalls, which are basically small bursts of wind.
Squalls? The new line of skills are squalls. Okay. Soothing Breeze. Call upon a gentle wind to heal and grant super speed to you and your pet. 4 seconds of super speed, heal, and 2 conditions removed.
Magic that are kind of like cantrips.
Small wind magic? Yeah, no, I know what it is. I know what it is. I'm just
Ranger,
surprised.
so these are windy, small wind magic effects. The heal going to be pretty simple. You're going to heal yourself and give yourself super speed and cleanse some conditions. It's a very basic, you know, heal, but does what you want. There'll be a couple super...
Honestly, if it has condition cleanse baked into it by default, that's pretty solid. Troll Unguent. We heal as 1... do not have cleansing baked in by default. Healing Spring does, but you have to stay in one area for a few seconds. So if it's got the a heal and condition removal, you know, baseline, and then the super speed too, that's not bad.
Super speed tie-ins when we get into the traits, so that's pretty good. But it's just, you know, good value what you want from your heal. We probably have seen this, but I want to make sure people know that there's no weapon restriction on Galeshot. You know, the F3 is just like an addition, so you're gonna have 2 weapons normally plus the bow. There's no
What? F3 is pet back off. What did you, wait, hold on. Did I hear that right?
There's no weapon restriction on Galeshot. You know, the F3 is just like an addition, so you're gonna have 2 weapons normally plus the bow. There's no locking your skills. So now, just wanted to make sure.
I guess he meant F5.
Because I saw, you know, some confusion over that. So then we can go into the more utilities. There's kind of like 2 offensive ones, 2 defensive ones. We can talk about the offensive.
Piercing Gales. Squall, conjure a barrage of wind to cut through your target. Deal increased damage against vulnerable foes. The wind flies faster when you have swiftness or super speed. That's a neat interaction. Does damage. Damage increase per stack of vulnerability. Okay, so this skill double dips from vulnerability. Number of targets 5. Velocity increase 100%, I guess, if you have swiftness or super speed. And pierces.
The first one is Piercing Gales. It's going to be pretty simple, just damaging abilities that you want to fit into like a rotation in PvE or use your additional poke. You're going to shoot 5 projectiles that pierce, kind of like in a pattern to make an X formation that I think looks pretty cool. And as it says, it's going to pierce. These projectiles inflict vulnerability, and then its baseline going to get additional damage increase from vulnerability. So if someone has 10 stacks, you're going to get a 10% bonus from vulnerability, but also deal an additional 20% damage. And then... So
in PvE, you might have this on your bar if it's a DPS increase, and then you just hit it whenever it lights up. In PvP... Talking from experience, like, I love using, like, the Viper's Nest and the other, like, trap skills, but devoting a utility slot to a damage-dealing skill in PvP is very rough when you could instead bring 3 stun breaks or something like that. So I'm not sure how much mileage this will get in PvP unless it could set up some like really sick burst combo or something.
Another tweak to the skill is that it's going to fly faster, the arrow or the wind magic projectiles, if you yourself have swiftness or super speed. So it's going to be kind of trading with someone if they know the timing for it, and kind of throw in a bit of a tweak, give yourself some swiftness, and the projectiles will come at them a bit faster, so they have to react differently. And then the second utility that's going to be offensive is called Mistral. This skill is intended to be a payoff for having a lot of projectiles, using things like longbow, using like axe 2. You're going to create a screen of freezing wind.
Summon a current of chilling northern air. Projectiles that pass through the current become frozen, chilling and damaging, dealing additional damage to enemies. You know what? When he summoned that, I thought it was going to be a projectile block, but according to this, it's not. It's a projectile boost. Okay.
And then as you shoot projectiles through the screen, they'll get frozen, which will chill the enemy they hit and deal additional damage. So this has the potential to do a lot of additional procs of that damage and chill.
Does it have an ICD? It doesn't say it has an internal cooldown. Does it affect allies?
Potential to do not that many, so you really need to plan around when you're going to use the screen. You know, put it up right before you're in a Hawkeye, use the piercing gales through it. You know, if you rapid fire it, it's going to be, you know, plus 10 extra procs. So this is a way to encourage, you know, some more bow usage in the elite specialization outside of like just having the normal cyclone bow.
Also works with any projectile skill, right? I can use my axe and throw some axes through it.
Yep. Then we can move on to the defensive utilities. The first one is going to be Wind Shear. This is just a quick knockback around you, a swell of wind.
Wind swells around you, knocking back nearby enemies and reflecting incoming projectiles. Yeah, but it's only reflect for like a fraction of a second, right? That's how these usually work. Breaks, stun, reflect missiles, knockback.
It's going to, like I said, knock back enemies, stun break you, and then it has a very short projectile reflex. So if you see a pretty important one coming, again, having that, you know, edge over range trades, you can reflect that back at people.
Yeah, so it's not going to let you fill the role in a group that needs feedback or Firebrand Bubble.
Then the last skill is going to be Whirlwind. This is going to be a completely mobility-focused skill. It's ground targeted. You're going to leap through a whirlwind, evading while you're leaping, and then grant yourself a burst of super speed. This is going to be important. You know, if you're a long-range character, you want to position yourself well in fights.
Launch yourself forward with powerful gust of wind. So it's like a jump. It's an evade. It has 2 charges. That's always fun. And gives 3 seconds of super speed after you leap. So I'm wondering, is it just forward, or can you use this to like go up a platform?
Going to be an important tool for that.
I'm guessing it's just
quick
forward.
burst, movement speed, sort of aid. Get yourself where you need to be to, you know, be in the best position in fights. And then, you know, we can get on to the elite skill, Perfect Storm.
Perfect Storm. Release a massive tornado, launching enemies it strikes as it travels. When the tornado reaches its destination, it will persist for a period, dealing damage to enemies inside of it. Launching enemies it strikes as it travels. When the tornado reaches destination, it will persist for a period, damage enemies inside it. Okay.
You're going to charge up, throw a tornado in a direction, and then where that tornado lands, it'll grow larger and kind of deal taking damage for while it's there, so it's a DPS skill. And then when you throw the tornado, it'll launch people along with it. And kind of the special part about the skill is that the launch is variable. It will launch them towards where you target the tornado to land. So you can target it right in front of you, and if you launch an enemy, they'll launch just in place right in front of you. But if you
That's pretty cool. Like, it pushed them all into it at the end.
target it all the way out, the tornado will kind of carry them with you and go a really long launch, and then the end goal is that they'll always end where the tornado ends, so you can get that taking damage on them. Alright, so we can move on to the traits.
Hold on, I want to see a mouse over the
variable
tooltip again.
Damage for while it's there, so you're
Duration is 6 seconds. Maximum launch distance 900 up to 5 targets. Okay. Stationary tornado damage hits 12 times for up to 5,400 base. That's a pretty well damaging elite, especially if like you can what was it? The wind bow. One of its skills was like it was like God. It was Barrage from Temu. It immobilized. So like if you knock them back with a tornado, hit them with that range to immobilize so that they're stuck in it for a few seconds.
going to charge target and go. Alright, so we can move on to the traits.
Alright, traits.
Yep. Right, starting with the minors.
Mastery of Tengu Wind Magic allows you to conjure the Cyclone Bow at will. Using arrow-consuming skills grants Wind Force. After you've reached the Wind Force threshold, you're able to use Hawkeye. Gain access to Squalls. Using the Cyclone Bow skill consumes arrows. You generate arrows every 5 seconds. So it takes 40 seconds to replenish your arrows from empty. Okay.
You know, the first one, just as always, just explains the spec, the teaching of the Tango. You can see there that arrows have a 5-second recharge time to start. Obviously, things can be tweaked like that. Has a tooltip for Hawkeye. Then we can move on to the Master Miner, Bird of Prey. Strike damage increased while you have Swiftness or Super Speed, and Swiftness is more effective. So this is an ore, so if you have Swiftness...
Strike damage increased when you have Swiftness or Super Speed by 10%. Swiftness is more effective by 20%. Really? Swiftness is more effective by 20%? Does that mean that you run 50% faster, or is it just 20% of the original effectiveness on top of itself?
Or Super Speed doesn't stack. You're just going to get a damage bonus for the things like using the heal, get the Super Speed, some Swiftness procs, and the trade line, and just making yourself faster in general. as a spec wants to do.
The Sugar Rush Ranger.
Grandmaster Minor.
Your base movement speed is increased by 25%. Now, again, base movement speed increases and swiftness do not stack. But this means, what that means is even if you don't have swiftness, you run 25% faster than base. And swiftness is 33% faster than base. Super speed, Hawkeye grants super speed for 3 seconds.
Jetstream, it's just going to give you a base movement speed increase. We see a lot. Just even if you don't have swiftness or super speed, you're going to move faster. And then Hawkeye will grant you super speed. Sometimes you need to commit a lot to get that Hawkeye bonus, so this is going to make sure you get that bird of prey when you're using it, and also just a burst of movement speed to reposition after having to invest into it. We can move on to the add-up tier. The first one is going to be Joy of Movement. This is just simple.
Squalls remove movement impairing conditions. I think the most noticeable thing that would be on is the heal. Because that means the heal would heal you, remove movement impairing conditions, then remove 2 more conditions, and give you super speed for 3 seconds.
Bonus onto your squalls. When you use them, you'll remove movement impairing conditions. Those can be pretty deadly, especially with the spec when you'll get chilled or mobilized. Pretty vulnerable. So you have this trait so that, when you use your...
Yeah, and then the whirlwind, the leap away. You could use that too. It could break out of stuff too. That'd be good there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still get out, or just make sure you're staying on your feet with this trait. Then the next one's going to be Feel the Rush.
Movement skills grant you swiftness and endurance. Okay.
Which causes movement speeds.
Whirlwind.
Movement skills grant you swiftness and endurance. Movement skills really good with this elite spec. Sword, great sword. They're not ranged, but they have good gap creators, gap closers. So using this, you're gonna feel the wind as you rush through it. It's gonna give you some swiftness to stay up with mobility, and also a bit of endurance to keep you defensive if you're using those movement skills to stay in melee range, for example. Then last we have Wuthering Wind.
After using Bluster, your pet's next... was Bluster the 2? I think Bluster was Windbow 2. Your pet's next attack creates a damaging swell of wind around its target, which does 1,300 damage AoE up to 5 enemies. So basically is a direct damage buff to Airbow 2.
It's going to add an additional proc to when you bluster. Your pet's next attack is going to create just a small damaging swell around the target. So it's just additional damage on the bluster. It is AoE damage. Give it a bit.
Okay, something I just noticed there. He fired that. The pet had to run over and attack, and then it did the wind around it, which means when you fire it, it gives the pet a buff, and then the pet consumes the buff when it next attacks. So there is at least a few seconds of leniency for if your pet's not in range and has to get in range. And I like that. That's good design.
Better cleave and have some interactions with your pet. Bluster has a couple other interactions in the spec, so this trait has a potential to proc a decent amount, and it's just some additional damage if you want that from this tier. We can move to the map.
Flock together. Avian pets have increased strength damage by 25% and health. 50% more health on burbs? Okay, to be clear, birds are glass right now. Birds and cats have the lowest amount of health, I think, of any ranger pets. They're just baseline hit points is nothing. So if you're in PvP and you're playing a ranger and then you're like, you're downstate and you're like, oh, pet, use lick wounds, and your pet runs over to try to res you, and there's a weaver within the zip code, the pet will just evaporate. Like, it just dies because someone was near it and thought about it. Now this is going to help with that a little bit, but it's not going to make it tanky by any means because their toughness is still basically 0. But that's still a lot. Like 50% more health and 25% increased strike damage, and beast skills also give 6 seconds of quickness around the ranger. 20-second cooldown with concentration, 12 seconds of quickness. Would Alacrity affect the internal cooldown of a passive? I don't know if Alacrity would affect this or not. I'm trying to figure out in my head if it's possible to do 100% quickness uptime on your party while DPSing with this.
Master tier. And the first one we have Flock Together. This is the one we talked about in the blog post. Avian pets have increased strike damage and health, and beast skills grant quickness around.
You'll see another source of quickness
This
soon.
is a pet trait, like you see we've been adding to the core traits. This was actually the first pet trait. We really wanted birds to have a tie-in with this spec. It was very thematic, with the wind and the Tengu and all. And so we created this idea, and we were also like, wait, this is cool for all the pets. So we kind of reverse added them to the core lines, but this one was actually the real one. So it's gonna, again, make your birds. It affects Phoenix, it affects Moas, things with feathers. It's gonna make them deal increased damage and also grant quickness around the ranger. This along with another Grandmaster trait, we're gonna try and have this spec.
Were the Tengu cool with that? Like when the Tengu were like, and that's how to harness the wind. And then the Ranger was like, oh my god, this is going to make my bird slave so much better. Where the Tengu like... You're what?
Do a quick DPS in PvE as additional role as to just normal DPS. So probably want this trait to make it easier. We can go on to, you know, the next master tier. It's going to be Perilous Skies.
Pelt. Fire a volley of arrows into the air, damaging enemies where they land. Quarry's Peril is replaced by Pelt.
This is going to cause Quarry's Peril, that was the 4 skill in your Cyclone Bow, to be replaced by Pelt. Pelt is pretty similar to Quarry's Peril, except a couple of key differences. It's going to get 2 ammo, so you're going to be able to use it more. It's only going to cost 1 arrow, but it's going to eschew that immobilization. So basically, you can get more damage out of the slot, better poke, and like...
More damage, less ammo usage, but it doesn't immobilize.
Situations for Worldly World, where you're going to lose that powerful immobilize. So it's kind of a trade how you want that skill to be used. More uses, which means faster Hawkeyes as well. And again, Quarry's Peril will have additional bonus, so this trade will get better. Let's talk about one of the Grandmaster traits. And the last master trait, last master trait is going to be
Fetch. Restore arrows when you swap pets. That's okay. I like the idea of that. You're telling your pet, like, bring me back those arrows. I need more arrows. I only brought 10.
Fetch. Just going
Or only brought
to
8.
off pet swap. Pet swaps can be interesting traits for a burst of, like just a burst effect. It's going to give you 2 arrows back. Arrows normally have 5 seconds. So you have to wait a bit of time to get a full combo back, but you can take this trait if you want to speed that up a bit. Catch people.
So Beast Mastery trait line slightly increases or slightly reduces the cooldown of Pet Swap. So I wonder if Fetch is good enough to warrant bringing Beast Mastery with this for that.
Block guard, you just need some arrows like use back or something. Pretty simple. Then we can get into the Grandmasters. And the
Cloudburst. Quarry's Peril and Supersonic Arrow reset the cooldown of Bluster. Now, if you take the trait to replace Quarry's Peril with Pelt, does Pelt reset the cooldown of Bluster? When you use Bluster or Hawkeye, grant boons to nearby allies. 6 seconds of quickness. Hawkeye duration 12 seconds. Skills and actions are faster. Talk to me. What is that?
These are all, the theme of the Grandmasters is they're all going to tweak how you play the bow, what its exact gameplay loop looks like. You can start with the middle again. Go for Gale Force. Gale Force is going to augment your Wind Force stat.
Wind Force grants stacking, increased movement, and damage. Oh, thank God. We've been looking for some movement in this build. When you use Hawkeye, convert these into stronger bonus for a duration. Wind Force gives 5% movement speed and 3% damage, up to 10 stacks. Gale Force gives 33% movement speed and 25% damage.
Which were the things that you built up so you can get Hawkeye. It's going to give them a small movement speed and damage increase bonus. And then when you use Hawkeye, it's going to convert these Wind Forces into a stronger bonus for a short period of time. So the goal here is that you kind of have a normal gameplay loop with your Cyclone Bow, and then after you finish it, you're going to get almost a Sikkim type bonus to go into like a weapon skill type burst. So you use this, and then you go do your Whirling Defense, go do like a Rapid Fire. It's just carrying that moment of power farther into your normal weapon skills. Then we can go to the top one. This is going to be Cloudburst, kind of where I was talking about some synergies between it and the other skills. Quarry's Peril and Supersonic Arrow, those are going to be the 4 and 5 skills, are going to reset the cooldown of Bluster. And then when you use Bluster or Hawkeye, you're going to give boons to nearby allies. These are quickness in PvE, it's swiftness and fury in the competitive modes. But basically, we want the value for there to be on the cooldown of Bluster. But it's going to change kind of the cadence. Where you use 2, then you use 4, 2 again, 5, 2. Kind of get a lot faster of a Hawkeye going. You don't have to wait for cooldowns longer, so it's going to kind of condense it. And then also be the option where you're supporting your allies. This will also work off the Perilous Skies. You're going to get 2 pelts, which is 2 recharges for your Blusters, which procs Wuthering Winds. So going like diagonally, got a lot of synergy in the line. Then we move on to the final Grandmaster trait. It's going to be Shrike. The goal with Shrike is it's just...
After a number of missile hits, release a volley of arrows at your target and gain an arrow. After a number of missile hits, release a volley of arrows at your target and gain an arrow. Missiles from this trait do not count toward its next trigger. Every 8 missile hits, you fire 3 Shrikes. Range 2,000. Arrows restored 1. So missile hits could just be like Longbow 2 rapid fire. It could be anything.
It's for people that want to stay in the bow as long as possible. It's going to trigger off of missile hits, and missiles are just like projectiles, you know, from your bow, from your axes, what have you, things that fly through. Every time you hit someone, every 8 hits with a missile, you're going to shoot a volley of arrows, and also restore an arrow. It's basically as you're auto-attacking the bow, or you can swap like a longbow, get a rapid fire. The whole goal here is that you have a lot of arrows so you can stay in the bow as long as possible for people that want to do that.
I recommend leading the wind.
Yeah, I think little bonus. You know, when you're using your pet Cal, does it feel a bit more responsive to you? Almost.
You know, it kind of does.
Oh,
Almost like...
okay. So lead the wind is a trait that makes your longbow arrows pierce. So his longbow arrows are going through these guys, and like every shot is doing like 3 hits, right? And then he does rapid fire, which fires like 8 shots in a row. So that's like 24 hits. So he procced strike 3 times and fired 9 extra arrows.
When you tell it to use an F2, it will do it immediately. You know, part of the spec and making sure things like flock together birds have long cast times. So has been a bit of an issue that for a while pet responsiveness wasn't great. You weren't able to interrupt their commands. We made sure that we went and fixed pet AI, that when you use a skill, your pet will obey you. So this applies to all ranger specs, untamed, druid, what have you. When you use an F2, you know, your white tag will give you Aegis when you want it to. So we want to make sure that when the spec comes out and you're using those birds, they feel responsive like you would want them to.
So there's the thing with the birds, okay? So just TLDR for anyone not a ranger main that sees this and they're like, oh, I want to play ranger. Birds have 4 abilities. All the pets have 4 abilities. One is their basic attack, and then they got 3 more. The first of those 3 more is the F2, and you can tell it to do that when you want it to happen. Like, I want you to do this now. Of those remaining 2 abilities that the bird simply uses whenever it wants to, there's one called, I think it's Quickening Screech. And the bird basically is like, caw, caw, and it flies in a circle, and then after flying in a circle for like a second or 2, it pulses swiftness. Now, if you're running and you tell you're like, you know, pet, give me swiftness, it's like, caw, caw, and you've already left the circle, and then it pulses swiftness and dies or catches up. So it not only is it like, you know, 6 weeks shipping, but also in a PvE situation where you already have swiftness, you don't want it to do that, you can't stop it. So it'll be like, I attack, I stop attacking and fly in circles and caw, then I attack again. So it lowers its own damage by doing that animation. And so one of the only specs in the game right now that really benefits from the bird damage is Untamed, because their pet is more tamed, and they can turn off Quickening Screech. But if you're not untamed, you can't turn that off. So I'm curious how well the bird will perform for this guy.
There is some strange behavior when you are cheating and have no recharges, but I don't expect that anyone will run into that.
That covers it with the Galeshot if you want to hop over to
The final tooltip pass. Yeah, so that's all of the elite specs we have for today. We'll probably be back next week with a few more.
We'll probably be back. So chat, there's no guarantee you're going to hear about the class you care about next week. You might just decide not to.
You know, when the beta comes out, we're going to be looking for all the feedback you guys put out. We're going to have forum threads for each specialization as normal, looking at other avenues as well, other social media is going to read all you guys say. You know, the beta is for the feedback, what you guys like, what you guys don't like, number tuning, of course, the art, the audio, everything. So, you know, we're just as excited as you guys are for you guys to get your hands on these things.
Yeah, and I guess we can just...
My post on the forums. I don't like that I'm getting a 3rd bow.
reiterate once again, because it's true that obviously things are going to be a little bit unbalanced, most likely. You know, there's going to be things that need improvement, mechanics that are maybe a little crazier than they need to be and need to be kind of reined back in or changed. You know, we've definitely seen, even with like some of the past non-elite spec betas, where we've been able to make some pretty significant changes to things based off player feedback, based off the results of betas, where some things just aren't going to work, and that's not, it's not what we're going for, but it's not something that is really a surprise. Like, we're going to be trying some cool stuff, and some of it's going to need to be adjusted between beta and launch, and that is entirely kind of what we're expecting to do already.
Saw someone ask this, the Galeshot bow will be available underwater. We actually have a harpoon gun version of it. Wanted to make sure, you know, all these spec mechanics will be available underwater.
Suck it, Mechanist.
So you can play them wherever, so that shouldn't be a worry.
The Cyclone harpoon gun.
Gale harpoon gun.
Harpoon, maybe the water spout harpoon gun. I don't. It's available underwater and it looks.
It
cool,
works.
So
It looks cool. All right, we're almost done. Any final words, Taylor?
You know,
Read Ghosts of Ascalon.
read Ghost of Ascalon.
It's a good book.
I think
I need to make some YouTube shorts based on it. I've done 4 of those, like, did you know lore shorts, and they've done really well. I think I might want to do one from Ghost of Ascalon talking about Almora's past. Dude, she is like heavy metal. Dude, she is hardcore. Like, the more I learn about Almora's history, the more I'm like, damn, she deserved that song that Metal Legion made about her. Because, wow. Okay, let's do a quick recap. So, my thoughts on Galeshot after seeing all this. It's kind of cool. I could tell it's going to be a menace in PvP. Okay, anyone who's ever done PvP or World v World, remember a time that a ranger hit you with like a Sikkim Soul Beast, and then he rapid fired you from like a mile out and just like filled you with arrows, and then you barely lived, and you're like, okay, do I try to run away or do I try to run at him and fight him? Now imagine that ranger is constantly running at 100% faster speed. This thing is going to be an absolute menace in picking people off in PvP and World v World in open areas. This thing is constantly at 50% bonus speed and sometimes at 100% bonus movement speed. It can give itself quickness and fill you full of arrows and lead from up to 2,000 range away with some of its skills. This is going to be an absolute nightmare for some people to deal with. In PvE, it's a DPS. And DPS, whether you play Reaper, Elementalist, Ranger, or Engineer, please know that to us supports, you all are just different colors. But you're all DPS. Some of you, the red ones, hit the floor more often. So it doesn't matter. Because you have a ranged weapon, that doesn't mean you'll get to stay at range unless you're in open world, in which case anything goes. In open world, anything's fine. But if you are in a group in PvE, you're typically stacked up so that you get the boons, or so that you give the boons, so that you give the heals or receive the heals. You're going to be stacked up, which means you're all going to be stacked up in melee most of the time. However, there are moments where you're like, you got a red circle, you got to run it away from the group, and you can keep shooting your bow while you're running away from the group and then come back in after. There will be moments. But for the most part, this doesn't suddenly mean that you're going to be standing 30 feet behind the group, or 100 meters, whatever the EU translation to that is. So my own personal taste, this is just me. I wish we had gotten literally anything else. I'm not really hyped about getting a third bow, and its abilities are caffeine-free barrage, a literal copy of Shortbow 3, rapid fire ×2. And yeah, the bow skills to me are the most boring part. However, some of the utilities are pretty nice. The heal skill seems quite good. The whirlwind, where you can like leap and use it as a movement skill, is quite nice. I like the UI that they did right here. So it's like the size of the Druid Astral Power bar that I literally just mentioned when we were looking at Luminary, and I was like, man, I wish they'd given it a larger bar like they did Druid, and then they immediately showed this, and I was like, yeah, like that. So props to them for having a very visible UI. I think that looks good. I think some people would be really hyped. The people that like the Archer fantasy. As a pet class enjoyer, very curious to try out how well this thing works with the bird pets and see how effective they are. Because again, up until now, the only class that could effectively use a bird pet is Untamed, because they could turn off that one skill that sucks. This guy will not be able to turn that skill off. So, is the bird using the crap skill going to be made up for by the trait that gives it 25% more damage? I don't know. We'll see. They said they improved the AI for the pet's F2 skills. Quickening Screech is not an F2 skill. It's a different thing. It's one of the skills that the pet just uses on its own. So I do not know if their pet AI fix is going to affect Quickening Screech at all. So that's another thought that's in my head. I hope it does, because obviously that would be good. I do hope it does, but that's a little fear that I have. What else? I'm hoping that Alacrity will affect the generation rate of feathers in some way, because right now it takes 40 seconds to fill feathers from 0. That's a long time. So, right now, I mean, other than that, it's traits, right? So, like, if you drain your feathers out, and then you, like every 8 shots you like replenish a feather, so you're either auto-attacking, maybe you swap to longbow and rapid fire or something like that, but you do something else to generate them. But I don't think Alacrity is going to affect feather generation, because it seems kind of like Thief Initiative. MOAs will be included as bird pets, though. True. Haven't done anything with MOAs in a long time. Once upon a time, Soul Beast would always be running around with red MOA. But the others, I haven't seen a lot of builds utilize, like the black MOA. Well, black MOA is from Guild Wars 1. Not everybody has that. But like the pink MOA, the white MOA, stuff like that. Haven't seen them get a lot of action lately. So they might be involved in this, yeah. Random thought. We don't know what the new ranger pets are going to be in the expansion. They need to add a penguin. That way, we have an underwater bird pet option for Gale Harpoon Gun. Just a random thought. So yeah, we need that. We need that. Flamingos. I mean, the MOAs are close enough to flamingos. They're fine. Yeah. So okay. So there will be some people that will absolutely love this, and you know what? I am happy for you that you're happy. In the same way that I'm happy that some other people were hype about fishing and some people were hype about homesteads. This just isn't my thing. To me, this is too much of a copy of what we already had. But I know some people will be hype about that. I am not complaining. I saw a lot of people yelling at me on my last videos. I just want to say, I'm not complaining on the forums. I'm not asking them to change it. I just look at this and I go, I might main my Necro in the next expansion. I like Ritualist. And I did that in End of Dragons too. When Untamed first came out, I really didn't like it. Still don't like the green smog cloud. It grew on me later on, but when End of Dragons came out, I was like, I'm maining Mechanist. Mechanist looks hot. And then I played Mechanist through that whole expansion pack for like a year, and then I went back to Ranger after. So I might do that again on this one just because this isn't my thing. And that's it. That's that's fine. We all have things we like and dislike, and that's okay. But yeah, I did like the Whirlwind. I do like the pet passive thing here. They made a nice UI for this. This thing, I think, is going to be a problem in PvP and World v World with the fact that it has got the range of Sikkim Sniper Longbow, and it also has, like, insane mobility. I think that will cause issues, and it wouldn't surprise me if it got some kind of nerf as a result of that. I don't know how they would handle that, but it wouldn't surprise me just based on what I've seen so far. I think that this thing could bully anyone who's caught on their own in World v World, except maybe a thief because they go invisible. Maybe. And that's a maybe. But I think anyone else would be able to you just absolutely get bullied by this. Okay, let's see if they say anything other juicy tidbits at the end.
The push beta is coming out soon. We'll probably reiterate that after the next stream, but keep your eyes out for that.
Yep, and of course keep your eyes out for additional elite spec information. You know, next week's going to be a pretty similar pattern where we're going to have that initial kind of reveal video and developer blog post, and then we'll be back with another live stream where we show off the next heavy armor profession, medium armor profession, and light armor profession. So you guys can do some math to determine how likely it is that your favorite profession will be revealed next week if it has not already been done.
It's 50-50.
As always, stay high.
I did the math for you.
Leave messages that the stream isn't as good without Roy on it.
Not as good without Roy. Roy's like on vacation or something, so he couldn't
He's
even
vacationing in Europe and having a good time, but
we'll see if we can't get Roy back to run some of these streams too. But yeah, that's all we have today. So thanks everyone for watching, and we will see you in the mists.
You in the mists.
Okay, I was waiting because I wasn't sure if they had any kind of teaser or sneak peek at the end, as they sometimes do, but it seems that that's not the case. And there's a picture of a script. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Oh my god, wall of text. Wait, Nog says, oh, the lady who's surviving branded by Crown Couture killed her. That's not related to this. Pantheon, Saving Paragon, Ritualist for last week, I'm sure. Yeah, not sure. So, I very much thought... Wait, what? Oh, it's auto-playing in Art Show. We'll just pause it. I very much thought, based on that one trailer, I guess, that they released. I don't know if trailer is the right word. Where they showed the Evoker and the Antiquarian and the Antiquary, sorry, I'm using the Darkest Dungeon terminology. What was the other one? Oh, the Bard. The Bard, Evoker, and the Antiquary they showed. And I think all of us are like, oh, these are the first three they're showcasing. And then they showed the Bard, the Luminary, and the Galeshot. I'm like, okay. So we know we've still got the Antiquary, the Evoker, the 99% chance it's Ritualist, the 99% chance it's Paragon, and we have no idea what Engineer is. What's the other one? Oh, Revenant. Engineer and Revenant. No freaking idea. I think Engineer was the one that was like the ball with the two lines around it. Like maybe they're splitting the atom. Nuclear Physicist Engineer. Return of the Muckenheimer. And then the Renegade was just like the jaw shield thing. I don't know what that is. The Demon Core Engineer. Yeah. So those are big question marks. I'm not sure what those are. So that's all of it. That is all of it. So that is the Elite Specialization live stream for the Troubadour, Galeshot, and Luminary, and my own personal thoughts on them. Definitely want to try all of them out when they come out. I can already tell that I think I'll like some more than others, but definitely looking forward to trying all of them out and seeing what we think. And next, if we don't hear anything before then, this coming Wednesday will be the next sneak peek at 3 more of the remaining 6 classes in the form of a blog post that talks about a little bit about how they play, as well as one of those sneak peek trailers that just gives us a few, trickles of information. But that's all I got on this one. So as always, what did you guys think? If you've got any questions, problems, thoughts, concerns, or ideas, or you noticed anything? Sometimes they hide things in these trailers, like they'll use a weapon skin that's not released yet just to see if anybody spots it. I was looking for that kind of stuff. I didn't see anything, but that's not to mean that there's nothing there. But if you spotted anything in this, now that you've got the power to pause and rewind, stuff like that, let me know. I'm curious about it. Put it in the comment section down below. Or if you have any build craft ideas, like you see this and you're immediately like, oh my god, Galeshot would go so good with bleh, if you think anything like that, I'm curious to hear that too. So throw that in the comment section. I'll be happy to read it, and I will fight you there. Cut! All right, that's the wrap. How long was that video? Good lord, hang on a second. Let me see. Hold on, I just recorded for that whole time. Well, that was a 25 gigabyte video. All right, YouTube, open wide. Nom, 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 nom. Here comes the airplane. 25 gigabytes to YouTube. There we go. Okay. Hey, yeah. Recording me talking over their 720p video for an hour. 25 gigabytes. New DPS healer tier list. So Troubador, did you hear the part where CMC said, I don't know if Luminary is going to have enough output to be a main healer? But he said definitely DPS support or DPS. That made me go, huh? Because up until he said that, I was thinking Luminary could be a support, or Troubador could be a support, but not Galeshot. But all 3 of them have at least boon DPS and DPS. So, not positive, but we'll see. Should have recorded in 720p. I didn't know I wouldn't do that. I didn't know that they were going to have their production at 0.1% volume and 1000% volume and 720p. It hurts me. It hurts me. Because, like, they even said, we're like, oh man, we did an audio check. I'm like, the hell you did? What do you mean you did an audio check? Like, what, dude, one of you's screaming and, like, the other's a hostage in a basement. What are you talking about? There's no way. Unless, like, they only did it to each other, right? He's like, can you hear me? Yep, can you hear me? Great. And then they both just did a thumbs up. Like, maybe they just didn't have, like, a third-party audio check it. Maybe that's what they made. I hear me. Well, I hear me, too. Wonderful. Yeah, I love them both. They're wonderful. But, yeah, what do you mean that was an audio check? They checked the audio like I checked my engine light. It hurts, because I have to take my car to the shop tomorrow. One of the cylinders on my car is like out of whack or something, so when I am stopped at a red light, the car is literally just bouncing up and down. It started the last time I drive it, and I was like, oh god, I gotta take it to the shop. And now it's just like bouncy. It's like those old Mickey Mouse cartoons where everything's just bobbing up and down. That's just a feature. Yeah, I got a new feature on my car. I can't wait to see 10-man Troubador teams just distort in cycles to cheese Sarah. Dude, I can't imagine that's going to make it through. It was so problematic before, and they removed it from the game. I can't imagine that they're keeping group distort. Sorry, let's just call it what it is. Group invulnerability. My muffler was dragging 3 weeks ago. I know the pain of cars. Of the 3 specs, which are you the most intrigued by? You know what? Surprisingly, Luminary. And I'll tell you why. Galeshot looks like a weaker Chronomancer with a different coat of paint. Wait, I misspoke there. I meant to say Troubador. Troubador looks like a weaker Chronomancer with a different coat of paint, a different skin on it. Galeshot uses the same buttons that Longbow and Shortbow already have, but they're better. So it's not really new, it's just the numbers are a little bit better. But it does have a couple of unique things, like it's constantly sugar rushing, constantly cracked out run speed, and it also had like the movement skills like Whirlwind and the bird buff. Those are kind of interesting to me, but I find those more interesting than the bow itself. So Luminary was the first one that to me actually looked like a new way of playing. Now, that's a debatable statement, right? Because if you're Galeshot, you can stay in bow more often than when you're in PvE playing a ranger and like trying to camp longbow or something. But Luminary actually looked more interesting to me as far as like new gameplay than the other two. Like Troubadour, you're hitting different buttons, but you're doing exactly what the Chronomancer did, but worse. Galeshot is you're playing a ranger with a new coat of paint on it. The Luminary was new. So I don't know that I'm going to love Luminary, but if you're asking me which of the three I found the most interesting, like the most engaging, the answer is Luminary. Well, we'll see. They need to fix that Luminary UI. Agreed. The Luminary UI, and I even pointed that out as well, is that it needed to be larger like the Druid bar, and then immediately after they showed the Galeshot bar, and I'm like that. Where do we mail your new blue cape to? Exclamation mail to get my P.O. box pulled up. Existing longbow, pew pew, Galeshot, pew pew, pew pew pew. Yeah. Is it safe to say Galeshot will be only power spec? Yeah, I didn't see a single condition on it. I didn't see bleed or anything. I think it's power. That's it. How dare you crap on my bow build? I don't think we're going to have a bow build for real. It's funny to meme on it. But the thing is Galeshot bow is power, longbow is power, and short bow is Condi. Like, it would be much better in that short bow slot to have, like, greatsword, because then you've got a block. Plus, remember, there was a trait where Galeshot movement skills would break you out of immobilizations. That means Greatsword 3's movement charge would break you out of immobis, just like a warrior's would. But then also, the Greatsword is the only thing in the entire Ranger arsenal that has a long block on it. So Greatsword is really good for that reason too. Axe for projectile reflect. Axe projectile reflect is really temperamental because you can't be moving. So if you press the button while running, you might interrupt it instantly. And if you pause and then press the button, some enemy thing that's unblockable might bump you and then it interrupts it and stops it. It's like one of the worst projectile reflex in the game because it's very easy to interrupt. But you could use it. You could still use it. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. You need Warhorn for swiftness? Yeah, it's short on swiftness, yeah. You also want projectiles if you're using that one Grandmaster. Have to use Warhorn because more birds. Yeah, Warhorn 4 throws birds at people, that's true. Are they introducing new boons? They mentioned Hawkeye. Hawkeye was a big attack that the Ranger does. It's like when it was the one button. So it was like you would do certain things with it. So right there. Oh shoot, dang it. Hang on. Just a minute. Okay, that's Hawkeye. So after you have charged up enough of your other buttons, this becomes available, and then you press 1, and it basically casts gun. It's just a really big attack on the 1 button. Very similar to the ambush. Muk over here saying he's not excited for Galeshot, but then keeps pointing out tons of interactions on how it'll be affecting different aspects of Ranger in insanely good ways. It is really throwing me off. I'm trying to be constructive. A lot of folks said that they thought I was just like a real downer on the last video I did regarding the Galeshot, so I'm making a mental effort here to be constructive. I do dislike that we're getting take stick and string and shoot arrow in new flavor. You know, I'm not wild about that. That doesn't mean I have to be angry about it, but I do find that boring. That'd be like if they gave Engineer, they're like, yeah, we added shotgun, and now Engineer has pistol and rifle and shotgun. They have 3 guns now. And it's like, why did they need a 3rd gun? You know? I got a 3rd bow. I'm not thrilled about that. I already had 2. So yeah, I find the entire spec to be based on something that I'm not excited about. But there are a few little features in it, like almost permanent swiftness or 50% run speed bonus. That's cool. Yeah, who doesn't like zooming around? That's cool. What weapon would you have wanted? Or a new weapon? So, I mean, we weren't getting new weapons. We were getting new specs. But then this new spec came with a new weapon. I wasn't expecting it to get a new weapon, but I don't know. Just something that changes, something that gives us a different way of playing. This is not a new way of playing. This is just better numbers on an existing way of playing. We already could play bow. This is just bow with better numbers. This isn't a new play style at all. The Troubadour, while it does the same output as a Chrono, it's a different way of playing. The Luminary is a different way of playing. This is you're playing the exact same as how you would play with longbow or shortbow, but your damage numbers are higher. So what would you have wanted? Oh, I don't know. I just they are more creative than I am. I would have never predicted Chronomancer. Like we got someone who's an illusionist, and then they're like, yeah, your next elite spec is time travel. Yeah, I would have never predicted Chronomancer. So I don't know. I've seen lots of different suggestions from people, from like a Beast Mastery build that has 2 pets, a Ranger that's called like a Warden that is more of like a skirmisher type of combatant. I've seen all kinds of different fan ideas. I'm sure they could come up with different ones. But yeah, Galeshot does nothing for me. As someone who has played 6,000 hours of Ranger, this would probably make me play something else. Let's see. I am happy and excited about Galeshot. That's cool. I'm glad you are. I think that probably the newer you are to the game, the cooler this looks. As someone that's very, has a lot of hours in the game, I already have 90% of the buttons that Galeshot does on my bar somewhere. They're just not all in the same place like this. Bow with other weapon. Lol, if they're giving me an amped up bow, this is the best result I could ask for. I'm sat and ready. Cool, that's great. I would have wanted to see a more urban ranger theme and for them to seem more like a thief. A ranger spec where the pet takes center focus, aka grows in size and weapon skills get replaced with animal skills, aka you become Pokemon trainer. Galeshot is like they wanted to revamp Core Ranger but needed to sell it in an expansion. That's a pretty harsh way of putting it, but I see where you're coming from. Muck, does Galeshot compare to you with Soul Beast or Untamed? To me, Druid is the only interesting ranger spec that feels different on core. Soul Beast, to me, in PvP, feels like it's the way it's meant to be played. You are merging and unmerging and, weaving in and out, and it feels almost fluid. In PvE, if you're in a group, I call it Green Warrior. Because you merge with your pet, and then you kind of just forget that you have a pet, and then hours later, when you're done with the group, you unmerge. You basically are like, hey, the unique thing about Ranger? Oh, the pet? Yeah, get rid of it. That's Soul Beast in PvE. You just stay merged with it like 99% of the time, with rare exception. But in PvP, the Soul Beast, again, feels like a very fluid creature, and it feels really good to play, and it feels like it's the way it was designed to be played, with it going in and out of the, the things and stuff like that. Like for example, what a classic combo is like have your smoke scale do smoke assault. It teleports to an enemy, then hit F2 and it slams into the ground making a cloud. Merge with the smoke scale, then use smoke assault the enemy and worldly impact into the crowd. The cloud, which does a massive explosion of damage and stealths you back into invisibility. That's a Soul Beast combo that involves merging and unmerging, and it's a fluid thing that only they can do, and it's only used in PvP. Because it's not a high DPS thing, it's a high burst thing. In PvE, you just merge with a big DPS number pet, and that's it. And then you just forget that it's there at all. I'd play Druid if I didn't have to have the pet. I mean, you can just have the pet just attack on its own. For Druid, the pet is additional utility. For example, you could bring the White Tiger to have a additional application for group Aegis. You can bring the baby turtle for an additional projectile blocking bubble. You've got a lot of options there. I think Galeshot is the best designed one of these three. No Shot Troubadour makes it as is with the group distortion. Luminary is Core Guardian with an extra weapon that they can swap to at any point. Yeah, but it does have a lot of cool, but like that 10% reduced damage taken passive, if that's group wide, that is really powerful. Like if I'm making my dream group, and there's a DPS that provides 10% less damage taken for the group, Weavers are never getting in my group again. Like, are you kidding me? Like, oh my god. That is just on its own fantastic. That's so good. And that's like without all the other cool stuff. I will say, you know what? If I'm going to like find something to pick on for Luminary, besides that tiny little UI thing, hopefully that gets replaced, I wish they had done more with the lamp. It kind of just feels there. Like I wish they had done more with the lamp. Like it's there for like the graphic, but then it's like they did nothing else with it or no other mention of it. The lamp should have been used like the Ventari tablet. Maybe. I don't have an answer to that. I'm just saying, as a player looking at it, that was the thought I had. Galeshot would probably only be seen in PvP World Open World. Everything other just depends on how much they increase the numbers. Yeah, well, Galeshot in PvE is in some ways the simplest. It is after Snow Crows gets their hands on it for 24 hours, what number were they able to do DPS-wise on a dummy? Second thing is, were they able to keep up 100% quickness while doing big number on dummy? Congratulations. Now we know if it's viable in PvE group content. That's it. That's it. It's that simple. Let me fix this. Okay. Default settings. The thing I dislike the most of Luminary is that it is still using Core Guardian Virtues, while that lamp is, as you said, just kind of there. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm torn on that. Because, like, Firebrand, Willbender, and Dragon Hunter all have different virtues. But Ranger, their pet changes. Like, the pet bar changes when they're Soul Beast. It doesn't change at all when they're Druid. Never has. When they're Untamed, the pet bar is a little bit different. But the other classes, their F1 through F4 doesn't change every time they get a new elite spec. Guardian's one of the only ones that has. So, like, Engineer has the tool belt, Scrapper has the tool belt, but Mechanist doesn't have the tool belt. And then Hollowsmith has the tool belt and Hollowforge. Guardian's one of the only classes that got a full makeover of all their F1 through F4 keys every time they got a new spec. And this one time they're not. I'm not that bent out of shape about it. And the virtues are still really good. But it seems like it was designed to work with the virtues with how their traits are set up. And Necro. True. Necro Shroud changes, yeah. Lore-wise, I was really hyped for, but after watching it in-game, it's kind of meh. Galeshot seems like something my brain can handle, and I've been playing Druid for like 3 years on Ranger, because of all the specs hurt my brain on Ranger. Even Mesmer, the button technically challenge, but the effect is pretty similar. What's the testing arena they're in? I don't recognize this location. I just assumed that this was some kind of testing room on the admin server. If anyone else recognizes it, you're welcome to correct me. I don't know this spot. Is that Sunqua? Is it Sunqua? Did they make a testing room in Sunqua? Yeah, I guess it does look kind of like the final boss arena. I never really placed it before now. It looks like the PvP lobby. I've got access to the whole PvP lobby. I've got one of the passes. I don't... Yeah, similar, but I don't know this spot in the PvP lobby. I'm more inclined to believe the Sunqua statement. Let's see. I guess I'm just too NG deprived by a net that I have 0. Dude, how funny is that they're like, don't worry. Galeshots at launch. You will be able to use this underwater. I could, like, hear blood vessels bursting on the Willbender and Mechanist heads in the audience. Just eyes suddenly turning red. Like, you what, mate? Like, I'm sorry, what? What do you mean? Oh, man, dude, during the year I mained Mechanist, that bugged me so bad. I'm like, oh, we doing fractals? Yay. Oh, it's the water one? Sorry, can't give you guys Alacrity today. Reminds me of the old lack of Flesh Golem underwater for Necro 2. Yeah, but now the Flesh Golem underwater transforms into Flesh Golem Shark. Mech even has underwater animations. You can see them when it bugs out. I hope this means they are looking at old specs and fixing them. Oh, I highly doubt it. It's okay, you will get a mech suit underwater. If the X-Pact is some underwater content, it's understandable. They go the extra mile to make the spec usable. Here's a mediocre depth charge. God, that freaking depth charge. I hate that thing. The water fractal. I actually, okay, hot take. I actually enjoy the underwater fractal because I enjoy underwater combat, but I dislike the version of the underwater fractal where you have to turn into a dolphin. But the other version without the dolphin thing, I like it. I like the water combat in Guild Wars too. It's not balanced because it hasn't been balanced in a long time, but I like it. Luminary's virtues could have been made into unique fire weapons that provide more utility to the spec. And when you use one, you pull the weapon from the lamp, and when you use it enough, it charges up a sort of ult attack that dispels the weapon and provides different boons based on the weapon. Only took us 8 years or so to get Zombie Shark. Yeah. Do you prefer the Nightmare Darkness path, the Pug Killer? Over the Dolphin, yeah. Again, just because of enjoyment. I like playing my character. I don't want to... Like, I put a lot of time into my character. I don't want to play a map where I'm a Dolphin. I don't want to play a map where I am Guy carrying Cursed Hammer. I want to play my character. So, yeah, I'll take the Darkness path. I don't have a problem with that one. Water combat's good, but incompatible with how the rest of the game evolved. Yeah, it needs to be scaled. Yes. Galeshot is a better Bladesworn. I don't know about that. I think it'll depend on like, how it evolves. Is the Lush Forest on Bladesworn still off, by the way? I know recently they shut it off for a patch because it was breaking stuff, and a bunch of people's main builds broke. I don't know if they ever turned it back on. If they fixed pet ability usage, there's a decent chance they'll allow Mechanus to finally be good underwater. I don't know. Is the Chalk Egg Sac tradable? The Chalk Infusion's tradable. The Egg Sac, I don't know off the top of my head. I've never held one. Hey, Mugga Chat, sorry to disrupt discussion. What's the command for Mux referral link? Oh, boy. I will happily give you that. Hold on. It's coming up in the chat right now. And thank you so much. I appreciate that. They turned it back on finally. Good to know. Good to know. I would say Lush Forest is one of those skills that, like, it's happy juice for the brain. It was a fun button. Or fun passive, I should say. So it is sad to see, even as someone not currently playing Warrior, it was sad to see that got turned off. Mech can be fine underwater. Grenades are really good. You just lose the ability to really provide a lack. Well, support Alacrity, support Alac Mechanus loses the ability to give constant barrier to your team, and it loses the ability to give them Alacrity. So that's why it really, as a support, really sucks underwater. And it loses the tool belt, because you lose the tool belt when you gain the mech, but when you go underwater, you lose the tool belt and the mech. So you're worse than a fresh 80 engineer that didn't have the elite specialization. It's rough. Let's see. I just wish Guardians have a spec like Fantasy like Heretic or something. You wish Guardians had a spec dark like Fantasy like Heretic. Oh, you know, okay, I was wrong on this one, but when I was guessing the icons for the different classes, when I saw the shield icon with the scratch marks on it, my first thought was the Guardian icon is a shield with like an Ankh on it. And I was thinking that it got scratched off. And I was like, did he like abandon his oaths or something? And it made me think of like the Oathbreaker Paladin from Pathfinder and Dungeons and Dragons. And I was like, oh, that would be so cool. That would be like a dark take on the Guardian. But I ended up being completely wrong. It wasn't that at all. But yeah. That would be neat. I think that would be neat as well. Let's see. I gotta make a thumbnail. I was hoping for the Oathbreaker idea. It would be cool. But it ended up being not that. Alright. I was really hoping for Oathbreaker too. Yeah, it would have been neat. Alright, chat, I need something to drink while this opens. Give me just a second, and then we're going to make a thumbnail together, and hopefully not ruin it. Thank you. Okay. Oh, you guys just got a sneak peek. That is the thumbnail for a video that hasn't come out yet. I tried Heel Binger. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of me. And get rid of that layer. Okay. Let's open up the queue here as well. Let's see. I thought we were playing DNA. No. Let's see. If they want cheap, easy fix for underwater mech, just give us the mech skills and the mech floats around our shoulder like a scrapper gyro. It's just like a little floaty one. Little tiny mech.
Fandral raided my stream with 51 viewers.
That was a few hours ago. Next NG spec is instead of one big mech, a pack of pocket mechs. Lichtenheim, do you know how excited I would be about that?
Dark Machinist gifted a tier 1 sub to Fandral.
I would love
They have given
Swarm of
6
pocket
gift
mechs.
subs in the channel.
Heal Harbinger would exist if the Elixir Grant's prot trait was heal instead of prot. No, Heal Harbinger already exists. I already recorded the video. It's already, it's unlisted at the moment. I was surprised at how good it was.
Hey.
I would say 96% of the content in this game you could heal with Healbinger. Very high HPS, very, very high base health, very high constant self-healing, all of the required boons. And then that one weird niche where you start every fight with every single boon in the game after 1 second. Now, is it the best healer in the game? No, and I'm not arguing that. But is it viable enough to do everything short of legendary challenge modes? Yeah, probably. Mug, I noticed something dumb. They said no weapon sets this next expansion, and so far all the elite specs just summon their own weapons. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Let's see. Bring me a soda, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Barry. I'll get you one next time. I didn't see your message before I got up. So what if they continue this track, right? So Ritualist will summon its own ritual dagger. It won't even summon spirits, chat. It'll just have that bent knife. Paragon summons one-hand spear with shield. Spartans! The Antiquarian summons a shovel. The Evoker summons the fox and then has no weapon in her hand. Will they fix druid skills being used underwater? I don't know what you mean by that because druid skills have worked underwater for a long time. The aiming is different, but they work. Shovel main, hell yeah. What is the quote? God gave me a gift. I shovel well. Druid works underwater, but it's like auto-target? Yeah. It's like instead of like hitting 3 and clicking in a spot on the ground, you target a teammate and hit 3. Or if you don't have a target, it lands on yourself. So you can't just, run into the enemy and just, fire all your spells off and they'll just pulse from you, basically, because you just target yourself with them. Antiquary summons the fedora. I wonder if Ritualists will have more minions that are spirits instead of zombie things. The Ritualist Guilders 1 summoned a whole bunch of spirits. I'm hoping it's like that. The Antiquary summons a whip and fedora. Oh, it's just full-blown indie. Alright. I need... hiccups. I drank that too fast. I gotta find a thumbnail. Could just get a picture of him, like, with the talent trees open and stuff. Alright, hang on a sec. I'm doing a snip. There we go. Oh, let me pause that so it doesn't just keep going. Okay. But we can work with this. Alright, and pasty paste. Okay, and there's that. And where's my thinking self? I'm thinking. Maybe we should use the minion. The minion can think. The minion can thunk. Oh god. Think thunk. There we go. All right, now I need to add some text on here. Let's see. What was the name of this event? Hang on. Elite Spec livestream. Elite Spec livestream. Mesmer, Guard, Ranger. Right, Mesmer, Guard, Bobobo. Let's do that. I can make this work. Alpha selection, select row, backdrop. Focus. No, wrong one. Blur, Gaussian. There we go. All right. Might just be in the thumb covering your ears. Again, I'm trying to not be so negative. I'm trying to be the kind of person where I can or I can look at a build that they make and be like, you know what? I don't like that. I'm not the target audience. I'm going to go like this. That's the kind of person I'm trying to be, chat. I'm trying to be more positive. It is true. I'm not a fan of what they have made for my main class, but maybe I'll be a fan of something they make for one of the other classes. Although I do shed a single tear as I say that statement. Because my Ranger is love. Ranger is life. A little bit of color there. Alright. Rangers in the chat, are you more melee based or more ranger based? I want to point out again, the word ranger is based off of someone who guards a range. A range is like a section of land. Like we have rangers in real life, right? We have forest rangers and park rangers and stuff like that. Ranger is not based off of the word like to shoot someone from range. But I get it though. I get it. It is funny that ranger doesn't have a version that is predominantly ranged Just like how Guild Wars doesn't have Guild Wars, okay? I can appreciate the irony, but I just wanted to correct that because it comes up often. I can safely say that someone will enjoy every spec showed so far. Yes, and I'm trying to be the kind of person that can just go, I'm happy for them. Just like how fishing came out, and I hated it, but I know some of you are happy, so I'm happy that you're happy. Stuff like that. Okay. And just warp the text a bit. I like warping the text. I think it's adequate. I don't love this thumbnail, but honestly, I really don't have to go hard with Guild Wars 2 thumbnails because everybody sees the title and they're like, oh yeah, I want that. Oh my gosh. Chat, let me tell you something that happened recently on YouTube that was absolutely not on purpose, okay? Whenever I upload a video, hold on, I'm going to pull up an example for you guys. All right, so you know how sometimes when you watch a YouTube video, there's like no ads in it, assuming you don't have ad blocker, and then sometimes there's ads in the middle. Those are called mid-roll ads, okay? Mid-roll ads only appear on videos that are more than 8 minutes long. If a video is less than 8 minutes, it will have no mid-roll ads. There might be an ad at the beginning or the end of the video, but there will not be any in the middle, okay? Now, when you upload a video, okay, you can manually put the ads wherever you want. So typically, as someone who does this for a living, I might have one, I'm trying to find an example that I've already prepared. Okay, this one's fine. I might have one that looks like this, okay? So here's a video, and it's like, okay, there's one ad at the end and maybe one in the middle. That's it. I'm not comfortable adding more than that, right? I had someone post on one of my videos today, and they were like, Muck, why does this video have so many ads? It is so impossible to watch this. I'm like, is this guy complaining because there's one ad in the middle of the video? Like, I got bills to pay. Come on now. And I go and I look at the video, and I look at the settings, and I had forgotten to manually add a single ad to the video. So YouTube was just like, oh, I got you. 19. YouTube, just on autopilot, added 19 ad breaks into like a 20-minute video. So it's like every 1 minute there was an ad break. And I was like, what the hell is even that? Are you serious? And I'm like, no, get out, no. And I ripped out 18 of them. And I was just like, oh my God, no wonder that guy complained. He had a right. You know what? He had a right to complain. I was like, what is going on? Like, so apparently, I know, you know, the whole internet is cranking up on ads, but yeah, if you ever see 19 on one of my videos, please know I give you full permission to yell at me because that is not supposed to happen. That is something special. He had a reason to be angry. Yeah, that guy did not have ad block, and I hit him 19 times, apparently. Get that bag? Well, it's a golden goose, right? It's a golden goose. If you add 1 million ads to your video, yeah, that's great for a video, but then people are going to stop watching you because you've got 19 ads on each of your videos. They're going to be like, you know what? I'm good. I'm bad. Is that why some videos have like an ad every minute? Well, there are some people that are just greedy and they add ads every minute. But if you apparently right now, today, if you upload a video and you just go, YouTube, take care of the ad breaks for me, it'll go, I got you, and it's gonna add a freaking lot of them. And I haven't had YouTube add them like on autopilot in a very long time, so I had no idea it had gotten to that point. And I was just like, okay. Okay, so I just imported the title and all the settings from another video, so now I need to update this. So this is something else that's kind of funny, right? You guys know how, for anyone who's been in my channel for a while knows sometimes I'll just do like this. So it's July 23rd, all right? And I do that sometimes just because it's funny and it makes people correct me, which leads to more comments, which leads to the video doing better in the algorithm. And I learned that trick from Josh Strifeface. Just a simple, silly mistake, people correct you and it gets more comments, so it does better in the algorithm. However, because I copied the settings for this video from another video, and it was July 23rd, and then I do that. There's sometimes I legitimately forget to do that, right? It's just like a legitimate forget. So the times I legitimately forget, someone corrects me, and then someone else in the comment section will be like, oh, Muk just does that. And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, no, today I'm just stupid. Like, I have done it so much, it's like I've built a rapport with people, and I've like gotten permission to be dumb as hell. And now when people see me be dumb as hell, they just like, oh, they think I'm faking it. And I'm like, no, sir or madam, I'm stupid today. So, we grade Muk on bell curve? Yeah. All right, so let's see. I'm just going to copy all this. And, see, Elite Spec, let's see. Elite Spec, watching the Elite Spec livestream, Troubadour, Galeshot, Luminary. That's okay. Okay, and then where's the link to it? Because some people will just want the link and they won't want to listen to me. Related links. Boop. And let's do that. Why is there a Dragon Bash guide in here? Alright, do that. Thumbnail. Wait, did I export this one yet? I don't know if I exported it. I did not. Okay, hang on. Let's see. Guild Wars 2 News 7/25/25. It's what the odd ones out do with his videos. He would misspell words so people would ways think he's just being goofy. Yeah. Isn't that a documentation trick to get other investigators to pay attention to? I don't know. I don't know about that. My problem is I usually watch Loranity, so I'm trapped in a hope echo chamber, but to be fair, it's rarely a problem. Janther Walt's ending was just a real big exception. Laura is awesome. I love talking to her, love collabing with her, love chatting with her. She is very, very, like, she sees the best in things. And that makes her great to be around. But yeah, it is, like, I try to be that, but she is better at it than I am on an average day. So there's definitely times where I'm just like down on something, and people are like, Muk, look on the bright side. I'm like, there is no bright side, man. Galeshot sucks, and I'm just like, nah, I can be better than this. I can be better than this. Let's see, minimize that. Okay, upload file and thumbnail. Do you think we'll ever get legendary infusions? That, man, there's such a small portion of the player base that would care about that. I would say if we're going to, it's really far out. Like, we're just not getting Aqua Breather, man. Muk, your plushie keeps moving. I'm worried it's trying to kill me. Keep it away from the knives. Don't feed it after midnight. Bah. Okay, there's that. And does it have the game? Yep, it picked up the game automatically. Yep. Burp, burp. Oh, God. No, I didn't talk about freaking Trump in my video. Ugh. Okay, there we go. All right. Laura knows how to make things more exciting, hopeful for sure. No, I mean, she's just a really good energy person. Hello, sir. I'm a new player in Guild Wars 2, and I started doing Prismatic Champions Regalia Legendary Amulet, and I'm having trouble on specific maps where it requires gathering plants, ores, and wood. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. Is there any interactive maps where it shows the nodes? The thing is on a map, let's say there's like 300 like node locations, but then at any given moment, like 100 of them at random will be spawned, and when you clear those out, one of them will respawn, right? So there might be interactive maps like that, but the interactive maps, you just have to check all of them, Dude, that video was 2 hours. I must have paused a lot, you guys, like, because we watched a hour-and-a-half long video on 1.5 times speed, and somehow the end result is a 2-hour recording. So I must have paused a lot. Okay. All right, well, that's 25 gigs, so YouTube's gonna have to process that for a while. Okay, so just chat for a second, and then we'll pop open our second game for the night. Sorry for the repost. I wanted to get your reaction view on this. I'm hoping Ritualist Necro helps bring pet-based Necro playstyles back into the limelight, even if Rich Spirits end up being turret-style pets instead of normal ones. Agree with you. Here. I enjoy my second character in Guild Wars 1 was a Ritualist, and I loved it. And yeah, I match your hope for that. So to clarify for new specs, Mesmer can use any weapon, Guardian can use any weapon, Ranger has to use bow. Well, no, Ranger uses the Galeshot bow. However, the longbow is also going to benefit greatly from Galeshot passives. So I would say, my guess is if you're running Galeshot, you'll run longbow plus something else. And that something else could be just about anything. As long as it's power. Because Galeshot bow is power and longbow is power. So, daggers, maces, hammer, greatsword, main hand sword, offhand warhorn, all of those except spear, all of those would be acceptable. I don't know which one's going to be best. In PvP, I would say greatsword because it's got a movement skill and a block. In PvE, I don't know what's best. My guess is sword warhorn. There is randomness through the spawning locations, yes. I just started Guild Wars 2 like 3 years ago, and I'm not ready for all my time and cash to be thrown into something else. I hope it's like years and years out if it's true. Wait, what? Hold on, I'm scrolling up to see what was this in response to. This is one of the rare things that anger me. I understand why high school, some don't want it, at least not in the next few years. I get tired of his Guild Wars 3 hype. Wait, who's Guild Wars 3 hype? Oh, Teapot's Guild Wars 3 hype. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, the only thing I have to say about Guild Wars 3 is, like, we've had no real confirmation, like, no confirmation from a reliable source that it is coming. If it is coming, then the main thing I think to myself is how many years out would it be? Because, like, how many times have you had a game announced and you're like, oh, that looks good, and then they're like, and then it comes out like 5 years later, right? Or it's an early access for 10 years, Star Citizen, you know? So it's like, even when we hear about it and they do officially announce it, it might be many years out still. So if it comes out, great. Guys, I will freaking play it. I'm going to be hype. But if we haven't even heard about it yet, it's probably pretty far out if it exists at all. That's my view on the matter. If it even exists, it's really far out because we haven't even heard a teaser yet. That's it. Just shadow drop an MMO. I doubt they'd do that. If it's an MMO, that's another thing we've discussed here, is Guild Wars 1 wasn't an MMO, Guild Wars 2 wasn't MMO, what if Guild Wars 3 is a tactical deck builder, roguelike, roguelite, looter, shooter, souls-like extraction game with a shrinking ring? Like, it could be anything. Like, you know, there was The Witcher, and then there was Gwent, which was a card game, and it was amazing. It was fantastic. Everybody loves Gwent. Like, they might have some new Guild Wars thing that is not an MMO. And who knows? I have no idea. Guild Wars Mobile, coming soon. Don't you guys have phones? And on your phone, the little Catalyst energy bar is like 1 pixel. The Luminary is like, can I transform yet? It's so small. You can't even see it. Guild Wars 2 Souls, like I would play it. Damn it, I would too. I'd play Guild Wars 1 if any of my friends were on board. Guild Wars 3 would be like Rogue Trader for all we know. I love Rogue Trader. I'd play it. The Left 4 Dead, like similar to Vermintide, Darktide. I love those. I'd play those too. I would play those too. There are many genres of gaming I enjoy. All right? And if they did any of the genres I enjoy that just happens to be interior, I'd still freaking try it. I would still try it. Fishing game? I'd try it briefly. I hope it's not. God. I've tolerated a few fishing games, but it's not my passion. It's not my passion. Charmon's just being mean. That's impossible. Charmon is only mean when we're in the same game together. He is nice when he's in this chat box. Aren't you, Charmon? Guild Wars 3 char racing? Would that just be like Mario Kart? But if it's like Mario Kart, that means we also have to invite all of our greatest enemies to go karting with us. What if the first time we see what Primordius's body looks like is when he's chibied down to fit into a Mario Kart? And then everyone's like, he was a frog the whole time? That's when we finally see Primordius from the neck down. And he's just like a frog in a Mario Kart. When it will come out, the question will be, do you guys not have brain chips? What if it was underwater fishing with spear gun and trident? That sounds fun. Can I use dynamite too? I honestly feel that engineers should get a bonus to fishing, because like they could just throw dynamite in the water. Jormag gets really tiny as Sarah body. Don't want to make my PC suffer with better graphic world. Oh god. No, I would just be his head coming out of the cockpit of the car. They would just have a car that's like, it has the cockpit and just his head sticking out, so they still don't have to render a body for him. That could be a running joke in future games. Muck, you need to play Dave the Diver. You're right. That is one that's been recommended that I still haven't played, is Dave the Diver. And you know, one that we did recently finish that I will highly recommend to all of you that aren't here daily? Tactical Breach Wizards. Amazing freaking game. Chat, this game... I hope Guild Wars 2 doesn't see this. This game had better writing than Janthier and Soto. This game was amazing writing, and it was just this little indie game. This was so good. This was so freaking good. I was just playing this expecting it to be XCOM, but the writing was amazing. It was so good. Like every character's backstory had some crazy, insane twist. I watched you play that for 30 minutes, then I closed your stream and bought it and played it myself. I have mixed feelings on that, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. I liked Soto and Janthier for the first chapter. After that, no. Yeah, I'm the same way. I thought they had... Soto especially. I think most of us really liked that start, where it was like a horror film, and Saris was chasing us, and we were like, oh my god, and try to get away from him. Like, that was dark. That was really cool. And then it was like, demons are people too. And then I could just imagine Freerin like, shut up, I almost threw up into my mouth reading that. Like, what do you mean? So, like, the second half was just... Come on, Inner Mayonnaise, really? Muck also loved Good Day for fishing. It was alright. Muck, could the NG spec be the torch emblem they showed? No. That is the evoker. The flame thing with the fox has to be the evoker that has a flying flame fox next to it. If it's not that, then what are they even doing? Soto was demon, Janthier Wild was bear people. Janthier Wild was... Well, okay, Soto, the enemy was demons, but then there were some good demons. Janthier, the friendlies were bears, the enemies were titans. We need to get some dark and gritty storytelling that doesn't have a happy ending. That was the X-Pack. We should have had a Slaughter, not Cryptus, standing in the pool in the Wizard Tower. I just want the engineer spec to be something completely unhinged. Demon Core! Demon Core! Soto is definitely not free run approved. No, it's not. Please kill off Isgarin. I think Isgarin is fine. But for someone who was like so busy, he never has time for anyone. He's just sure following us around a lot lately. I want Living World Season 4 storytelling back. That was really good. That was a lot of build up to that, though. Guild Wars 1 Joko history and Living World Season 4 and Balthazar, all of that led into Season 4. So there was a lot of groundwork for that one. But yeah, that is also my favorite part of the Guild Wars storytelling, is Season 4. Muck, honestly, watching you enjoy Breach Wizards was a nice comeback from you struggling with Dune. Dune is a game that I can tell is a good game with a big following. But I can also tell it's not for me. And after like an hour, I was bored. And I kept playing until the 6-hour mark, hoping it would get better for me. And then I was like, guys, I'm sorry, I'm bored as hell. I'm going to stop this one. So, Dune, the way they did it, if I'm trying to be constructive here, if you don't already know the lore of Dune, you're not going to muck and learn the lore of Dune. If you already know it, you're like, oh, that's so-and-so. Oh, that's Billy. I know him from the 47th novel. Oh, that's Bobby's corpse. He died in the novel 60. Oh, I know that. Yeah, and it's like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff for you to feel nostalgic about here. I don't know what the heck's going on. And it was really confusing. So, like, I played through 6 hours hoping to get some kind of, like, hook in me where they would, like, you know, but it was all just really... It was like trying to learn the lore of Dark Souls by playing Dark Souls. Impossible. You need some guy with an accent on YouTube to talk to you for 2 hours, and then you're like, oh... I still don't get it, but it makes a little bit more sense now. You know, it was like that. It had Dark Souls lore, basically. I wasn't learning it by playing the game. Man of Merc says, honestly, I just finished Janthier. My biggest issue that made it the worst, in my opinion, was shoehorning in the white mantle, and to some extent, Mabon. Really? Okay, okay. I mean, fair criticism. I know all the lore of Dune, but you won't get me playing that empty sandbox. I just watched the 2 new movies after the Dune Awakening game came out. In Guild Wars 3 in space, is Guild Wars 3 in space? Dude, did any of you see the video I posted recently where I was telling the lore of the commandos, the commando squad that's in Guild Wars 1 and 2? There's so many comments in the comment section that are like, Guild Wars 3 commandos, let's go! Like, there's so many people that want the commandos back for Guild Wars 3. What was the game you played recently where you did different jobs like botanist? Oh, The Altars. I did a review video on this recently. It's up on my YouTube channel. TLDR is guy is traveling, he's in cryosleep. His ship lands on another planet. He wakes up, the whole rest of the crew is dead. So he is alone on a ship that is way too big to be piloted by one person. And he uses some tech on the ship and some alien stuff he finds to clone himself. But the clones all remember a different life. So this one remembers going to tons of colleges and he's super smart. This one worked in like an auto shop his whole life and he's great at being a technician, but he also has a drinking problem. This one got married and none of the others did, so he now has memories of he misses his wife and she doesn't exist, and on and on and on. And he is trying, so it's like kind of like you're playing Oxygen Not Included, but also you're a therapist because you've got to keep everybody from killing each other or going insane, and they're all different versions of you. But it was a pretty cool game. Definitely it was worth a playthrough, but it's very branched, lots of options, lots of endings. I miss my non-existent wife too. Yeah. Were any of the altars evil? So you don't get to make every single altar that is on the Steam page in one playthrough. You have to do multiple playthroughs and make different choices. There is one altar that heavily disagrees with you, and it can go bad if you push them far enough. And I want to be vague in case anyone here plans to play it, because I do recommend playing it. Does anyone know why the red ring doesn't appear sometimes? What, like on your PlayStation? Because it's not crashing. Did you manage to finish that game without being butchered? Butchered? Yeah, I beat the game. I got, okay, so there was a bad end, a good end, and a bunch of ends in between. I got one of the in-between ends. So I got a medium end. It wasn't bad, but it sure wasn't good either. This game, like, sounds psychologically terrifying to play. Okay, you know the trolley problem? The game is non-stop mucking trolley problems. It's constantly like, hey, bad thing or worse thing. And you're just like, what the? And no matter what you pick, you're going to get punished for it later. Like every 5 minutes. So it's like anytime you're starting to get into the groove of the gameplay loop, there's like another trolley problem pops up. I don't know what dragon it is, but the heart being corrupted from using too much or something would be cool. Muck, this is Tactical Breach Wizards, but Dungeon Fantasy. Who in the what now? Tyrant's Blessing. It's anime! Tactical RPG, turn-based content, strategy RPG. Yeah, very different visual, but I see what you mean, yeah. So it's turn-based, you've each got moves, how do you get out of each room, and it's more of a puzzle than combat. Muck, look up the king is watching. Oh my god, we're not just going to look at games for the next hour. I want to play games. Just a second. Okay, already that tooltip looks horrifying.
1, 2, 1, 2. Is this enchanted profile picture working?
Roguelite Kingdom Builder. Rule by the power of your royal gaze. Decide between producing resources, training armies, or balancing both while adapting to unique events every run.
You're so precious. Battle means getting your hands dirty.
And what would you know about it? Hiding behind your fancy Tesla turrets, I'm the one actually throwing...
I would try this. I would try this. This kind of reminds me of Loop Hero, looking at it. But yeah, it was pretty good. What's up? Is it bedtime? Chat, I'm gonna tell the boy goodnight. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Okay. I was saying ANET needs to stop using Ex Machina, Heart of the Obscure, for all our problems and all our storylines. Yeah, the Heart of the Obscure was kind of a weird thing to begin with, because they're like, hey, we have this magical artifact that can solve this whole problem. New guy. We're putting it in your care. Yo, I just got here. How about Zoja keeps carrying that? Why are you handing this to me? Like, it was very sudden. We kill dragons and gods, it's fine. Yeah, but did they know that? Let's see. I think it would have made more sense if just they had a... Like, they're wizards, right? What if they just had a spell or ritual that could close rifts, but it took time? And, you know, they're able to do it, and then they also teach you how to do it, you know? That wouldn't have been out of the question. Why did we need this one magical artifact that we're the only person that has it, but then also every player has it? More yoga? Yeah! I want to do more yoga to close every rift. Okay. Let me change categories here. We could keep the conversation going, but while we're chatting, diplomacy will not be an option. Let's do this. Need a new MacGuffin to hoard for our pile of MacGuffins. Guild Wars 2 writing is not good anymore. I think that's too far. I think, you know, Guild Wars 2 writing is sometimes not great, but sometimes it's good. Did you restart your save to start with the Side of the King? No, I didn't restart my save, so I might get killed. What is this game? This game is it's a mixture of things. So it's kind of an RTS, but there's waves coming at you, kind of like They Are Billions. But there's a lot of different ways to play it, and I possibly made a huge mistake by doing the more difficult campaign, because on the first game, the first level, you can side with the king or side with the outlaws, and I sided with the outlaws, which may have been a massive freaking mistake. So let's hold on, close that. But this is our second time playing it. And the first time I was really impressed with like the controls and stuff like that. It worked really well. Okay, so we got a bunch of stinky corpses over here, and our graveyard guy should be cleaning those up. Let's see, wall. Let's put that there. Okay, and how are we doing? We got a lot of wood. I have so much wood right now. And let's do house, and house, and house. And let's do, where is a builder hut? We need more builder huts. Let's do that, and raise them to high priority, so that the builders make the huts to get more builders as fast as possible. Big thing right now is pretty much income. We need a whole lot more of that. Let's see. Make some more swordsmen. Okay, and we do need to clear out the enemies that are on the map, otherwise they will charge us later on. During the final wave, have you ever played RimWorld? Yes. I played Stranded Alien Dawn, and I loved it. And a bunch of people in my chat said, you would love RimWorld. And I tried RimWorld, and I'm like, I really miss Stranded Alien Dawn. I'm sorry. To me, as someone who played Stranded, and then I played RimWorld, I was like, man, I miss Stranded. Let's get these guys and come over here. Also, I love that I can change their formation when they stop, just like, what is it called? Total War. Okay. Send him over there. And we do have this catapult too. Hotkey that. Okay, and let's a couple more houses here. And let's do a little wall there. And do that. Oh, I can't click on that. There we go. Get rid of that one. Okay. So there's more defenses on the eastern side. Knowing my luck, that means they will attack from the west next. Hopefully the gates are closed. Oh my god, yes. Last time we played in this, we found out the gates do not close automatically. You have to manually do that.
The rightful king's called the first.
Now we can increase the game speed, but I'm not that good at this yet, so I'm not going to do that. I think I just had someone die. But I think we lost a peasant to take out a knight, so I'll deal with it. Okay, let's see. House.
The rightful king's called the first.
Try to pick off more of these guys. Okay, did he kill that guy or just knock him down? I think he killed him.
The rightful king's called the first.
Alright, and more dudes. How are we doing on food?
Yeah.
Oh, freaking terrible. Awesome. Alright, so we're gonna have to deal with that in a second. Okay, I guess these guys have like a cleave attack? Because they're hitting all of these dudes at once. Alright, try to get the charge bonus here. Good. Alright, this should be able to get the big boy down. Okay, good. Alright, get that over there. And what else we got here? Let's have them rest. Come over here. We can work on building a wall on this side. And add these to the first group. And we're gonna need more archers. Oh, that's right. We needed food. I almost forgot. Fish. 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 Berries. Okay. Let's see. What is this game? It looks so cute. It is called Diplomacy is Not an Option. And it's kind of an RTS slash tower defense slash they are billions. It's a few things. I will say the story for it so far, terrible. Also depressing. But the gameplay is quite fun. Yeah, if you like good stories, don't get this.
It's called the first.
Alright, let's see if we can get a few archers here. Let's leave one of those. Okay. Also research. Oh, I keep forgetting that. Yeah, need to, well, if I have enough money for it. I don't have any bricks or anything. Builders Guild. We can do that, I guess. Is there a range on the graveyard guy? Oh, there is a range. Look at that. It doesn't cover the whole base. Ooh.
Our fortifications are under attack.
Wait, what?
The auditors say we are running dangerously low on food, my lord.
So I just realized that the gate was open.
The rightful king's called the first.
Oh yeah.
Charge the catapult. Wow, even even with the charge bonus, that did not do a lot of damage.
The rightful king's called the first.
Okay. So we need a grave digger's house out here. And this guy is like the special unit for this map. If he dies, you lose. But he is your only horsey guy. And when he's charging, he can one-shot kill a lot of the weaker dudes.
They are attacking the walls.
I think we're okay.
The rightful king's called the first.
Research complete.
Sure.
Okay. And whoa, what are we getting hit by? Walking corpse? What? This whole game so far we've been fighting peasants.
They are
Okay.
attacking again.
Let's see. Store. Let's get a granary. Getting more archers over here on these walls.
The rightful king's called the
The king is a necromancer? I guess so.
Our fortifications are under attack.
It's called the first.
Dude, this camp is huge. What the heck? Back Scott up.
Our fortifications are under attack.
Scott, no, he's okay.
The rightful king's called the first.
Okay.
The rightful king's called the first.
Let's see here. No, not that. Gates. Okay, and we'll have to stretch it across there too. My lord, you may not have noticed, but we're short on food. The consequences are severe. I noticed it. We're fine.
The rightful king's
We're
called
fine.
the first.
Alright, let's bring this guy over here. And add these to the group.
To me.
Scott is slowly recovering health. Yeah, how do we get the other resources in this again? Gravedigger Cemetery, First Aid Tent, no. Fisherman, no. Stone Mine. Oh, right there. That is my, okay. Oh, they were like hidden over here. All right, okay. Now I know how to get the second resource. You gotta look for those white areas of the cliffs. Got it. Got it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
The rightful king's called the first. To me.
All right, head over there. Let's see. Advanced toolkits make builders more efficient. Make another house there.
The rightful king's
Alright,
called
main
the
thing I'm
first.
afraid of here is that catapult. So, do another charge on that. Oh, there's two catapults. Hi!
The first. To me. It's called the first.
I guess he wasn't full speed. When he does a full speed charge, it does 4x damage. But that one was absolutely not 4x damage.
What now?
The units pile up so much, it can be hard to micro them, but you can micro them if you can click on them. Gonna lurk and finish my book. Good chats, chat. See you, Mandar. Okay, there we go. So next attack wave coming from the southeast in 5 minutes. Words. So it's 4 people for a stone mine. All right.
Research complete.
It's another one of those. I'm gonna move those lumber mills closer to the trees. Let's see, got 4 minutes till the next hit. Southeast? Yeah, southeast.
It's called the first.
Keep cycle charging. Cycle charging is a term I learned from Total War, where basically it just means like cavalry run away, cavalry run in and slam into the enemy. Repeat. And that's one less catapult. Okay, excellent. I wonder if you could double layer walls in this game. Some games will let you, some games won't.
Our troops are under attack.
Didn't I have... I thought I had a couple archers on that wall. Let me see. You two go back here.
They are attacking the walls.
Oh, hey, what timing? Return of the Righteous King of the Turds. That's not what he said. Alright, let's see. Wooden tower. Let's put that there. Let's see. 2.5 minutes till the attack. And...
Our troops are under attack.
Wait, what? Oh. Bunch of more of those zombies. Oh, that didn't work. Fell back!
What now? I'll have them.
Come on, get that guy. There we go. Alright, I just want to get that big one.
They are attacking
My brother in arms, another pack of jackals from the guard, wants to feast on the tortured flesh of the oppressed. But they do not realize that our strength is in the truth. Our cause is just, and my punishing sword longs to sow death.
Our units are in combat.
Let's make a couple archers. They'll get on that tower in a second. Let's see.
Troops are under attack.
So you can apparently have a war machine on top of a tower. So I could put a catapult up there, apparently. Do zombies appear spontaneous? I don't know. So last time we played this was my first session playing this game. This is my second. And I did not see zombies last time at all. So I do not know the rules for zombies. Alright, get iron for that. Simple Obelisk unlocks the Astral Ray spell. Thing is, we're getting like almost no mana playing this this time. I don't yet know how to get that. Alright, let's try putting this thing on top of this. We started with this catapult. I don't have the ability to make more right now. Perfect range for what we're doing. Let's see. Yeah, you can double layer the walls. It's good to know.
Enemy forces are approaching.
Okay, first off, close the freaking gate. Might be a helpful tip that I didn't do last time. Those guys are strong to lift that up there. You know, piece by piece. Let's close that. Close that. Food? Food.
The rightful King Scott the Third.
Oh, what? They've got catapults. Okay. Summon dudes there. Oh no, are they going around? You schmucks. You are not allowed to go around. So I could use Astral Ray here, but... Alright, so hold on. I have a spell I can use that just makes my mouse cursor like a death ray, and I can just wave it up and down here and take care of this. However, if I do that, then I will not have that mana later. Can I save the game right now? I can save the game right now. Okay, let's be stupid. Open the gate. And attack. And they're attacking up there as well.
They are attacking again. They are attacking our buildings.
I have lost pretty much all my melee, except our main man.
The city is under attack.
And we still haven't dealt with that up there.
Our units are in combat. Oh yeah. They are attacking the walls.
Okay, I think we'll live.
Our fortifications are under attack.
Okay. Alright, so we managed to not spend a lot of that extra mana that we have no other way of obtaining right now. So I was worried about that. So now we need to go work on pushing back. Let's take a look at this here. Build Town Hall 2 to unlock research of Town Hall 2. How do I do that? Looking for like an upgrade button? Upgrade. 150 wood, 100 stone. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, the gate's open. The freaking gate. Okay.
The rightful king's called the first.
I was like, where are they going? Are any of the other lumber mills... Is that a lumber mill? That is one. Alright, so let's toss that and just like move it over there. Is there research to auto-close gates? I don't know. I truly do not know. What is this unit? Rebel Hulk. Is he tougher than a swordman? Oh yeah, he's like 4 times the strength of a swordman. Okay. And we got Rebel with a shield. More of those. We can almost do the upgrade on the town hall, which I've never done before. What are those flags in the upper right-hand corner? Find a new fishing spot. Oh, this one.
Our troops are under attack.
Yeah. The rightful king's called the first. It's called the first.
That freaking catapult. Alright, so it seems like when they attack me with a catapult, the best thing to do is use this spell, which costs 2 mana. I have 10 mana remaining at the moment, which just drops like 5 troops on the map. And then that takes care of the catapult. Just spawn that right on top of them. Dead bodies, they're cleaning those up. No trees nearby to cut. Alright, get rid of that. I'm glad you told me about this. So those are like notifications that I should be paying attention to that I was absolutely not paying attention to. Alright, I'm trying to skirt around the catapult range. And I'm trying to let Scott heal because he's low.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Any more fishing or berry spots inside my base? I don't think so. There's some berries here, though. Could do that. That'll be a bit more. Okay. Upgrade the town hall. Never done this before.
Huh? There. Hey, Samurai.
I actually don't know how much damage the catapult does to my units. I know it stuns them. Like, it sends them flying all over the place. But in terms of damage, well, it is splash, I guess, so. Alright, fall back. What? Yeah, okay, that was way outside. Oh, they've got like 3 catapults now. I think they just made more catapults, you punks.
The rightful king's called the first.
How dare you make more units? You're not allowed to do that. Town hall upgrade is complete. Alright, now you can make, like, iron mine and stuff?
Oh yeah.
Okay, let's figure this out.
What now? Huh?
The rightful king's called the first.
I don't know if there's any way to heal the units. Like, first aid cures sickness, but I don't know if there's a way to just, like, heal them. Let me double check it. I could go check it. Let's just run Scott over there because he's fast. We'll see what happens. Okay, I'd like to inform you that below the cross hammer icons appears to be buttons to open and close gates. Oh, I like you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's a close or open or close all gates, it appears. Alright, let's see. Oh, here we go. House 2. Alright, so 5 says 8 citizens. City fountain. +1 people in each house within the fountain's range. Pretty small range, honestly. Tavern. Max number of workers 2. By default, minus 10% food consumed by people in each house within the radius. Okay, so we're getting to tier 2 stuff. Gravedigger House 2. I'm guessing it's like a larger range. No? Maybe it's just that more people work there? Storage 2, Granary 2, Market. Here you can exchange resources for others. Army, Barracks 2. Oh, we need... Oh, there's healers! Hello. Okay, 50 stone. Alright, we absolutely need to save up for that. Alright, is there... Let's see, farm. Requires 3... I think that's iron. Sewing 2... Iron mine. Oh, I have an iron deposit. Hello! Get that. Also, I can upgrade a stone mine.
To me, the rightful king's
Alright.
called the first. It's called the first.
Ah, he lost his speed. Those catapults are problematic. The urge to stop Muk before he does something silly. Oh, I appreciate you looking out for me.
Called the first. To me, the rightful king's called the first. It's called the first.
I wonder if I could just, like, distract them with Scott? And come running in here and destroy stuff?
It's called the first. It's called the first.
Is this working? I feel like this is working, chat.
Oh, yeah? Our troops are under attack.
Kind of working. The catapult is picking off some archers, but we've almost reached the catapults. I think this is working far better than what I was doing, but we did lose some archers for that. But it did kill their whole camp, and we have access to some more mana now. Well, how about that? Okay. Let's see. Alright. Let's come back home. And to upgrade, I need 50 stone. Okay, we're letting that build up right now. Alright, just start pumping out some more units, because we just lost a bunch of them. We have a surplus of lumber right now. So we can build a few houses. I'll bring Scott over here to map that area out. You know, one thing I'm loving about this game is all the typical RTS commands I'm reaching for work. Like Control 1 to make a control group, Alt 1, or just hitting 1 to go back to that control group. I can, like, hold right click and change to move their orientation. I can hit Shift 1 or Shift 2 to add these guys to an existing control group.
Yeah.
Like, all of the buttons that I'm reaching for out of muscle memory from, like, Total War or They Are Billions or StarCraft, so far, all those buttons are working for me. And I appreciate that.
The rightful King Scott the Third.
Yeah.
Scott the First.
Yeah.
We're gonna need to make, like, a big wall over here or something. Next attack is from the southwest.
Hey.
It will help a lot that I can be less frugal with mana this time, since I just obtained some. But there's probably gonna be more of those big camps on the map at some various places. What do I got? Let's see. Advanced toolkits. Oh wait, no, I wanted to upgrade the barracks. Because it had access to, like, some new people.
The rightful King Scott the First. Scott the First.
That's good design. Established norms of muscle memory, yeah. Amok, are there only 5 merchant factions to trade with a rogue trader? Is there any benefit to hoarding loot to trade with someone else? I only, like, the first time you can interact with a high factotum and he shows you, like, all the different factions, I think that's it. And my most preferred one to chat with was the Navy, because they sell most of the ship upgrades. So, you know, whether or not you're going to win those little ship-to-ship battles.
Scott the First.
Okay, we do have a bit of iron. What was the reason I needed iron for? There was something I was looking at building, and I don't remember what it was. It took like 3 iron. Oh, was that hospital? Cures citizens of all diseases within its range. Oh, farm. It takes 25 seconds for each worker to produce 2 food, after which workers carry food to a granary or town hall. Can this just be built anywhere, you think? I'm guessing this can be built anywhere. This is my first time making one. Actually, hold on. So there's all this green, but is that the area it uses to grow crops? Oh, it changes your cursor after you place it. Wait, oh no. Hold on, what? 5 wheat, oh, you have to place 5 wheat fields. Okay. Crap. So this takes some space. C... lumber. Alright, where is it? Pause. Pause. Okay, there we go. That's what I had to do. Did you see the Yippee meter stream overlay I posted on Discord? No. No, I did not. Oh, they can move over the field area. Okay, that's good. Alright, Alright, build that stuff. And what else can we do? Berry picker there. And house. Provide your settlement with a food diversity. Oh, I got a Steam achievement for the farm. Okay. Oh, we got new stuff. All right, pause. What do we got? Crossbowman. Ranged troop, still unarmored, deals more damage and has higher shot range than archer, may be placed on towers or walls. Spearman, armored infantry with a shield that protects him from arrows, armed with spear that allows him to deal more damage to enemy cavalry. Healer, can restore health to friendly troops at distance, may be placed on towers or walls. Axe Warrior, vanguard troop, infantry clad in armor, significant damage, single target. Okay. Interesting. We have a surplus of stone, so I guess I'll make some healers and axe warriors. Not enough food. Oh no, that's not good.
Enemy forces are approaching.
Shoot. That is done. That is done. Build those.
The rightful King Scott the First.
Alright, pause, close the gates.
Yes.
Alright, you know what? Let's actually open this gate? Or no, just open this one.
The rightful King Scott the First. To me.
We're flanking! God, these guys do a lot of damage. Alright, I'm gonna use the beam. Mouse cursor says, "Muck you!" Dude, those guys were running me over.
Oh yeah. Huh?
It's your units too. Oh, did it? I didn't think it did. Alright, so let's see. Open all gates. And da-da, and da-da. Alright.
The rightful King Scott the First.
Oh yeah.
It sent them flying? Oh, I didn't even realize, but it was totally worth it. You saw it. It was still worth doing. Alright, did we ever make the armored guy? I think we're gonna, well, we had some guys die. Let's see. Alright, so we can make some axe warriors, because we lost some little dudes. So small favors there. I think we're going to need another grave digger's house for this area. And I guess since we're going to do that, we can move this one. Just have the graveyard in one location and spread out the grave digger's houses around that. Which map are you on now? The third one? I want to say the second or the third one? How many hit points does these have? 80? Okay. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4. Mainly just because these take stone, and we're getting low on lumber.
Yeah. Yeah.
It occurs to me, making like lumber yards doesn't take any resources, just people. So if the lumber yard gets destroyed, I don't actually lose any investment. So I can actually put them like right out there by the trees. I don't think that really hurts me, like if they're like in a dangerous spot.
People are starving.
All right, we need to go be reckless, because if we lose people, that's less mouths to feed while I work on getting more farms up. So is this producing food right now? Can I mouse over this? What does it say? Let's try that. Alright. Scott, find us some more stuff that needs to be killed. So another thing is, I mentioned this earlier, when the last wave comes, everything on the map that you haven't killed yet will come at you. And so you need to clear out the other crap before that happens. This is working okay. What do you think of my strats? What do you think of my strats, chat?
Our fortifications are under attack.
What's going on out here? Oh, there's some like zombies or something. Alright, and healers doing work too. And we got more mana! We can do more lasers later. Now this only works because I've got a guy on a horse. On the other missions, if I don't have that, I won't be able to do that.
Our fortifications are under attack.
Crossbowmen take 2 food. Yuck.
The rightful king's called the first.
Let's see. Alright, what else can we do here? We need more food, right? Let's see, and farm. And since they can walk right over fields, it doesn't matter if they're, like, kind of in the way.
The rightful king's called the first.
Aha! I still don't know what these are for. I'm guessing it's associated with mana, or maybe the undead come out of those? Those, like, cracks in the ground? I'm not sure what the deal with those is yet. Oh, that's a dead end. Okay. Alright.
The rightful king's called the first.
Let's tap quick save. Haven't done that in a bit.
The people are hungry, my lord. Shall we feed them?
That is a damn shame. Shall we feed them, he says. Let me know when you find out. I've played 6 hours, I still don't know. That's mostly just survival. I will let you know. Let's check research. Barracks 2. Plus healing power. Spearman plus health. Axe warrior plus health. Let's get Axe warrior plus health.
It's called the first.
Okay.
Tony, the rightful king's called the first. It's called the first. called the first.
Oh, here we go.
To me.
All right, pause real quick. This food production's really low. So I'm wondering, the people when they go out to pick, like, get berries and stuff, right? Do they just go, like, from berry bush to berry picker's house, or do they, like, carry it all the way back to the storage? Because, like, this is the guy. If they carry it all the way back to the storage, then that's pretty far, right? Carries food to granary or town hall. Okay, so in that case, let's put a granary like right here. And then I'll do like a couple more berry things.
The rightful king's called the first. To me. The rightful king's called the first. Called the first.
Research complete.
To me. The rightful king's called the first. To me.
Oh god. Oh god, this is a lot of
Our
stuff.
units are in combat.
The rightful king's called the first. To me.
Oh man. This one. Come on, catapult, look at me.
The rightful king's called the first. To me. Called the first.
Alright, pause. We're absolutely losing some dudes.
The rightful king's called the first.
Okay, we definitely lost some dudes there. How often do they heal? Restores 10 health per use. It doesn't say what the cooldown is. It's got a bit of a cooldown.
To me.
Alright, let's go back to home base for a second. Let's see. Is there any more useful stuff that we can make? Engineer Guild can produce catapults. That sounds handy.
It's called the first.
Reporting. Reporting.
It's called the first.
Reporting. Our troops are under attack. Reporting.
It's called the first. The rightful king.
Reporting.
It's called the first.
Our troops are under attack.
Fall back a little bit. Using shift, which, again, reaching for muscle memory here. I was just queuing up some commands with the shift key, but it worked.
It's called the first.
Our units are in combat.
Same with tree, same with wood. They cut tree, salt, mill, then go to storage. Oh, okay.
It's called the first.
Alright, I am afraid Scott's going to die. We are going to fall back, try to patch up a bit. Let's add these guys to the control group.
To me.
What's it cost for healer? Healers are 2 food. I guess we'll get a couple more healers. Okay.
Healer's here.
Healer's here. Work, work.
The rightful king's called
You're the king. I didn't vote for you.
Healer's here.
Yes, my lord. Zag, 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 zag. Zug, zug. Dabu. Ooh.
The rightful king's called the first.
What you want? Oh, we've got a marker. Bottom, at the bottom. Okay.
To me.
Got 4 minutes, 15 seconds till that next wave comes.
King's called the first. To me.
Alright, I'm gonna try to just snipe these catapults and then deal with the rest of this stuff while it's chasing Scott. Oh, Scott accidentally went inside the minimum range of the catapult. Dang it. Okay. It's okay. It's alright, we're making progress here.
The rightful king's called the first. Called the first.
The axe is excited.
Okay. That camp should be good. Food is in the red right now.
Give it a swing.
To me.
Our units are in combat.
Good evening, MuklukChat. Went to work later tonight. I have to catch preview stream vid later. What's up, Disturbed? Yeah, YouTube is processing it right now.
The rightful king's called the first.
Or if you want to watch it just in its raw form, it is available on the Guild Wars 2 Twitch. So granary. Hold on, that's the. Oh wait, that's granary. No, that's not what I want. I need the supply thing. Wait, do I even have a supply depot? Or so storage. That's what I'm thinking. I don't even know if I have a storage. The storage is for like the woodworkers and stuff. So let's have one way down there and one up here to shorten their trips. Let's see, 2 minutes till the next attack. I think it's gonna hit right here. And can we make some catapults? We can make some catapults.
Our fortifications are under attack.
What? Okay, I need just a couple of archers down there just to hold that for when I'm not there. Alright.
They are attacking the walls.
Yeah. I wonder if you build a farm. Like, can you build the farm inside and the pastures outside? And just have the pastures be less defended? Not sure if you can do that. Okay, here comes catapult number 1. Gonna put it on that tower. Food is in the positive. We got a bunch of stone as well. Get some spearmen and axe warriors. They need to give me pig farms so I can make bacon power. Alright, there's another one. 30 seconds till the next hit.
Reporting.
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 Put that there just because that spot was bugging me. Okay.
Reporting.
Now if I upgrade it, do the other people, like, do the builders have to come running over to do that? I think they do. It looks like it's not happening instantly.
The rightful king.
Ready. Now what? Yeah?
Enemy forces are approaching.
Got me chopper.
Got me chopper. Alright, let's close that gate. Of course, these guys are gonna have to go all the way around now. So that wall has almost 3 times the health of the other one. Wait, pause. I thought I put a catapult up here. Dang it. Wait, is Rebel Catapult better or... Oh no, this... Okay, Rebel Catapult's worse than a regular catapult.
They are attacking our buildings.
Alright, so first off, summon spell on that. Snipe that. Second thing. Astral Ray.
They are attacking the walls.
Oh my god. So silly. Alright. Catapult snipe complete. Are your gates open? The right one's open. The left one's not. They went over the wall. Oh no! That was effective. That's why I needed to go farm mana in the early game. Alright, open all gates. Okay. Woo. That was something. Alright. Remove him from that hockey group. What is that? Oh, no. Let's get rid of that. Alright, so I think I lost some people. I don't know how many, though. Crossbowmen. Some of those, some of those. Alright. We need to have Scott find out. There's only one wave remaining. I've opened most of the map. I need to open the last few areas and see if there's any more camps. Because in the final assault, all of the stuff on the map comes at you that you haven't cleared. So Scout Scott is gonna run around and find stuff. Now, if I didn't have Scott, I still would not have a fast unit for actually, like, opening up the map, which is kind of worrying. Those gravestones are so cramped. And we just stack them up, chat. We're very eco-friendly with our graveyards.
They are attacking again.
Wait, what? Oh gosh. Alright. I don't have any guards up here. That's not good. actually. We need to build back that wall up a little bit.
They are attacking again.
Scott, find anything yet? Nothing over on the west side? I wonder if the crossbowmen also shoot in an arc, meaning they can shoot over walls, or if they require straight line of sight. Just because of the style of game so far, I would assume that they could just fire over it. Okay. Let's get him and him. Let's just throw them up there on top of that. Lumber, we have got a lot of that right now, so we can do that. Okay. Scott. Tap quick save. The advisor seems so indignant that they're attacking, like he wants to end the statement with rude. Yeah, yo, hello, what time is it? What's up, RA? It is 11 p.m. here. Ah, finally found some enemies, chat. Alright, let's bring these guys over. There's one more camp, at least one more camp to the north.
Our troops are under attack.
The rightful king's called the first.
Okay.
Our units are in combat.
So I guess once we find out where the final attack is coming from, we can immediately make a whole bunch of stone walls in that spot. But we don't know where that is yet. So I'm thinking we like stockpile resources, and then once we find out where the last attacks, unless the last attack comes from all directions, like they are billions, that's another possibility. But if we find out where it's coming from, we could... Wait, was this? Oh, stables! Unlocked horseman and horse archer. There it is. Fisherman's hut, berry picker's house, farm, stone mine, iron mine, lumber mill 2. Oh, wait, hold on a sec. So wait, where is it? Dang it, I lost it. Lumber mill 2. You get 8 wood per tree instead of 6 wood per tree. Alright, so lumber mill 2 is more efficient. Alright, so... So you get more wood per wood. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, I kind of want to... Let's see, like, make some stockpiles, and then, like, at the last minute, try to just, like, build a whole bunch of stuff. We'll see how that works. Got me chopper. Alright. Time for strat run in circles! Don't need to run around in circles, run around in circles.
The city is under attack.
Wait, the city's under attack? Uh-oh. Are those zombies? Yeah. Those are zombies. Nice. Okay. Alright, just got a little bit more to scout. Well, at least the catapult can reach it.
Our troops are under attack.
Oh, shoot, we found another camp. I thought that might have been the last one. Alright, so that's done. Let's see. I don't know if fishing spots ever repopulate. Or if they just stay cleared. What in the Nakari tactics was that? It was kiting. One guy was kiting most of the camp, while the others destroyed the camp.
the first.
Reduced how much damage I was taking. I had to do this earlier because they had a bunch of catapults, and I was having this guy run around to, like, hold the catapult's attention, while these guys ran in and then destroyed them without getting shot. Pretty sure the fish are finite. Ugh. I think you might be right. Alright, I think I've cleared the map of enemy camps.
It's called the first. Ready.
Okay. Let's see. What does that mean? Storage is full. Didn't I just build more storages? Oh, I think it just means that storage is full. There are other storages. Okay, okay. Alright. Let's... Alright, I'm upgrading the gates to stone. Let's look at research. Sturdy concrete plus 30% durability to stone buildings. Yeah! We're about to build stone walls. Let's do it. Plus 10% build and repair speed. Sure, that too. I think I can only do one research at a time. I just tried to queue up more than one, but whoops. What is this? Any of you know what this is? Oh, wait, is that a clock? Okay, I see the moon icon. There's the 23. I didn't know what the 23 was. I think that's a clock of some sort. I just don't know how to read that yet. Is there an advanced fishing thing? No, doesn't look like it. Is there advanced berry boys? Doesn't look like it. I like the music that plays when you click on the berry building. Kill all enemies in the area got crossed off. Nice. So I guess that's how I know I did it. Catapult towers.
Oh yeah.
Okay. What else can we do? We got lumber mill 2. This thing is mined out. Could rebuild that.
Research complete.
I was trying to get more food. Can you upgrade this? Oh, what is that resource? It's like a golden coin or something? Gold can be obtained through trading in market or found on a map. Oh, I never made the market. Okay. Interesting. Throw that there, I guess. Food is in the positive, so we can make more military units for now. Just get a whole spread of these. Anti-cavalry, that's anti-cavalry, that's anti-anything, healer, anti-infantry. Yeah. Or anti-single target, I guess I should say.
Reporting.
Reporting.
The rightful King Scott the First.
King Scott the Third. Learned a lot in this session. I didn't know how to go beyond lumber but when we started this one, and now I got stone and iron.
Yeah.
Okay. Research that. Oh god, these guys, they're poor backs. Wait, what? Oh, that's the market. Open market. So... 120 lumber is 3 gold? Jeez. Wait, Zeppelin... Oh my god, you have to wait. It's not even an instant transaction? The blimp has to go fly it to some other city? Oh my god. I just wanted to... I should have sold more. I thought it was an instant thing. Anti-anything, he's dark matter? No, I don't think he's dark matter. Fish. Fish, fish. I think those are gonna get destroyed, but... Alright, just waiting on resources for a minute. Why zombies next to knights and archers? I have a few thoughts. Thought number 1, they come from nighttime. Thought number 2, they come from these magic-looking cracks on the ground. Thought number 3, when you leave a body to rot outside for too long and it's not within range to get picked up by someone and taken to a graveyard, it becomes undead. I don't know, but those are my theories right now. So currently, if someone dies within range of a grave digger house, the guy goes out and picks up the body and takes it to the nearest graveyard, and then it's safely stored and it doesn't spread disease. So you can see each of those graves was someone that died within range of one of my grave diggers. Couple of catapults for those spots. Should make a prediction whether you beat the last wave. Feels pretty high stakes, doesn't it? Can I make a separate save file? Haha, I'm so dead. Unless. Oh, I can't put dots. I was gonna go dot 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 unless. Alright, I need 2 more gold to make a better farm. Corpse not interred do become zombies. That was explained in the tutorial. He's just making stuff up. I see the lackeys of the arrogant overlord, who have been afraid to stick their noses any farther than the campfire, are preparing to participate in the final attack. Let them come. There's enough room for all of them under the ground. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay, Scott's got some one-liners. There's enough room for all of you in the dirt. Hello, Michael Chad. Hi, Crimson.
Research complete.
So we're currently full on... shoot, what is this? Hammer Guy. Build Barracks 3. How much does Barracks 3 cost? You need Town Hall 3. What's that cost? 35 gold? You're... Man, you really think I'm going to get to that in this mission? Probably not. Probably not. Yeah, the big question is, where do I start slamming down stuff? Oh, wait, I see the thing on the minimap. It's from all sides. God dang it. Are you serious? Are you real right now? Come on. Come on. Alright. This is crap. I'm throwing some stone walls around. Alright, unpause. It was in fact all sides. Yeah, I know. I do have some good mana stockpiled. I've got, you know, I could cast Summon or Astral Ray a whole bunch. Now, I could divide up my troops on all the sides, or I could just try to, like, clear one side, then move them all to the next, and just kind of, like, try to stall on the other sides, you know? That is also an option. Is there any last-minute research I could do that might be really helpful? Crossbowman attack speed, 30% health on Spearman. Quad Cure, you get it right. Quad Cure is the opposite to quad damage, plus 20% healing power. What does that have to do with quad? Unlocks Sharpshooter. 20% chance to deal double damage for basic archers. I've kind of phased out from using basic archers. Get comfortable shoes. I should have gotten this earlier. But the last time I looked at that research, I didn't know where to get stone. Food is slightly negative. I really shouldn't crank out more units right now. Where is our builders right now? I think this is the builders. Yeah, that's them. Can we fix it? Yes, we can. Ah. I like how their little worker hammers are like gigantic sledges. Have you checked out the bottom right most build tab? Additional defense. So I was kind of confused by this. Like, for example, this has wooden tower, can hold 9 ranged troops or 1 war machine. And then this other tab has guard tower, can hold 9 ranged troops or 1 war machine. I didn't really get the point of this. Slowing trap. It's a trap. While enemies are tearing through the trap, their speed is reduced by 30%. The trap comes into disrepair when enemies are tearing through it. Cheaper, can place behind walls, no defense. These are only 2 lumber each, so... It's a shame they don't do damage. Totally enjoying the violin cello music, sir. Oh, thank you. New name, Mucko Frag. I like how one guy from the original peasant group I had survived. Mr. Hulk here. Absolute unit. Minute and a half remaining.
Yeah.
Now, the main thing is, if the town hall survives, like, the town hall's what has to live. Everything else, I mean, we don't want anything else to die, but if everything else dies, we still are in this.
Healer's here.
And Scott. True, and Scott. Right you are.
Yeah. Research complete.
And another save file, just in case. Because I don't want to do a save file, like, right before the attack. I need to have a little extra time to be able to make changes if I need to. Alright, I think at this point, it's just hurry up and wait. I got 89 things queued up for the builders to work on. Alright, I'm gonna double the game speed for a minute while we're waiting. They are still building traps, they're gonna repair and stuff like that, but... Brother in arms, the triumph is nigh. While I am with you, not 1,000 or 10,000 of those filthy dogs of despotism can stop us. Let us slaughter every last henchman in Ferdinand's criminal power.
The enemy are preparing.
Yeah, what you said, buddy. Final wave coming. Alright, here we go. Alright, hold on, pause. Summon there. That takes care of that catapult. Close that gate. Feel like I'm gonna be pausing a bit on this one, chat. Okay, there's another catapult. Summon on that one.
Our fortifications are under attack.
Alright. Laser.
Our fortifications are under attack.
Summon some dudes there.
They are attacking the wall.
Summon. I got 15 mana left.
Our fortifications are under attack. Our fortifications are under attack.
Alright, you go up here. You go up here. You go over here and fight. Got another catapult here. Summon on top of that one.
Our fortifications are under attack.
Alright, this catapult is done here, so let's unload it. And you go over there and help. And unload all of these guys.
They are attacking again.
And all of them join this group and go fight over there. You guys have finished the catapult. Come down and help.
Our fortifications are under attack.
$13 mana remaining. Okay.
Our troops are under attack. Our troops are under attack.
Imagine the Gravedigger comes out of his office tomorrow and just looks around and he's like, "Are you serious right now?" Just because he's in charge of this. You know, the cleanup. Alright, I'm unloading catapults from the areas that have finished clearing enemies on their side and bringing them to the side still fighting. Reminder that this is difficulty 2 out of 5. There are more. Oh, we lost the engineering place.
They are attacking again. Our fortifications are under attack.
So the crossbows do indeed shoot in an arc. That was actually a bit challenging. I mean, I lost and had to restart this a couple of times. Now, there's like 5 difficulties. I'm on difficulty 2. There's 2 campaigns, and this is the harder campaign, because I was an idiot. And this was like the 2nd or 3rd level of the campaign. My lord. Time for more depressing lore. Scott interrogated some of the king's remaining soldiers. He orders us to retreat quickly. We've only defeated the enemy vanguard. All that was the vanguard. The tyrant's main forces are 2 days away from here. We just definitely have to flee. To the seashore? Why? Scott says the fleet of the Resistance is waiting for us there. Ships will get us to the Cutthroat Isle. Cutthroats are willing to join our army. Yay, cutthroats. Okay. Mission 4. Ambush! When you got the news that the main forces of the Royal Army were moving on you, you immediately fell into a stupor. But not for long, because you had to run for your life. You realize that the Samrangnian roads were not safe in the midst of a popular unrest a bit late. Namely, at the very moment your party was attacked. With a small detachment, you managed to elude the pursuit and get to some abandoned fortress, which is not even marked on the map. Scott's assessment of the situation was a little different. However, this is your opportunity to shine, brother-in-arms. Now you will learn what it means to be a true fighter against the regime, he said. Wait. So on the last mission, these difficulties were walk in the park, challenge accepted, ultra hardcore, pure insanity, worst nightmare. I failed on ultra hardcore and I'm like, okay. And I turned it down to challenge accepted and that's the one we just beat. This one, the only difficulty is called I'll be damned. I don't know. I don't know if that's good or bad. Mug, what are S tier games you completed this year? That is quite a question. You know what? Hold on. I will find an answer for you. Give me a moment. S tier. I don't give S tier out that often. Alright. Alright, what do we got? Warhammer 40k Road Trader. If you like CRPGs, similar to Baldur's Gate 3, to me, this game is between A and S. Playing it now. Very good game. Probably not S tier. Riftbreaker is S. No. Good. Horror. I love Darktide. Good. It's okay. Fishing game. Lies of P Overture, probably A tier. Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, that was my third run of Baldur's Gate 3. That's S tier. Altars, B. Portal Reloaded. Fun little game I played with my son. That's a mod. Tainted Grail, B+. Casting of Frank Stone, horror. Slormancer, B. Dispatch, probably, maybe A. Very funny, but it was only a demo. It was 1 hour long. Age of Wonders 4, A. Doom the Dark Ages, B+. Guild Wars 2 is alright. Expedition 33, S tier. Doom, Days, wait, what? Why did Doom, hold on a second. Doom 2016, why was this playlist updated this year? Last updated 2021. That's weird. I wonder if the people that do uploads for me accidentally uploaded something here and then quickly went, oh crap, wrong playlist, and then they deleted it. Because that shouldn't be updated this year. Let's see. Tempest Rising, Prophecies. Tempest Rising was really fun. If you enjoyed Command & Conquer as a kid, Tempest Rising. First Berserker Kazan might be my favorite Souls-like game I've ever played. And I've played a lot of them. First Berserker Kazan was really good. Split Fiction. If you have one other person to play a game with, this requires 2 people. But if you buy 1 copy, you get a second copy basically for free. This... I think Expedition 33 will win Game of the Year. I think Split Fiction will be on the list of nominees. And Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I think Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Split Fiction, and Expedition 33 were some of the most memorable games I played this year. Those were all amazing. You know, it's funny. I played Monster Hunter Wilds for about 4 to 5 hours. And it really didn't do it for me. And I put it down, and so many people gave me a hard time. You know, Mug is because you're just not into Monster Hunter, or Mug is just because you don't play on controller, and blah, 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 blah. It was all my fault. Fine. And now, it's like, in memes on, you know, meme sites and on Twitter and stuff like that, I'm seeing so many people bashing Monster Hunter Wilds. And it's just like, apparently I got it. I left it when everyone thought it was amazing, and then people gave me a hard time, and now it's like everyone's giving the game a hard time. I don't know why. I don't know if something changed, but I'm seeing a lot of it. Okay. Ambush. May 17th, 1491. The damned guardsmen sneakily attacked me on my way to Rothglen. Luckily, there was an abandoned Inverland post nearby, left over from the War of Independence where I took refuge. There's nowhere to go. For help, no one knows I'm here. I'll have to fight back. Repulse all attacks of the Royal Army. Oh my god, you start with so many people. Scott, brother in arms, I won't be able to fight on your stead in the battle ahead because I've sprained my ankle terribly. Hey, but you ride a horse, who cares? But I have another way to help the Resistance's cause. In the castle cellar, I found a book called The Art of War, or How to Make Everyone Hate You, by some Duncan Ironbrow. Your counselor will read you selected quotes. I'm sure the author's thoughts will be useful in showing the usurper's despicable henchmen that by cornering us, they made a fatal mistake. Dude, this is so dumb. The writing for this game is so stupid, and yet it is so fun. It's quite the disparity. My lord, I found a relevant quote. When an enemy has catapults, you are Catapult shoots from afar and breaks walls. But if you put a ballistae on a high tower and switch their attack mode to attack strongest target, ballistae will reach the catapults and effing blow them. Wow. Okay. Where do I get ballistae? How do I close this thing? Do I have a ballistae? The only way Expedition loses Game of the Year is if the panel is full of Kojima fans of Death Stranding 2, which is funny because Kojima literally flew the Expedition 33 team to a studio to sign his copy. I can't figure out how to close this window right here, chat. Oh, wait, hold on a sec. Hold on, I need to do the attack strong, maybe the attack strong start thing? No. Can Muck see this chat? Yes, I can. Silver, what's up? Elite Spec YouTube vid coming how soon, Muck? One sec. I can see if it's ready. It's been it was such a long video. It's been processing for a long time. Give me just a minute. Hold on. I'm opening it. You're gonna hear sound. Hello, Guild Wars. Hello, it's Mukluk here. It's almost 2-hour long video. Next, if we don't hear anything before... Okay, yeah, that's working. All right, so give me a second. Hold on, chat. I have to make the peepos happy. There, and there. And do that, and that. Chat, I want to show you something. Remember where I told you earlier today that YouTube is getting a bit aggressive with ad placements unless I do it manually? You all, who have been watching this stream since the beginning, know that I did we watched the Guild Wars 2 thing about the new Elite Specs. It was 2 hours long. And then I said I was going to put it on YouTube. And it finished uploading, which means unless I make changes to it, it's got the default settings right now. Let me show you something. Each of those little markers is an ad break that YouTube thinks should be there. Now, I'm okay with 1 or 2. That's how I pay my bills, is 1 or 2 ads per video. But that's what YouTube thinks we want. Dude, I'm gonna get, if I post this, I'm gonna get comments like, are you aware that there is a video in your ads? You know, stuff like that. Anyway, yeah. All right, hang on. I'm okay with a couple. That's how I buy food, but god damn. That's a lot. That is a lot. Okay. No, delete. There we go. Okay. Save changes. Save changes. Was that 40? I don't know. I didn't even count. I didn't count them. I just wanted to show you to make a point that I wasn't just like making that up. Okay, that should be sufficient. Alright, maybe someone else can make timestamps for me for the 3 classes. Alright. It has gone public. Person who asked, it will be there soon. How do I get rid of this freaking tutorial thing? Alright, I'm gonna hit quick save, and then I'm going to hit load game. And see if this gets rid of the pop-up that's stuck on the right, sorry, left-hand side of the side screen. Oh, it's still there. Okay, where, okay, do I have to make a ballista and put it up there? What is this? Massive guard tower. And what is this? A tree bucket. Place the last catapult on top of the tower. Oh, there's one down here. There's so many types of towers, God. Okay, they're all on strongest. That's a ballista. It's set on strongest. It's on top of a tower. Can't construct anything. Good morning, Gorilla. I'm just gonna keep my YouTube premium right here, Jeebus. That explains why some videos are possible to watch. Ads every 3 minutes. Yeah. Again, I wouldn't be able to do what I do without ads, but there's a freaking limit. Auto is aggressive? Yeah. Well, I think this is meant to just be a tutorial on this one mechanic, although I can't make this thing go away. Let's just double the speed here. Alright, there we go. We're starting to see some of the catapults get hit by the ballistas. Alright, set repairs to auto. I don't even know if we have any buildy things. Alright, do we have any builders to repair? Art of War 3. Brother in arms. The sneaky bastards of the criminal regime have failed to break us. We are still standing. Our vigilant scouts report the filthy, foul scoundrels from the Royal Patrol have decided to launch another attack. But this is a desperate move. They have no place to expect reinforcements from. If we survive this time, it will be another... I couldn't read all that. My lord, a word from your grandpa. When hordes of feeble enemies come for you, you're fucked. Enemies crowd into one place and break your defense. But if you order trebuchets to attack point and aim at where the enemies swarm, trebuchets will effing blow them.
Enemy forces are approaching.
Thanks. Alright. Wow.
Our fortifications are under attack. Our fortifications are under attack.
What's the one with this? V?
They are attacking the walls. Our fortifications are under attack.
Oh, this is not good. This is not good.
They are attacking again.
Not going good at all.
Our fortifications are under attack.
Alright, can I
What is it?
take all these archers?
Hey,
Our units are in combat.
Oh no! Okay, they can shoot the other side. Alright. They can't cross the water.
whatever you
Wait, you can put them on the roof of the freaking town hall? Today I learned, chat.
They are attacking our buildings.
I really hope there's not another attack from the north. You can put people in the barracks? I did figure that out. Yeah, I did figure that out. Makes a great early game wall. Well, that mission was a lot shorter than the previous one. The Rebels' Thorny Path. Having defeated the Royal Patrol, you hurriedly packed up your belongings to continue your journey to the shores of the Halmashian Sea. It became clear that the portrait of your heroic ancestor Duncan Ironbrow would not fit in your bags, and since there was no other ideas, you decided to hang a resistance flag in its place in the future. Perhaps maybe it's not painted so well, but it's compact. We needed some ideological companions ready to deny the past, and after a couple days of travel, Scott praised you and suddenly stopped talking because you reached the road to Rothglen. On that road, all sorts of things happen. Unpleasant things mostly. Alright, let's stick to the difficulty we were able to beat the big mission on. Challenge accepted. The Rebels' Thorny Path. May 27th, 1491, the King posted patrols along the route of our little army. Last night, Scott announced to his men that we wouldn't reach the Resistance fleet without heavy fighting. This morning, most of the rebels deserted. Yes, the Resistance fleet is waiting off the shore, but there's still a long way to go. Take your squad to the destination point, 0 out of 4. Nobody must die. So anybody can die, but just nobody must die? Dude, this is it. We just got Fordor, my lord, and Scott.
Pray do tell.
Oh, there's somebody. Who's this? Snoot. Snoot, the guy from all the cutscenes? What does he do? Sharpshooter. He's a ranged attacker.
Way, my lord. I'm listening attentively.
He's listening attentively,
Yes,
John.
my lord.
Leading a rebellion with 4 people.
I'm listening attentively.
What is this?
What a wise decision.
What a wise decision.
Pray do tell.
It's called the first.
Charge bonus. What is there? Oh, that's probably like a health potion. I was like, what is the red thing?
So it shall be.
To me.
Yes, my lord.
King's like, I'll just have to take care of it myself. Gets out here to throw hands.
The rightful king's called the first.
I'm listening attentively.
So early in the after like the first mission, I was wondering if there'd be some way to like harvest mana, you know, but the spells are so powerful. Like Astral Ray, you could just be like, oh, let me just knock these 5,000 enemies down. The spells are so freaking powerful. I'm guessing it's always going to be a very limited resource.
Called the first. The rightful king's called the first.
way, my lord.
On my way, my lord.
Yes, my lord. Does it have to be this way?
I'm curious how powerful the meteor spell is. I don't know. So there's 2 spells we've seen and 2 we haven't gotten to yet. Mass healing and meteor. Everything in the epicenter gets 800 damage. That's double Scott's entire health pool, by the way.
Pray do tell. I'm listening attentively.
Oh, brother-in-arms are outnumbered, but we must not lose heart. Later, when the flag of the resistance is flying over Abalor, the cowards who abandon our camp will regret failing their true king in his hour of need. But you and I are worth a whole army. The minions of the vile usurper Ferdinand the Fat will not stop us from reaching the resistance fleet.
What a wise decision. Yes, my lord? Pray do tell. I'm listening attentively. Very well, my lord.
I just did the age-old RTS trick of just right-click on the spot at the end, just to see what the route was. And Scott is finding the way. Ha ha.
Yes, my lord.
Get him, Fordor. This royal champion is thick.
Pray do tell.
I'm right here.
What a wise decision. On my way, my lord. So
Pick it up.
shall be.
Oh my god. The person who didn't need the heal picked up the healing potion. There we go.
The rightful King Scott III.
I'm listening attentively.
Scott III.
Yes, my lord.
Scott III.
Alright, sending Scott to the ending flag again.
What a
And
wise
everyone else I'm just
decision.
manually following.
On my way, my lord. Very well, my lord.
Many wow.
What a wise decision. On my way, my lord. So it shall be. What a wise decision.
Whoa. That's a pretty big
I'm
camp.
listening attentively.
Scott III.
Might be, you know what, I'm gonna use a spell here. The cavalry guys, I don't have anyone super effective against cavalry right now.
Pray do tell.
Born ready.
To me.
I'm listening attentively. On my way, my lord.
The rightful King Scott III.
Oh, pick it up. I'm
Yes,
having trouble
my
clicking on that
lord.
potion.
To me. Scott III.
Kind of surprised that Snoot is a archer. Kind of thought he would be a, I don't know, like just because he had what I thought was a staff. I thought he was going to be a caster, maybe a healer or something. But then he ended up being an archer. I thought he was using like a walking stick, so I thought it was a staff.
I'm listening attentively.
To me. Scott III.
Yes, my lord. Pray do tell.
The rightful King Scott I.
I'm listening attentively.
This is an odd little level, but certainly not a difficult one.
Pray do tell. Very well, my lord.
There we go. And then the Fire Nation attacks. No, that's it. Okay. Alright. What's next? The Fleet of the Resistance. The leader of the Resistance, True King Scott I, led the way. He was unusually enthusiastic and kept repeating that the Resistance fleet was waiting around the turn. It must have been a figure of speech because the path the Resistance was traveling had more than one or even two turns. You had to duck under branches all the time, to cross rivers more than twice. Seemed to be the same river, though. In general, the last stage of the journey looked more like an aimless wander through the forest than anything else. And when hope was about to leave you, a view of the Rothglen coast opened up. Challenge accepted. Brother in arms, the hour has come. The enemies think we're pinned to the sea and have nowhere to retreat. You put it like our enemies are mistaken. Of course they are. We lured them into a trap. On the Resistance flagship, I'm immediately setting sail to the Cutthroat Castle, where my cousin is waiting for the signal with 2,000 men. Is he going to tell me to stay here and stay alive till he gets back? Brothers, I must leave you, but I'll be back. Your mission is to hold the line. Fight to the end, as if I were among you. Know that I will return with reinforcements. And he's in metal armor, and he threw away his life jacket. Wow. I joined this rebellion, chat. Now I'm an enemy of the king, and there's nothing to show for it. I was gonna say, that's the most emotion he's ever shown. But anyway, I guess. Fleet of the Resistance. June 1st, 1491. The flag of the Resistance turned out to be a fishing boat that sank with our leader. The king's army is coming at my heels. There's nowhere to run. I've ordered to build ships that will deliver us to Cutthroat Castle. Build 4 ships. Put 60 crossbowmen on ships. Put 25 spearmen on ships. And 15 foot knights on ships. Okay. My lord, the loss of the Resistance flagship with its leader aboard is a great tragedy, but the worst that can happen is if the king's forces capture us. I think the smartest way out is to build ships and sail to Cutthroat Isle, where Scott said reinforcements would be waiting for us. Your town hall, my lord, is located on the seashore. All that remains is to find a suitable place to build the docks. Okay. Alright. Well, we are right at the start of our next mission. And we are almost at midnight, so this is an excellent saving point. So I'm going to take advantage of that, and I'm going to save it right here. And we will pick it up from that moment tomorrow night. Alright, chat. With that, our stream comes to a close. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me this evening. I hope y'all had fun. Few quick plugs on the way out. If you're new here, hit the follow button if you're on Twitch, subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. Here's links to both my YouTube channels if you want to see all the videos I create, and a very special thank you to our dear patrons. They keep this channel alive with their support, and there's a link to that in the chat if you're interested. You guys have a fantastic evening, sleep well, and I'll see you tomorrow night. Say it backwards. Edge the need only you'll but see to take, please. Week every giveaways, beakers, the touch don't speakers, the up crank way the on is entertainment, stay the enjoy. You hope we lab the two viewer, dear you welcomes third the Snuffles Van Chauncey, sir, and fourth the Esquire Reginald Bartholomew Douglas Mukluk. The words pour from his mouth, nearly tripping over themselves in their haste. My name is Zunikai. I used to be a slave here, but then I worked hard and they made me an overseer. I kept a good eye on the slaves, and if anyone slacked off, I whipped them hard. Don't clip it. Oh, I'm crying. Oh, hi. You stay there. I'm going that way. Deal. You broke the deal. Oh, Chauncey can swim. I didn't know that. How does he look so dapper while swimming? I've never seen a cat look that dapper while swimming. Like, look, his chest is out. He's just like, yeah. Have you attempted Oxygen Not Included? I played it on stream, and one very memorable memory is anyone who was at the stream, I was letting them name one of my replicants after them, and I said, Joe Niels, which one do you want to be you? And one of them had like explosive bowel syndrome or something, and he donated $50, and he was drunk, and he made the British guy said, I want a character, make me the poop one. I don't know if anyone on Twitch has ever spent $50 to say make me the poop one, but that day Joe did, and it burned into my mind. The flashlight that we picked up earlier is in hand now. Oh, that's us. Oh, yo, I was getting... Cardboard, this is not going to go well. Run an update. I'm running software updates. This is true horror, chat, because I was a tech support. I can't get away from it. Updated. They just left bread on the table. That bread's gonna dry out. The bread is gonna dry out. There's so much bread. You don't, like, there's the baby's not eating bread. There's 2 of us. There's like 3 loaves of bread there and another 4 right here. What are you doing? Put some saran wrap on it. It's gonna dry out. New oh my god, a freaking patron sound. Oh, yeah, just like, a new arrival, and then Ed Wolf was sure to follow. Oh, hello, welcome, page. Sit down, you. Oh, Season, good to see you. I use numpad for my mounts. I use numpad for this, and 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 other things.
I'm trying to sleep here.
Am I too loud? Okay.
I love you.
I love you too. You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go. Slapping you with my carrot.